A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all-old-time radio.
Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth and help stop tooth decay. And Luster Cream Shampoo for soft, glamorous, caressable hair bring you Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden. It's time once again for another comedy episode of Our Miss Brooks, written by Al Lewis. Well, as some of you may remember, last night was New Year's Eve. Well, like everyone else, our Miss Brooks, who teaches English at Madison High School, had looked forward to celebrating with considerable anticipation. But as the poet Robert Burns put it, the best laid plans of mice and men gang aft to gley.
I don't know about the men, but I'm certainly one of the mice Robbie had in mind, because last night somebody really ganged up on my glaze. Everything started off normally enough Saturday morning as I joined my landlady at the breakfast table.
Here, Connie, here's some tomato juice. It'll do you good, dear.
What is this, a down payment on tomorrow morning?
Oh, you won't need any tomorrow. Not if you come to my party tonight.
What kind of a party are you having, Mrs. Davis?
Very quiet, Connie. I've just asked some of the neighbors in to listen to the radio and maybe dance a bit. It'll be a nice, relaxed evening. Of course, I am having some help with the refreshments.
Who's helping you?
Barney, the bartender from Mulligan's Saloon.
That should lead to a very relaxed evening, earlier than you think.
Oh, he's not going to serve any whiskey. You see, ever since he's been working for Mr. Mulligan, Barney's insisted on having New Year's Eve off.
Why is that?
He can't stand drunks. Barney likes nothing better than to drop over here and make us a little friendly bowl of punch. If I remember correctly, Connie, you sampled some of Barney's punch last year.
I almost did, Mrs. Davis. Somebody jostled me as I was about to drink some, and I spilled it on my black evening gown.
I don't remember that at all, Connie.
I do. It started a run in my dress.
Oh, you're exaggerating, dear. It was a very mild mixture. Why, we even dipped lady fingers into the punch bowl after a while.
I know. And a little while after that, the lady fingers were diving into the bowl. No, I'm just teasing you, Mrs. Davis. I'd like nothing better than to share a little punch with you tonight, but I probably have a date with Mr. Boynton.
Probably. Hasn't he asked you yet, Connie?
Oh, you know Mr. Boynton. It takes him a week to get enough courage to speak up. You'd think he'd know where he stands by now. I've dropped him enough hints, heaven knows.
Hints?
Just yesterday, I told him I thought there was nothing quite as exciting as the scent of an orchid and the popping of champagne corks.
Do you think it'll work, Connie?
Indubitably, Mrs. Davis. He'll probably take me into a florist shop and let me smell an orchid while he cracks his knuckles.
Mr. Boynton isn't the biggest spender in the world, is he, Connie?
No, I think there's a Maharaja in India who spends $8 or $9 a week more. After all, Mr. Boynton is a school teacher, and he probably just can't. Now, who can that be? Come on in. It's not locked.
Finished with your cereal, Connie?
Yes, thanks.
Well, good morning, Miss Brooks, Mrs. Davis.
Hello, Mr. Boynton.
Now, isn't that a coincidence, Mr. Boynton? I was just going to clear away the table and clear out.
Oh, what's coincidental about that?
Now she's got a good reason to.
Exactly. See you later, folks.
Take your time, dear. Well, Mr. Boynton, this is rather a surprise visit.
Well, yes, Miss Brooks, I guess it is.
Want a cup of coffee?
All right.
Keeps pretty hot in this percolator. There you are.
Thank you.
Well, that was fun. What'll we do now?
Well, tonight, as you know, is New Year's Eve, Miss Brooks.
Yes, I know.
It's the one night in the year I believe in celebrating. You see, the only fun a bachelor can have, especially a bachelor school teacher, is to really let go once in a while.
Might also be fun to hold on once in a while. Don't look so shocked. I'll withdraw the statement. Strike that from the record, clerk.
The one thing I'm so grateful for, Miss Brooks, is that our relationship has always been completely honest and above board. I can talk to you straight from the shoulder.
You certainly can, Mr. Boynton.
I don't have to beat around the bush.
No, you don't.
I can come right to the point without stalling.
I hear you talking.
I don't have to mask my real intentions with a lot of pseudo-diplomacy.
Never no pseudo-diplomacy.
Well, what I'm trying to say, Miss Brooks, is that, well, several weeks ago, I promised to attend the Biologist Club New Year's Eve party at the Club Jamboree tonight.
Oh, that sounds like a lot of fun, Mr. Boynton.
Oh, I'm sure it will be. But the ticket cost $5, Miss Brooks, and, well, I only had enough for the one when I bought it. And, well, since then, I've had some unexpected holiday expenses and just haven't been able to afford another one. Of course, I'd love to ask you to join me tonight, but I couldn't very well invite you to pay for your own ticket, could I?
You could, but I couldn't. Pay for it, I mean. I've had some holiday expenses of my own, Mr. Boynton. 2 whole weeks of eating.
Well, I'm terribly sorry we won't be together, Miss Brooks. As a matter of fact, I suspected you were just as broke as I am. That's why I came over to see you now.
What do you mean, Mr. Boynton?
Happy New Year, Miss Brooks.
Same to you, Mr. Boynton. And thank you for a lovely morning.
That's all right, Miss Brooks.
Now let's sing 2 choruses of Old Lang Syne, and this will be the earliest I've ever folded on New Year's Eve.
Please don't be annoyed, Miss Brooks. I'll be thinking about you tonight. From the minute I sit down in that nightclub and pick up my noisemaker.
Well, thanks, Mr. Boynton. I'll be thinking of you, too, tonight, as soon as I sit down by the window and blow my tin horn.
I guess I better be running along now. Get cleaned up for the big night.
Yes, you do that, Mr. Boynton. I've got to help Mrs. Davis with the dishes. Forgive me if I don't walk you to the door.
Certainly. Well, see you next year, like they say.
Don't take any wooden biologists. Now, that's just dandy.
What's just dandy, Connie? Oh, where'd Mr. Boynton go?
Home to rest.
Oh, we've got a big night ahead of us, eh?
We've got a big night ahead of him. Mr. Boynton is going to the biologist party alone, Mrs. Davis.
Alone? But why, Connie?
He just can't afford to take me with him. The tickets are $5 a copy. Now, if I had $5, I could... Mrs. Davis.
I'd be happy to, Connie.
You would?
Of course, but I haven't got a quarter. I spent my entire budget for this week on tonight's party.
Oh, well, thanks just the same, Mrs. Davis. No sense in worrying about it, I guess. New Year's Eve is just another night.
Maybe that's Mr. Boynton again. I'll finish up in the kitchen, Connie.
Come on in. The door is still open.
Good morning, Miss Brooks.
Mr. Conklin, what fortuitous circumstance brings Madison's esteemed principal to the humble abode of a lowly faculty member?
You've seen your share of Charlie Chan movies, haven't you? If you'll forgive me, Miss Brooks, I shall skirt the preliminaries and get right to the point. Firstly, Mrs. Conklin is visiting her sister, who has a touch of rheumatism in Philadelphia.
That's a bad place to get it.
Let's dispense with the fripperies, shall we? Secondly, her sister has sent their little boy, age 6, to spend the holidays with my daughter Harriet and myself. Thirdly, I have promised Harriet she can go to a New Year's Eve party tonight. And fourthly, I have a dinner engagement with some old professor friends of mine from state normal days.
But I don't understand, Mr. Conklin.
At this late date, it is almost impossible to secure a babysitter, Miss Brooks.
Now I understand. I'm sorry, Mr. Conklin, but I've been sitting with children for years now. I'm afraid I'm going to be busy tonight.
Ah, what a pity. It would only be until 10 o'clock, and I was contemplating payment of, say, $5.
Well, I'd like to help you, Mr. Conklin, but it's really out of the question for me to... Did you say $5?
That is correct.
Where and when?
7:30, my home.
I'll be there, Mr. Conklin.
Thank you, Miss Brooks. Thank you very much. Don't bother seeing me to the door. I know the way.
Thank you, Mr. Conklin. Thank you very much. Yes, indeed. Mrs. Davis! Mrs. Davis!
Yes, dear. What is it?
Well, it's going to be a happy New Year after all. I'm going to sit with Mr. Conklin's nephew until 10 o'clock, and he's going to give me $5.
He must be quite a well-to-do little boy.
Mr. Conklin's going to give me the $5. Don't you see, Mrs. Davis? Now I can buy my own ticket to the Club Jamboree and see the old year out with Mr. Boynton after all.
how nice for you, Connie.
Oh, just one thing, Mrs. Davis. On our way to the club, may I stop by here to pick up some lady fingers?
But doesn't the $5 you pay include a midnight supper, Connie?
Yes, it does, Mrs. Davis.
Then what in the world do you want for lady fingers?
We've got to have something to slip the waiter.
Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden, will continue in just a moment. But first, here is Vern Smith.
Now, proof that brushing teeth right after eating with Colgate Dental Cream helps stop tooth decay before it starts.
Continuous research, hundreds of case histories, makes this the most conclusive proof in all dentifrice research on tooth decay.
Eminent dental authorities supervise hundreds of college men and women for over 2 years. One group always brushed their teeth with Colgate right after eating. The other followed their usual dental care.
The group using Colgate Dental Cream as directed, using Colgate's exclusively, showed a startling reduction in average number of cavities, far less tooth decay. The other group developed new cavities at a much higher rate. No other dentifrice offers proof of these results.
Modern research shows decay is caused by mouth acids, which are at their worst right after eating. Brushing teeth with Colgate as directed helps remove acids before they harm enamel. Yes, Colgate contains all the necessary ingredients, including an exclusive patented ingredient for effective daily dental care.
So remember, always use Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth and help stop tooth decay.
Well, I phoned Mr. Boynton and asked him to meet me at Mr. Conklin's home at 10 that evening. At 9:30, I was still trying to get little Stevie into bed. Now listen, Stevie, it's getting awfully late. Just when do you propose to go to sleep?
Well, as soon as I get another glass of water.
But I've given you 3 glasses of water in the last half hour. What do you do with them?
I drank 2 and gave 1 to my animals. See? Uncle Osgood bought me these toys for Christmas.
They're very nice. Now get into bed, please.
Well, first tuck my lion in the bed.
All right. There, your lion's in bed.
Now my tiger.
Okay, your tiger's in.
Now put my Black Panther in.
Right, the Black Panther's tucked in. Now I'll just tuck... Stevie, why aren't you getting into the bed?
Who do you think I am, Clyde Beatty?
I wish I had a book on child psychology with me. A nice heavy one. Come on now, shove that menagerie aside and get in.
Okay.
Hello?
Is that you, Harriet?
Your daughter's dressing for her date, Mr. Conklin, but thanks for the comparison.
On the phone, all voices sound alike to me. Now, how's my nephew, Miss Brooks?
Fine, Mr. Conklin. He's in his zoo. In bed.
Good, good. Has the dear little fellow floated off to dreamland yet?
Not quite, but 1 more glass of water should do it. There hasn't been any change in plan, has there, Mr. Conklin?
Why, no, Miss Brooks.
Then I can expect you in about half an hour?
I'm afraid it'll be considerably longer than a half hour, Miss Brooks. I'm staying over with some friends.
But you said you'd be back at 10.
That's right. I'll be back at 10 a.m.
Oh, but Mr. Conklin...
Awfully nice of you to do this for me, Miss Brooks. Good night and a Happy New Year to you.
Oh, this is terrible. Harriet! Oh, Harriet!
Yes, Miss Brooks?
Your dad just called and told me he won't be home until tomorrow morning.
I know. He's staying with some old friends of his. From Normal.
There's nothing normal about it. When I agreed to act as Stevie's sitter, I thought your father would be back at 10 tonight. I have a date at that time with Mr. Boynton.
Oh, that's a shame, Miss Brooks.
Maybe I could call your dad back so we could make some other arrangements. You know where these friends of his live?
No, I don't. But don't get panicky. We'll think of something as soon as I finish dressing. That must be Walter Denton. Will you let him in, please? I'll just be seconds finishing up.
All right, Harriet. Coming.
Miss Brooks, I want a glass of water.
Quiet, Stevie. Darn kid. If it weren't for him, I could go... Take it easy. I'm coming.
Happy New Year, Miss Brooks.
Come in, Walter.
Isn't it a wonderful night to see the old year out on? Aren't you just in love with tonight, Miss Brooks?
I'm crazy about it. Harriet will be ready in a few minutes, Walter.
Ah, dear Harriet.
You know, that's what I like best about this holiday. The feeling of closeness it gives you to the one you care for. Especially during that one breathless, rapturous moment right before midnight. That moment like the hush of a giant wave ere it pounds mightily upon the golden sand. That tongueless moment of promised ecstasy culminating in a crescendo of clamorous, amorous bliss.
Have you ever been hit with a 6-year-old child?
Gosh, Miss Brooks, you don't seem very happy about New Year's. Haven't you got a date with Mr. Boynton?
That's just the trouble, Walter. I have. But I also have a date to sit here with Mr. Conklin's nephew, Stevie, until Uncle returns in the morning. It was all a misunderstanding, mostly on my part.
Gee, that's a tough break, Miss Brooks. Isn't there any way out for you? I know. Maybe you could hire a babysitter to sit in your place. Of course, it couldn't be just any ordinary person. It would have to be a very special kind of sitter to fill your shoes.
You never were great in anatomy, were you, Walter? But that wouldn't work either. Even if I had the money, which I haven't, it's too late to get anybody now.
Well, here I am, Walter. How do I look?
Devastating, Harriet. Absolutely soul-destroying.
How do you think I look, Miss Brooks?
Very atomic, Harriet. You should be the center of all eyes at your party.
Gee, I kind of hate to go with you in this spot, Miss Brooks. Did you tell Walter about your dilemma?
Yeah, she did, Harriet. But we can't seem to think of any way out.
Oh, don't worry about me, kids. I'll just celebrate New Year's Eve some other night.
Maybe when Mr. Boynton comes to pick you up, you could talk him into staying here with you instead of going to his old biologist club party.
Yeah, there's a swell phonograph and some keen records you could dance to.
Maybe I'll do that. In fact, I may do that even if Mr. Boynton doesn't stay.
Look, I want a glass of water.
Excuse me, kids. I guess I didn't tuck him in tight enough. I'll be right there, Stevie. You run along to your party and have a good time.
You're certainly noble, Miss Brooks.
I'm not noble. I'm stuck. Go ahead now. It's almost 10 o'clock.
Noble or stuck, you're solid, Miss Brooks.
Thanks, Walter. Maybe Mr. Boynton will notice it and stick around a while.
I sure hope so. Me too. Have the best possible New Year's under the circumstances, Miss Brooks.
I'll do my best. So long, kids.
Hey, did Cousin Harriet go out with Walter Denton?
Yes, Stevie, she did.
He's an idiot.
He's very fond of you, too. Here's your water.
Oh, thanks. Hey, could I also have an ice cream cone?
No, Stevie, no ice cream cones at this hour.
With a pickle in it?
That's different. You've got to have your vitamins. No, I'm just fooling. You've eaten quite enough for one night.
Are there any pickles in the house?
No, but I'd gladly let you have the one I'm in.
Well, here's my glass. You better leave it near the pitcher. I might get hungry again.
Mm-hmm. Thirsty. Oh, that's Mr. Boynton. Now, you put your little head down and dream you're a battleship.
Okay. Good night, Miss Brooks.
Good night, Stevie. I'll be right there. Oh, come in, Mr. Boynton. My, but you look handsome tonight.
Oh, thanks, Miss Brooks. You look quite handsome yourself. I'm glad to see you already. I'm just raring to go.
Well, unrear yourself, Mr. Boynton. I'm afraid I can't go with you tonight.
But you said on the phone that Mr. Conklin will be back.
Yes,
and you...
that was before he called me again. He won't be here until tomorrow morning. I can't leave Stevie alone. But I've been thinking, Mr. Boynton, we could have quite a nice time right here tonight.
Here? You and me?
And the phonograph. There are some fine records stacked over there by the sofa.
But, Miss Brooks, we have no chaperones.
Who has no chaperone? I'm here.
I'm sorry, Miss Brooks. I've already paid for my ticket, and the other members of the club expect me at the club jamboree. In fact, I promised I'd be there by 10:30.
Well, it's only 10 now. You could stay for a little while. Here, sit down on the couch, Mr. Boynton.
Well, I guess I could stay for about 10 minutes or so.
Fine, we'll have a million laughs. Do you like records, Mr. Boynton?
Oh, yes, I do. Oh, say, here's quite a pile of them. Let's see what some of the titles are.
That should be fun. Here's a batch for you. I'll go through these.
Don't you think you're sitting rather close to me, Miss Brooks?
I know I'm sitting close to you, Mr. Boynton.
Well, I mean, I'm a little off balance. I don't want to break any records.
Don't worry, you won't. Oh, say, here's a great old number. If I could be with you 1 hour tonight.
I'm a lone cow hand.
baby, it's cold outside.
Don't fence me in.
I'm in the mood for love.
It's too late now.
I can dream, can't I?
All right, Louie, drop the gun.
Everything I have is yours.
I got plenty of nothing.
Drink to me only with thine eyes.
I want a glass of water.
Quiet, Stevie. You've had all the water you're going to get. Now go to sleep.
Okay. Don't get petulant.
Maybe you should let him have it, Miss Brooks.
I'd love to let him have it. He's had quite enough, Mr. Boynton.
Oh, say, here's a beautiful number. The Bells of St. Mary's.
Oh, that is beautiful. Excuse me, Mr. Boynton.
Oh, before you answer it, Miss Brooks, I'd like you to know I've changed my mind. I just can't stand the thought of you spending New Year's Eve alone, so, well, I'll call my friends and tell them not to expect me. That is, if you still want me to stay here with you.
If I still want you. Mr. Boynton, don't move from that spot. Be right there. If I still want him, he says.
If that's Miss Brooks, we just couldn't stand the thought of you spending New Year's Eve alone. Come on in, Walter.
Oh, but what about your friend's party, Harriet?
We told them we weren't coming, Miss Brooks. Walter and I decided to spend New Year's Eve right here with you.
With me? But Mr. Boynton's here.
Oh, hello, Harriet, Walter. How are you both?
I'm fine, thanks, Mr. Boynton. We came back to help Miss Brooks celebrate the New Year.
Well, good. The more the merrier. I'm staying here, too.
Wonderful. We'll have our own party, the four of us. Won't that be just the end, Miss Brooks?
It'll be the end of something.
Well, I've certainly had a good time so far.
So have I, drinking Cokes and playing records.
Oh, it has been rather exciting at that. Don't you think so, Miss Brooks?
Thrilling. I can hardly wait until midnight.
What are you going to do then?
I'm going to crack open a brand new bottle of sweet air and spray the kitchen.
It's almost midnight now. Gee, I wish Daddy were here.
That would be all I need.
Turn the radio on, Walter. The Club Jamboree is broadcasting their New Year's Eve party.
Oh, okay, Mr. Boynton.
Poor Daddy's missing all the fun. He and those old professors of his probably played a few games of chess and went to bed about 11:30.
Well, perhaps it's for the best, Harriet. Your father's a very high-strung man. Too much noise isn't good for him.
I've got the station.
Well, it's 2 minutes to midnight, folks, and here to give you the signal of the stroke of 12 is one of our most distinguished citizens and an honored guest of Club Jamboree. Here he is, your friend and mine, happy-go-lucky, gag-a-minute, Osgood Conklin.
Osgood Conklin?
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you for that charming introduction, Professor Young.
That's him, all right.
I have just time before the old year is dead to tell you lovely people that a funny thing happened to me on my way to the club tonight. A panhandler stopped me outside the door and said, "Mister, I haven't had a bite all week." So I bit him.
Oh, great. Madison's next principal will probably be Milton Berle.
Now, when I give you the signal, let's get those noisemakers going and really let her rip. There are only 5 seconds to go. 4, 3, 2, 1.
What got into Daddy tonight?
Maybe it was some of Mrs. Davis's fruit punch.
Oh, gosh, Harriet, your dad's entitled to have a little fun once in a while. After all, people are only human.
Well, it is New Year's Eve.
It sure is. And it's midnight, too, Harriet. You know what that means?
I guess so, Walter. Well, come on, I'm all puckered.
Here goes, Harriet.
Mr. Boynton, do you see the work that's going on in the next yard?
Yes, I do, Miss Brooks. Although I must admit I'm a rather diffident person most of the time, I feel that this being New Year's Eve, I can take a certain liberty.
Liberty? You can take shore leave.
Well, I'm ready if you are.
I'm puckered, Mr. Boynton.
I'm thirsty, Miss Brooks.
Well, that's done it. If you'll forgive me, Mr. Boynton, I'm going to pour 3 glasses of water.
3? But who are the extra 2 for?
You and me. We might as well be loaded as the way we are.
Eve Arden returns in just a moment, but first,
Dream girl, beautiful luster cream girl.
Tonight? Yes, tonight. Show him how much lovelier your hair can look after a Luster Cream shampoo. Luster Cream, world's finest shampoo. No other shampoo in the world gives Kay Daumit's magic blend of secret ingredients plus gentle lanolin. Not a soap, not a liquid. Luster Cream shampoo leaves hair 3 ways lovelier. Fragrantly clean, free of loose dandruff, glistening with sheen, soft, manageable. Even in hardest water, Luster Cream lathers instantly. No special rinse needed after a Luster Cream shampoo. So gentle, Luster Cream is wonderful even for children's hair. Tonight? Yes, tonight, try Luster Cream shampoo.
Dream girl, beautiful luster cream girl. You owe your crowning glory to a luster cream shampoo.
ladies and gentlemen, we take pride in announcing that the poll of newspaper and magazine radio editors taken by Motion Picture Daily for Fame magazine showed that Eve Arden was voted the best radio comedian in 1949.
My sincere thanks to the radio editors, Motion Picture Daily, and Fame magazine, and to every school teacher and pupil, as well as their parents and friends, a very happy New Year. Good night.
Tune into another Our Miss Brooks show brought to you by Luster Cream Shampoo for soft, glamorous, caressable hair and Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth and help stop tooth decay.
Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden, is produced by Larry Burns, directed by Al Lewis, with music by Wilbur Hatch. Mr. Boynton is played by Jeff Chandler, Mr. Conklin by Gail Gordon. Others in tonight's cast were Jane Morgan, Dick Crenna, Gloria McMillan, and Jeff Silver.
Be beauty-wise, get bath-size Palmolive soap for beauty care all over. Yes, for your tub or shower, enjoy the same glorious beauty lather that millions of women have found so wonderful in bringing lovelier complexions in just 14 days.
Simply buy the big, thrifty, long-lasting bath-size Palmolive. Use it for your Palmolive soap facials. Enjoy its oceans of creamy, beautifying lather in your tub or shower. And say, men love it, too. So let the whole family enjoy bath-size Palmolive.
Yes, be beauty-wise, get bath-size Palmolive soap today.
For mystery liberally sprinkled with laughs, listen to Mr. and Mrs. North, the exciting, fun-packed adventures of an amateur detective and his beautiful wife. Tune in Tuesday evening over most of these same stations. And be with us again next week at this same time for another comedy episode of Our Miss Brooks. Bob Lamont speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Jack Benny Program, transcribed, presented by Lucky Strike.
There's
never a rough puff in a Lucky because LSMFT, Lucky Strike, means fine tobacco. And in a cigarette, it's the tobacco that counts. Yes, at the tobacco auctions, Lucky's pay more, millions of dollars more than official parity prices, to get ripe, light, naturally mild tobacco that guarantees more real deep-down smoking enjoyment for you. Puff after puff with never a rough puff.
And remember that the tobacco experts, men who can see the makers of Lucky Strike consistently select and buy that fine tobacco, choose Lucky's for their own personal smoking enjoyment. Yes, a recent survey shows that more independent tobacco experts, auctioneers, buyers, and warehousemen smoke Lucky Strike regularly than the next two leading brands combined.
So take a tip from the experts and smoke that smoke of fine tobacco, Lucky Strike. With every puff, every pack, you'll get more real deep-down smoking enjoyment. Puff after puff with never a rough puff. Yes, light up a Lucky and enjoy a smoother, milder, truly finer cigarette. Make your next carton Lucky Strike.
The Lucky Strike program, starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, Dennis Day, the Sportsman Quartet, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Happy New Year, everyone. Yes, this is New Year's Day. And we're going to take you to the home of Mary Livingston in Beverly Hills. At the moment, Mary and her maid Pauline are straightening up the house after last night's celebration.
Now, Pauline, when you finish with the living room, start in the den, please.
Yes, ma'am. Gee, Miss Livingston, that was a wonderful party. You sure are a swell hostess.
Well, thanks. Do you really think my guests had a good time?
Oh, yes, especially Dennis Day. I'll bet he never drank champagne before.
You're right, Pauline. He took one drink, grabbed a bottle of catsup, poured it on his head, and yelled, "Hey, look at me, I'm Red Skelton." He really was cute, though.
He might have been cute then, but when he caught me under the mistletoe, he was a mean little kid.
Well, at least everybody had a lot of fun.
Yeah, and you can thank your sister Babe for that. She was a life at the party.
Yeah.
She's really a card. That was quite a gag coming to a New Year's Eve party dressed in overalls.
That was no gag. She had to go to work at 1 o'clock.
That's a shame having to work on a holiday.
Holiday or no holiday, smudge pots have to be lit. But Babe was a lot of fun, and so was Phil Harris.
But you know what? I don't remember seeing Mr. Harris leave.
Oh, he never did leave, Pauline.
He didn't? Well, where is he?
You're standing on him.
Oh, Miss Livingston, the way you tease me.
Now, go ahead, Pauline. Take those glasses out to the kitchen.
Yes, ma'am. You know, it's a shame that Mr. Benny wasn't at your party last night. Was he ill?
No, he was all right.
Well, I know you invited him. Why didn't he come?
Well, it's a long story, Pauline. It all started yesterday evening at CBS. After our usual rehearsal, the entire cast gathered in Jack's dressing room to wish each other a Happy New Year.
Well, kids, here we are at the end of another year. And it brings a warm glow to my heart having all of you who have been with me so many years gathered here in my dressing room.
Well, Jack, that's sweet.
I feel that I'm a very fortunate man to have such capable people and such true friends.
Oh, Jackson.
Not only are we bound together in friendship, but the quality of your individual performances has been a personal demonstration of your loyalty to me.
Well, thanks, Jack.
So to you, my associates as well as friends, I just want to say in all sincerity that I'm proud of each and every one of you.
Last year, our hooper was down. He spit in our eye.
Dennis, now this is a serious moment, and I meant every word of it.
Well, I think we better break this up and get started for Livy's party. Want to drive over with me, Jackson?
Phil, Jack's not coming to my party.
What? That's right, Phil. You kids will have to get along without little Jackie. I got a date myself. I got a date all for myself.
A date?
Yes, sir. In fact, I'm going to pick her up in about half an hour.
Well, so that's why you came to rehearsal in top hat, white tie, and tails, huh?
Yep. I look kind of classy, don't I, Phil?
Classy. You look like the head pot man in a Forest Lawn flower shop.
All right, Phil, all right.
Say, Mr. Benny, who have you got this date with?
Oh, she's a girl that I met just recently. Her name is Gloria.
Gloria? Do we know her?
What's she look like, Jackson? No more questions. I know you're all curious, but I'm not talking.
Well, so the old man is stepping out, huh?
Phil, I'm not an old man. You keep saying that all the time, and you know my age as well as I do.
Weller.
Weller? This is a word? Weller?
Jackson, if you think I'm hard to understand now, catch me at midnight.
Phil.
That's when I'm my wellest.
Well, there's no use trying to be sentimental around this gang. Hey, Dennis, how about singing a number before we leave?
Yes, Dennis. Sing something lively.
Oh, would you like to hear I've got a lovely bunch of coconuts?
Oh! Yeah. Come on,
Down at an English fair, one evening I was there, when I heard a showman shouting underneath a flare, I've got a lovely bunch of coconuts. Oh, there they are, a-standing in a row. Big one, small one, some as big as your head. Give 'em a twist, a flick of the wrist, that's what the showman said. How I've got a lovely bunch of coconuts. Every ball you throw will make me rich. Oh, there stands me wife, the idol of me life, sing and roll a bowl, a ball, a penny a bit. Roll a ball, a ball, a penny a bit. Right you are, mate. Sing and roll a ball, a ball, a penny a bit. Hey, back home. Roll a ball, a ball, roll a ball, a ball, sing and roll a ball, a penny a bit. All right, ladies and gentlemen, step right up and take a chance. I've got a lovely bunch of coconuts. It's not going to cost you threepence or tuppence, but only a penny. And at the present rate of exchange, that's practically nothing. So step right up. Step right up. Oh, I've got a lovely bunch of coconuts. Oh, every ball you throw will make me rich. Oh, there stands me wife, the idol of me life, sing and roll a ball, a penny a bit. Sing and roll a ball, a penny a bit. Hey, back home. Sing and roll a ball, a penny a bit. Oh, roll a ball, roll a ball, sing and roll a ball, a penny a bit.
Ah, that was wonderful, Dennis. And the next time we hear you sing, it will be 1950.
Right you are, Governor.
Now, kids, before we leave, I've got a little surprise for you. It's right here in the dressing table. There. How's that?
Jack, a bottle of champagne.
Yes, sir. I'm going to open it and we'll drink a toast before we leave. Don, hand me that towel so I can wrap it around the bottle.
There you are, Jack. Don't forget to loosen them wires, Jackson.
I have. Look out, Mary. This cork is liable to fly. This cork is awfully tight.
Let me try it, Jack.
No, Don. I'll pull it out with my teeth. I can do it.
Yeah. Okay.
Gosh, Jack, I never thought you could... Jack. Oh, my goodness, he swallowed the cork. Jack!
Don't get excited, Mary. I'll pat him on the back.
It's out. Well, kids, now that the champagne's open, we'll drink a toast. Mary, here's a glass for you. Don, Dennis. Now, where's Phil?
He's over by the water cooler.
I'll be right with you, Jackson.
Phil, for heaven's sake, what are you drinking all that water for?
Jackson, I got a long night ahead of me, and I want to get them chasers out of the way.
I knew you'd have a good reason. All right, kids, here's to a very... Come in. Well, if it isn't Mel Blanc.
Hiya, Mel. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year, everybody.
Happy New Year, Mel. Say, Mel, it was awfully nice of you to drop in.
Oh, thanks, Mr. Benny. And I hope in the coming year you'll be able to use me on your program. You know, I didn't work too much this season.
Well, it's not my fault, Mel. I use you when I can, but after all, how often can I hire someone just to imitate Al Jolson? You see, it's hardly worth it.
Yeah, but I got a wife and 6 kids. Last week I couldn't even afford to buy a Christmas tree.
No.
Yeah. My kids can't go to school because they ain't got no shoes, and my wife is walking around in rags, and the rent is past due.
Gee.
If things get any worse, I'll have to sell my Cadillac.
Oh, well, in that case, I'll do all I can, Mel. Come in.
Happy New Year, everybody.
Well, yes, sir. Hey, Mr. Kitzel, it's sure nice of you to come in and see us on New Year's Eve.
Yes, I just dropped by to wish everybody season's greetings.
Well, Mr. Kitzel, I'm having a party at my house tonight. Would you like to come?
Oh, bless your heart, Miss Livingston. But tonight I'm taking my wife out formal. And for this occasion, I'm renting a car.
Renting a car? Where are you taking her?
To Simon's Drive-In.
Oh, Mr. Kitzel, you're joking.
Yeah. Oh, my.
Well, Mr. Kitzel, I just opened a bottle of champagne. How about having a drink with us?
Oh, thank you, and I'd like to propose a toast.
Here. A toast.
Go ahead, Mr. Kitzel.
Well, here's to Jack Benny, who's just like good wine. He improves as he ages, but he stays 39.
Thank you, Mr. Kitzel, and here's to you.
Thank you.
Now, I'd like to propose a toast to every member of my cast. Mary, I'm going to start with you. Now, hold up your glass. Mary, you've been on my program almost 18 years. And isn't that funny? There's so much I want to say, but I don't know how to say it.
Well, you don't have to say it, Jack. I know what you mean.
And Phil?
Yeah, Dad.
Phil, I want to drink to you, too. You've been with me 14 years. And, Phil, sometimes you rib me a little, but I love you. And you've certainly gone a long way.
Thanks, Jackson. You want to know something? There's no one who takes more pride in my being on your program than my father.
Your father?
Yep. He knew it was always my ambition to be on your show. And the day you signed me up, I went home, showed my father the contract, and he looked at me and said, "Congratulations. It makes me happy to know that you finally reached your goal, son."
He said goal, son. Anyway, I thought you'd gone.
Well, don't get mad, Mr. Benny. I just hung around because I want you to hear a song I recorded for Capitol Records.
Mel, you recorded a song?
Yeah, Toot Toot Tootsie Goodbye.
Oh, Jolson again, huh?
Yeah, but this is different. If you just listen to it, you'd want to put it on your program.
Well, okay, Mel, let's hear it. How about it, fella?
Toot Toot Tootsie Goodbye. Toot Toot Tootsie, don't cry. The choo-choo train, take me away from you. No one can tell us that it makes me, kiss me, Tootsie, and then do it all over again. Watch for the mail. I never fail. If you don't get a letter, then you know I'm a child. Don't cry. Toot, goodbye.
Puff, puff, puffing away. We're puffing away. No tobacco. It's always lucky, round and firm and fully packed. So puff, puff, have one on me. more. Say millions more. For all that fine and light tobacco we all adore. Happy New Year, goodbye. And keep on smoking Lucky. Goodbye.
Very good, Mel. Mel, and you're right. I think I'll use that number on my program.
Oh, thanks, Mr. Benny. Goodbye, everybody.
Well, Happy New Year. You know, kids, he really did a great imitation of Jolson.
How do you like the way he imitated the Sportsman Quartet? That kid's clever.
He sure is. Now, what was I saying before Mel did his song?
You were drinking a toast to all of us.
Oh, yes. Don, you're next. Hold up your glass, Don. Don, as the year comes to a close, I want you to know that my association with you is a very happy one. You're not only a fine announcer, but a gentleman, a scholar, and a friend.
Well, thank you, Jack.
Don, how long have you been with Jack?
9 years.
9 years? No, Don, you've been with me 16.
Oh, you're counting the 7 years you had me auditioning.
You gotta count everything. Anyway, Don, here's to you. Good luck. And now, Dennis.
Yes, sir?
Dennis, you've been with me almost 11 years. I remember the day you first came on my program. You were young. You were naive. But you had a beautiful singing voice. And as the years went by, your voice became more matured, more beautiful than ever. And then, suddenly, you blossomed out. And now you're a star in your own right.
My show is better than yours.
Dennis, look at me.
Yes, sir?
Turn away again. I know, it's my own... It's my own fault.
Jack, I've got to run home now and get things ready for my party tonight.
Okay, Mary.
Jack, are you sure you don't want to join us?
No, Mary, not tonight. In fact, I'm going to pick my girl up in about 10 minutes.
Well, Jackson, why don't you bring her over to Livy's house?
No, my plans are all made. Gloria and I are going to have cocktails at Ciro's, dinner at Romanoff's, and then dance in the new year at the Macombo. Yes, sir. Well, run along, kids. Have a good time at the party, and don't worry about me.
Well, I'll answer, Jack. Hello? Yes, he's here. Who's calling? Oh, Jack, it's for you. It's Gloria.
Gloria? Give me that phone. Hello, Gloria. I'm all ready and raring to go. I'll pick you up in about... What? You can't? But, Gloria, I've got reservations and everything. And I'm all dressed. But look, of course I believe you. But, gee, it's New Year's Eve. You gotta go. Oh, now look, Gloria, isn't there some way you can make it? Oh. Well, if you can't, I guess you just can't. So long, then. Goodbye. Well, what are you all staring at? Gloria had a very good excuse, and she's nuts about me, too. Well, she is.
Jack, as long as your date is off, how about coming over to my party?
Yeah, Jackson, come on. We're going to have a lot of fun.
No, thanks. I don't feel like going anywhere.
Oh, come on, Jack. Don't be so stubborn.
I'm not stubborn. I just don't feel like going.
Jackson, sometimes you act like...
Phil, leave him alone. Jack, the party is at my house, and if you change your mind and want to come, I'd love to have you.
Thanks, Mary, but I'm going home. Where's my top hat and gloves? Oh, here they are. Happy New Year, everybody.
Happy New Year, Jack.
So long.
Gee, I wish Jack hadn't walked out like that. It makes me feel awful.
Yeah. Well, it's no fun for him being alone on New Year's Eve.
Well, maybe he'd feel worse in a crowd.
I forgot my cane. Here it is. Oh, so long.
Happy New Year, Mr. Benny.
Huh? Oh, Happy New Year, Mike.
Is your rehearsal over?
Yeah.
And now you're stepping out, eh?
No, I'm just going home. You know, New Year's Eve is just another night to me. Good night, Mike. See you tomorrow.
Good night, Mr. Benny, and a Happy New Year.
Happy New Year, Mike.
Happy New Year, mister. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
Hey, you in the monkey suit. Why don't you watch where you're going?
I'm sorry, it was my fault.
Well, watch it, bud.
Maybe on this side of the street. It won't
Hi, Rube.
Huh?
You remember me? I met you in the store while I was doing my Christmas shopping. I was looking for my wife.
Oh, yes. Yes.
Say, Rube, your coat's ripped up the back.
No, those are tails. Always dressed like this on New Year's Eve.
Well, ain't you the dandy?
Please, I'm in no mood to talk to you now. This is New Year's Eve, and
I know. That's why I'm down here in the city. I aim to do a little celebrating myself.
Good.
At the stroke of 12, I'm going to take a drink, blow a horn, and catch the bus back to Calabasas.
Fine.
If you want to join me, you're welcome. I've got a little snort here in my back pocket.
No, thanks. I'm going home. Goodbye.
Okay, Rube. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year. I wonder why he keeps calling me Rube. He was kind of friendly, though. Well, I better hail a cab now. See, it's kind of cold. I think I'll stop in here and get a cup of coffee first.
Good evening, sir.
Good evening.
Would you like a nice table right here by the window?
No, thanks. I'm all alone. I'll just sit at the counter here.
Oh, please come sit by the window. I like everybody see how nice my customers dress.
No, thanks. Some other time.
All right. If you like to sit at counter, all right. Go ahead.
Thank you.
Say, you know, we got a special $2 dinner tonight. Steak, mashed potatoes, string beans, and for dessert, nice apple pie a la mode.
Well,
if you sit by the window, I give it to you free.
No, thanks. I'll just have a cup of coffee at the counter. I don't know if I just want coffee or... Yeah, I guess coffee's enough.
What'll it be?
Coffee, please.
Would you like a sandwich or some toast with it?
No, thanks. Just coffee.
Want a little cream with it?
No, just black coffee.
Okay. Here's your coffee.
Thanks.
Gee, I'm sorry about tonight.
That's all right, Gloria. Forget it, Gloria.
But honest, Jack, Mamie promised she'd work for me tonight.
Mamie. All the time it's Mamie. Could have let me know before the last minute.
I'm sorry.
I see you're wearing my corsage. And on that greasy uniform yet. I don't want this coffee. I'm going home.
I'll be through at 3 o'clock.
At 3 o'clock, I'll be snoring. Goodbye. Always blames everything on Mamie. Mamie did this. Mamie did that. Oh, taxi! Taxi! Here you are, driver.
Thank you. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
Who's that?
It's me, Rochester.
Boss, how come you're home so early? I thought you were going out tonight and celebrate.
I was, but things didn't work out. Say, Rochester, I thought you were going out tonight.
Oh, I am.
Well, hadn't you better hurry? It's almost midnight.
Boss, on Central Avenue, Father Time lingers till we get rolling.
Really?
Sometimes we roll right into February.
Well, you can leave whenever you want to, Rochester.
But what are you going to do, boss?
Oh, I'll just sit by the fire and read a book and then go to bed.
Oh, boss, I hate to see you all alone on New Year's Eve.
Yeah, that's all right.
No, it ain't all right. I'm going to stay home and I'm going to be right here with you.
Oh, Rochester, you don't have to do that.
Sure, boss. We'll greet the New Year together.
Well, let's just... Hey, we might have fun at that. Have we got any horns in the house?
No, we sold them.
Oh.
We've got some Ohio State pennants left. We can wave those.
No, they don't make any noise. Look, Rochester, it's almost midnight. You better run it along.
No, sir, I'm staying right here with you.
All right, if you insist.
I'll get a can of beer out the icebox and we'll drink to the New Year.
No, Rochester. If you're willing to stay home with me on New Year's Eve, we're going to do this thing right. We're going to open a bottle of champagne.
We're going to open a what?
We're going to open a bottle of champagne. There's a cold one in the icebox. Now, hurry up.
Yes, sir.
Gee, it was nice of Rochester to stay. Maybe it won't be... Gee, it's midnight already. Rochester, hurry! Hurry up!
Coming, boy, coming! Here's the champagne, boy.
Well, open it. Open it up.
I am. Here's the glass, boy.
Good. Pour some in. That's swell. Now, fill up yours. There. Well, Happy New Year, Rochester.
Happy New Year, boss, and I hope we'll be together for many more.
I hope so. And here's to it. Should old acquaintance be forgot and never brought to mind, should old acquaintance be forgot and
Food packages have been improved and increased with more meats and fats that mean health to hungry children and families overseas. 22 1/2 pounds of life-giving food for $10. Delivery guaranteed. Send your contribution to Nonprofit Care, Los Angeles or New York. That's C-A-R-E, Care, Los Angeles or New York. Jack will be back in a moment, but first...
LSMFT. Yes, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco, ripe, light tobacco that always smokes smooth and mild. That's why there's never a rough puff in a Lucky. Now, fine tobacco like this costs more, and at the tobacco auctions, Luckies pay more, millions of dollars more than official parity prices, for light, mellow leaf that gives you a smoother, milder, altogether finer cigarette every puff of the way. No doubt about it, friends. Luckies give you more. More smoothness and mildness. More real deep-down smoking enjoyment. So light up a Lucky and enjoy the mellow taste of truly fine tobacco. From first puff to last, there's never a rough puff in a Lucky. Good reason to make your next carton Lucky Strike. So round, so firm, so fully packed. So free and easy on the draw.
Ladies and gentlemen, to all my listeners everywhere, a very happy and prosperous New Year from me, Jack Benny.
And from me, Mary Livingston.
And from me, Don Wilson.
And from me, Dennis Day.
And from me, Rochester.
And from I, Bill Harris.
He's not grammatical, folks, but he's sincere. Good night, all.
Be sure to hear Dennis Day and a day in the life of Dennis Day. Stay tuned for the Amos Manny Show, which follows immediately. Transcribed at the CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Adventures of Frank Race,
starring Paul Dubove, with Tony Barrett as Mark Donovan. The war changed many things, the face of the earth and the people on it. Before the war, Frank Race worked as an attorney, but he traded his law books for the cloak and dagger of the OSS. And when it was over, his former life was over, too. Adventure had become his business. The Adventures of Frank Race. We join Frank Race for the adventure of the House Divided.
San Francisco in September, with the marina mellow under blue skies and a warm sun. I happened to be on Chestnut Street when I was assailed by the one aroma that can take my mind off anything else in the world, that of hot, fresh-baked bread. It took only a moment to spot the source, and I made a fast pivot toward the door of an old-fashioned bakery. There were several customers at the counter, and I was forced to wait. Then a hand touched my arm.
See, you're Frank Race, ain't you?
Why, yes. I know you, don't I?
I'm Tom Crowell.
Crowell, of course. I remember you.
I used to work for Manhattan Insurance Company. I was with you on the Lambert case.
You saved my life with some pretty fast shooting. What made you leave the insurance company?
Well, I'm not as young as I used to be, Race. I get tired of traveling, so I turned private eye for whoever wants to hire me. I'm on a job right now, and I think I'm in a jam.
Jam?
Yeah, it's this package. I think I'm being followed because I'm carrying it. That's why I ducked in here. Thought I'd go out the back way into the alley. I picked a bad one. No back way, no alley. Which means that if they've spotted me, I'm stuck, but good. 4-1. Kind of rough odds.
Call it 4-2, Crow.
I was hoping you'd say that, Race, but there's one of them now on the sidewalk.
A swart, heavy-set figure in a well-fitting Donegal tweed. The opaque stare of a bobcat on the prowl. The man on the sidewalk eyed us for a second or so, then slipping a hand inside the lapel of his jacket, he started for the bakery door. The second bird of prey followed him. As they came inside, I moved away from Crowell and stepped up to the counter.
What can I do for you, sir?
I'll just take a couple of these chocolate eclairs you have here. How much?
That will be 30 cents. Would you like a bag for them?
No, thanks. I'll just keep them in my hands. Care for one of these, Crowell?
No, thanks, Race.
Better have one, Crowell. You take the load of go and we'll take that package you're carrying.
Yes, sir. What do you want in here?
Shut up. Let's have the package, Crowell. And don't get any ideas of going for the heater. I've got mine in my hand already.
We're all very busy with our hands, aren't we? You boys have yours loaded with guns. Mine are loaded with chocolate eclairs. I think I'll give you one. Why, you? He jerked toward me, murder in his heart, chocolate eclair in his eyes. I stepped and he groped for me, getting in the way of his companion, a moronic individual with a face that could have doubled for a suet pudding. But this one had ideas. So as he started to draw, I started a left hook that caught the bobcat flush enough to floor both of them.
Hey, come on, Race. Let's get out of here.
The shots had come from the street from a black sedan parked at the curb. As Crowell slumped against me, I jerked the pistol from his holster, triggered 2 bullets at the sedan, then swung around just in time to greet the bobcat's pal as he scrambled off the floor. He doubled up and went down again, clutching a broken shoulder. He sat staring at me with an expression of hurt wonderment. From the sound effects in the distance, there was evidence that the local constabulary might be joining in. So the black sedan was writing it off as a lost cause. The inside of the bakery presented quite a tableau. The woman who waited on trade stood staring across the counter as though she'd just seen a movie star. Scattered about on the floor were the remains of my 2 chocolate eclairs, plus the pair of tough boys, also somewhat scattered about. It was a victory for the righteous, but at the moment, anyone could have had my share of it, knowing as I did that Tom Crowell was dead.
So the wandering boy returns, huh?
Hello, Mark.
And what goes with the package?
Trouble, Mark. All the way.
Huh?
I met an old friend this afternoon, Tom Crowell. Worked with us on the Lambert case.
Crowell? Yeah, I remember him. Planted a couple of slugs in Pinky Wallace just about the time Pinky was lining up to do likewise to you. Carl was all right.
He isn't all right any longer. He was killed this afternoon, just because he happened to be carrying that package.
Are you kidding?
I wish I were.
What's in the package?
Haven't the slightest idea.
Look. It's got a name on it. Victoria Maynard. 127 Windermere Lane. And it sounds like a fancy neighborhood. How'd you get hold of this?
I was with Carl when he died. He was shot by 4 thugs. The only thing I was able to do for him was to keep him from falling too heavily.
What about cops? How'd you get away with the package?
I decided I wanted the privilege of delivering Carl's package for him, so I didn't wait around.
Yeah, so what are you doing with the .38?
It's the pistol Carl carried. Rather good weapon. But I thought I'd pick up this Luger of mine. The way this business shapes up, I may need it. Windermere Lane, a short thoroughfare wearing a set of iron gates like a lorgnette's. Number 127 looked perfectly at home in such a setting. A thick-set mansion with awesome lawns. To the butler who answered my push at the bell, I mentioned the name Victoria Maynard, and I said I had a package. I was asked to wait in a small oak-paneled study.
Gosh, I'm glad you got here. I was... Wait a minute. You're not...
No. My name is Race.
You asked for Victoria Maynard. You said you had a package.
I do have a package. I brought it here because Carl couldn't. He was shot and killed this afternoon.
You don't mean that. Who killed him?
Gunman.
You're a friend of his. You were with him when he died?
Yes to both questions. And now you might tell me something. What's in this package?
Would you wait here a few minutes, just long enough for me to change? I'd like you to take me out somewhere so we can talk.
I said yes, I'd wait, and she left the room. I spent the time looking at some choice first editions. Once the door was opened, and an old woman looked in at me, a very old woman with a fragile figure and the glare of a drill sergeant. She gave a little snort and went away. Then, in another 20 minutes, the girl came back.
Have you had lunch?
As a matter of fact, no.
I haven't either. There's a place not far from here. We'll take my car. I thought we'd better come here because, well, they might be at the house.
Hold it a second, will you, baby? I haven't the slightest idea what you're talking about, and before you try to explain it, are you Victoria Maynard?
Yes. My friends call me Vicky.
And who might be at the house? If it's that little old lady, I can understand your trepidation. She looked at me as though I'd been caught with the family plate.
That's my great Aunt Helen. She wouldn't hurt anyone. Ray, you were Crowell's friend. Does that mean you're also a private detective?
I'm an investigator, but I usually work for insurance companies.
Would you work for me? I need someone badly. I'm being blackmailed.
What does Crowell have to do with it?
That package you brought to me, it contains negotiable securities. Crowell was acting as my go-between.
Paying off on blackmail is a fool's game.
I can't help this race. It's something beyond my control.
If I'm going to represent you, I'll have to know the story. And all of it.
All right. I suppose that's sensible. As you might have surmised, I'm very wealthy. I've had everything, including Wellesley and a tremendous coming-out party. But I'm an adopted child.
Nothing wrong with that.
There is in my case. There's a lot wrong with it. I just learned that my real father was an ex-convict.
I suppose you learned it the hard way from blackmailers.
That's right. And they have all the facts. Believe me, they have all the facts.
Anything you pay such people is a complete waste of money.
Just the same, they're going to be paid. I don't care what it costs.
You're making a rash statement. It could cost you everything you have.
Even that. If they were to spread that information about me, I just couldn't take it, that's all. The people I know, the family, It even happens that I'm engaged, Grace, to my uncle's son, my foster cousin. Can you imagine what this would mean to him?
It wouldn't have to mean anything if he were
I know. If he were the right kind of guy. Well, it happens that he is the right kind of guy, but I still don't want him to know. And if you can't understand that...
I can understand it. I'm sorry. Oh, what about your father, your foster father?
He's dead. Now I've given you the details, and I'd like you to contact a man called Faye. Jet Faye.
The payoff boy?
Yes.
I still want to know, why was Crowell killed?
I don't know.
Where do I find this Seeley?
I have his phone number at the house. I'll give it to you when we get back. Seeley may call here before you contact him. What shall I say?
Tell him to call me. I'm at the St. Francis.
Come on in. I'll give you that number.
I still think you're foolish to let go of any money because of this affair.
I've already made one payment, Race. I can't stop now. Here, we'll take this side door.
She led me to the oak-paneled den. Here, in front of the fireplace, erect in a leather chair, sat the little old lady who had looked in on me before. The sight of her seemed to startle Vicky Maynard.
Aunt Ellen, were you waiting for someone? Aunt Ellen, aren't you well? Grace, she seems... Look.
The girl was staring in horror. Her gaze held by a dark stain on the flagstone hearth, a fluid, satiny stain the size of a steak plate. And then, even as we watched, the old lady's body shifted in the chair, swayed sideways, and...
Grace! Grace is dead!
We'll return to the adventures of Frank Race in just about 1 minute. And now, back to the adventures of Frank Race.
The old lady had been stabbed in the back. And in my book, it would have to go down as murder. Vicky Maynard's face, already drained of color, stiffened into stark lines as I mentioned this.
What shall I do?
Call the police.
There's no use calling.
Doctor? No use at all. And when the police get here, I wouldn't try to hold out on them.
Hold on.
If I were you, I'd tell them about this blackmail setup.
No.
This is murder, baby. You don't fool with it, not if you're smart. And holding out on the police is never smart.
I didn't kill Aunt Ellen, Race. You know that. You and I left this room together.
That's right. So when I tell this to the police, they're going to want to know who I am and why I'm here.
Tell them the truth. You're an investigator working for me. Investigating a lost insurance policy left by my father. That's the truth, Grace, about the insurance policy. My family knows about it.
I'll do my best for you, baby. But I can't tell direct lies. Wouldn't be healthy for either of us.
All right, Grace. I know you'll do your best.
She left me and went to a phone. I had to look around. But whatever the weapon had been, it didn't seem to be in the room. Presently, the police arrived, headed by a Lieutenant Grimsby, accompanied by several reporters wearing the expressions of beagles on a scent. In the midst of the confusion, there appeared a man who'd have made the perfect model for your average all-American football player. When he took Vicky in his arms, I pegged him for Larry Maynard, her foster cousin and fiancé. Where do you stand on this, chicken?
I don't know, Larry. I can't even think.
You didn't see it happen?
I was out. And that seems to be the only thing in my favor. And if it weren't for Race, I don't know what I would have done.
Who's been in the house today?
No one else but Mason. With his deafness, he just told the police he didn't see or hear a thing.
Has Dad been here yet?
Not yet.
I drew away from them and went to the door. But before I could leave, Vicky ran up to me.
Race, you were wonderful with the police. You gave me every break in the world. But I'm scared. There's something about this that...
There always is about murder, baby. Just hang on. We'll see what turns up.
If Seeley calls, I'll tell him to contact you. Is that all right?
It's all right on one condition.
What?
I'll go back to the hotel and wait for Seeley's call. You let me handle him my way.
All right, Ray. You do it your way.
Oh, brother. When you get lost, you get lost. I was figuring we might get the train out of here today.
Sorry, Marcus, but we're stuck. Maybe for several days.
Oh. Hello.
Frank Race there?
Yeah, he's here. Hang on. For you. This guy don't sound like no pacifist.
Hello?
Race?
That's right.
I'm Seeley. I hear you want to talk to me.
I do. Would you care to come up here?
Are you kidding? If I do any talking, I'll pick the spot and the time.
Whatever you say.
You got a car?
I'm a stranger in town. How about a cab?
No cab. Rent a car. Charge it to the van.
All right. So I rent a car.
I get a coupe. You know where Gulf Street is?
I'll find it.
I'll park on Gulf between Francisco and Bay. Be there 12:30 tonight. Lift up the lid of your trunk so I'll know you.
You know something, chum? That guy didn't sound like no law-abiding citizen.
Blackmailer.
And I suppose you're going to sashay out to that meeting all by yourself. Huh?
Not this one, Marcus. I'm taking you along if I have to stuff you in that trunk. Gulf Street, between Francisco and Bay. A short block of apartment houses. We parked the rented coupe, and I got out to raise the trunk lid.
Any sign of them guys yet?
There's a car coming up now. Keep out of sight.
Right. Race.
I'm Race.
Come here.
There were two of them in a Buick convertible, each with a face that matched the shadows around him. I moved over to the car.
Get in.
I'd rather do my talking right here.
What do you want, a written invitation? Get in.
Mark, explain the facts of life to these gentlemen.
I'm over here, boys, on the driver's side. I walked around while you was both looking at Ray. Both of us came around, me and his 38.
Maybe you recognize that 38, Seeley. It belonged to Tom Crowell.
I don't get this. What's it all about?
Keep your hands quiet and get out. On my side, both of you. I'll open the door.
Sure. You'll get out.
This punch sent me to the curb, but I had my feet ready as he leaped, and he went back against the car. I was up as he came in again, and a left hook was a looping right over the asphalt.
Nice work if you can get it. But he ain't all the way unconscious, Race.
I don't want him unconscious. How about your man?
You kidding? Hey, can you imagine he tried choking me?
No.
There is a boy what's going to need some body and fender work.
Help me get this one on his feet.
I'll get on my own.
Seeley, it's pretty late, and there isn't a person in sight. Which means there's no one to stop me from lacquering you to a frazzle if you don't talk.
Start lacquering. I ain't saying a word. Oh, let me start on him.
No. I guess I just can't work that way. Beat it, Seeley. Come on, Mark. Let's get out of here.
I still think we should have waxed that crumb. I didn't like the look he gave us when we pulled out.
Hold it, Mark. This looks like a dead end.
Well, it is, unless we want to end up in a drink. I'll turn around. Hey, that rig up ahead, he's swinging around a block.
It's the Buick. Must be Seeley.
Got a Tommy gun race. I'll try jumping the sidewalk. Squeeze fast. Oh, maybe. Boy, that was close. It meant I didn't think we'd make it. I think we shook him.
Good.
Let's take a lesson from this little escapade, huh? Don't never go easy on guys like this, Seeley. Where to now?
Back to the hotel, I guess. As we entered the lobby of the St. Francis, I found myself being paged. I followed the bellhop to the bar to where a well-dressed man of about 55 sipped an old-fashioned.
Yeah, sit down, Race. I'm Sanderson Maynard, Vicky's uncle. And bartender, drink for this gentleman. What'll it be, Race?
I'll follow your example. And I may say that this is somewhat of a surprise.
It shouldn't be. Maynard clan seems to be in somewhat of a situation. And from what I hear, you're a good person to turn to under such circumstances.
Mind telling me where you heard that?
I get around. I'd like you to work for me on this affair, Race.
I'm already working for your niece.
It's all in the family.
I'm afraid these things don't always work out that way.
I'm very fond of Vicky, Race. Foster father and I were very close. We were brothers. Had a lot in common. Even had duplicate apartments when we were youngsters. I'd like to take over now for Vicky. I want to help her all I can.
What makes you think she needs help?
Oh, Vicky likes to have a good time. And she's been short of ready cash lately. I've had the feeling she might have run into some sort of trouble. Why'd she hire you?
I'm sorry, but I can't tell you that.
It would be sensible to tell me, just for Vicky's sake. See, I'm not worried so much about the murder. The police now have reason to believe it was done by a housebreaker.
They didn't believe that while I was there.
They are flexible people, Ace. They know when to change their minds. Now, getting back to Vicky.
Sorry, Mr. Manor, you're pushing an unsuccessful sale. I never work for two principals at the same time.
Looks like we ain't going to get much sleep tonight. Must be after 2 o'clock.
It's the next driveway. Stop the car.
Yeah. What do you know? So this is 127 Windermere Lane. They got enough ground for a 9-hole golf course. That driveway must be a mile long. All right, what do we do now?
We walk that mile of driveway down to the house.
You know, chum, this is quite a grade. I thought we dropped 20 feet since we left the street.
Here, it's this door.
This door is locked. What do we do now?
We get in somehow with as little fuss as possible.
Well, we will just try this window. See what I mean? Don't seem like anybody heard us.
No, doesn't seem to be any reaction.
Look, is this the room where the old lady was knocked off?
This is it. Throw your flash on that fireplace hearth.
Right. What am I looking for? Oh, I get it. The stain, huh? Hey. Oh, that is a stain. They must have eaten.
What's the matter?
Thought I heard something.
Still hear it?
No. I guess I'm dreaming things.
Come on, we're going upstairs.
Hey, you know, this room's kind of like the one we just left. Except that it's empty.
An exact duplicate. Which proves something I've been suspecting for the last hour or so. That I've been played for a patsy.
I don't get it.
This room wasn't empty when I saw it last. And the furniture in it was exactly like that in the room below.
Oh, that's fine. So, what goes?
So I operated under an illusion of having been in only one room, while actually I'd been in two. When I first came into this house, I came through the front door from the street level. And I was led into this room. I left it with Vicky Maynard. We stayed away about an hour. When we came back, we found the old lady dead, apparently murdered in the same room we'd left.
Oh.
And that's what I told the police, giving Vicky Maynard an excellent alibi. What I'd overlooked was the fact that we'd come back into the house from the lower level. And the surroundings looked the same, but actually belonged to a different room. That's why this room is empty. She's been trying to... Did you say something, Mark? What happened to the light?
You'll have to depend on the moonlight, Ray. Your friend is on the floor, unconscious.
Vicky, what have you done to him?
Why did you have to come here, Ray? Why couldn't you just let things go as they were?
I guess I'm the curious type. What's that you have in your hand, a pistol?
I thought you were working for me, Ray.
I've been working for Tom Crowell all the way. He left a wife and a teenage kid. Since you caused his death, it's my belief that they should collect damages from you or from your estate. Because you may not be around very long, baby.
You said yourself that Crowell was killed by gunmen.
Gunmen who were working for you. You were hijacking those securities because you needed money. They really belong to your great aunt, Victoria E. Maynard, with the E standing for Ellen. I caught that phase of it in the papers tonight, baby, and you had a feeling that I might do just that. Which was why you had Seeley try to eliminate me. You're quite an actress, Vicky. That blackmail story was a peach.
No use, Fred. You've got to die. And I might as well...
Let go. Let me go.
Drop that gun.
I will not.
Sorry, baby.
You're holding me. Hold me tight.
You know, that wouldn't be hard to take. That's the trouble with this whole case.
Kiss me, Fred. Thank you for working for me.
It'd be a lot simpler if I could just forget Tom Crowell. But you see, baby, I never worked for two principals at the same time.
Adventures of Frank Race, starring Paul Dubove with Tony Barrett as Mark Donovan, comes to you from Hollywood. Others heard in tonight's cast were Michael Ann Barrett, Chris Kraft, Tom Holland, William John Stone, and Gunnar Peterson. This series is written and directed by Joel Murcott and Buckley Angel. The music is composed and played by Ivan Ditmar. Be sure to be with us again this time next week for another dramatic chapter in the adventures of Frank Race. Mark Gilmore speaking. This is a Bruce Ells production.
It's Hopalong Cassidy. With action and suspense out of the Old West comes the most famous hero of them all, Hopalong Cassidy, starring William Boyd. The jingle of the silver spurs heralds that fabulous figure of the early West, Hopalong Cassidy. The same hoppy you cheer in motion pictures, with the same California you've laughed at 100 times in your local theater. These famous partners come riding into radio just as you've asked for them. William Boyd as Hopalong Cassidy and Andy Clyde as California. Our story tonight, Dead Man's Hand. With winter coming on and the snow beginning to crawl down the distant mountains, there are 100 things to be done around the Bar 20 ranch. But Hopalong Cassidy knows that some of those things will have to wait, for he and California are going to have another job to do. Oh, it might be an easy job, like just giving a friend a helping hand. Then again, it might mean tangling with a treacherous gang who put gold nuggets about human life.
Harvey, how in carnation am I going to get my work done with you snaking me in off on the range like a lamed-up dog?
No, I wouldn't have sent that rider out after you without a pretty good reason, California.
Well, my ears are up. Let's have her.
You remember Kit Kirby?
Well, remember Kit. Why, he was one of the best hands we ever had.
He's in trouble. Listen to this letter I got this morning. Dear Hoppy, I'm writing you because I think you're the only friend I got left. Gold is where you find it, they say, and my partner Joe and I found it after 3 years in these godforsaken mountains. Our first samples assayed $500 to the ton.
Gee, Willikins, that's a rich strike.
Sure is. We thought we were lucky until the day Joe left with the second batch of samples, and I found him 10 hours later in Whitewater Pass with a bullet in his back. So I'm alone now. But that's not why I'm writing you. My wife Sally is alone, too, in Indian Spring. And she needs help, Hoppy. Your kind of help. That's all I can say now. Wish me luck, pal. Kit Kirby.
Sounds like the boy has got himself in trouble.
Yeah, I believe Kit's in real trouble. More than this letter tells. Because, you see, I know Kit's handwriting. And this letter is a bad imitation.
You mean it ain't?
Someone wants us to come to Indian Spring, California. And they want it badly enough to forge this letter.
Now a word from your announcer. Now back to Hopalong Cassidy. There was a 4-day ride behind them when Hoppy and California pulled into the rough, dirty little town of Indian Spring. And as they walked into the town's rickety hotel, past a poker game to the bar, Hoppy knew that only gold would bring Kit Kirby to a place like this.
Jack the better to open. Where's you, Ed? I'm good for the limit.
How many?
How many what?
Well, all we got's whiskey, so I don't ask what do you want. I ask how many.
And suppose a fellow wants a room for the night.
How long are you staying?
Does that make any difference?
Well, not to me, but it might to you. If I was you, I'd ride on to Sahara in the morning.
You know, mister, offhand, I'd say you were scared of something.
Well, it ain't only me. It's everybody around here. Look, if you're smart, you'll get right back on that horse of yours.
Jerry!
Yeah, Luke?
You're around here to tend bar, ain't you, Jerry?
Sure,
Well,
Luke.
quit your shooting off your mouth and set up them that drink.
Yeah.
You hear?
Right away, Luke.
Jerry the jackrabbit. Look at him jump. Talking. All the time talking.
Any objections?
Yeah. Talking can get a man into a heap of trouble, pal. Remember that on your way out of town tomorrow. Okay, boys, this is the money hand. I want to be in at the start. Give me 5 big ones, Ed. Gosh, Hoppy, I wouldn't turn my back on hitching post in this town.
Look at that poker game. $20 limit.
I'd feel plumb naked here without a 6-gun in his hip.
Here comes Jerry.
Look, mister, this town's no place for a cowpoke on the loose. Now, take my advice. Ride on to Saguaro. Trail's plain and you'll have a moon.
Why Saguaro?
They've got the law in Saguaro. Government marshal.
You mean there's no law around here?
Well, I don't know. Nobody's seen the sheriff since the day before yesterday. Now, that Luke Berry over there, he's a killer. Got the whole town buffaloed. Oh, there's gonna be trouble. I can smell it.
Maybe I don't smell as sharp as you, Jerry.
You dirty skunk, double-deck me, will you? I'll show you.
Get down!
I got it, son. Take it easy. You sure got Luke. That was fast going, Doc.
I saw him pull a gun on me. It was self-defense. I had to shoot.
Well, sure, Doc.
Well, I'm still a doctor, and it's my duty to see what I can do for him. Help me get him over to my office.
You can come up from behind the bar now, Jerry.
Luke? Was it Luke? Why, nobody ever pulled a gun on Luke before.
Well, I better get him over to my office fast. I'm afraid it's too late, but I'll do what I can.
Well, if you're awful concerned about a fella he just shot.
Who is that, Jerry?
Oh, it's Doc Sheldon. He's got a shingle hanging out right across the street.
Come on, California. Let's take a look.
Look for what, Hoppy? Ain't we already seen enough?
This is a funny one.
Why are you looking at them cards?
Well, this is the dead man's hand, California, and I find it very interesting. This Luke fella, sitting here, wasn't he?
That's right.
And the fellow who shot him was here?
What do you say we just forget the cards?
Wait a minute, California. Luke said something about the other fellow double-decking him. Pulled his gun first, that right?
Well, sounded like that. It was under a table by that time.
Take a look at the cards. Luke's got a full house here. The other man held a pair of 10s. Now, why should the guy with the winning hand pull a gun first?
Well, maybe he was drunk.
Oh, not that drunk.
What's on your mind?
Oh, just something to think about, that's all. Fix us up at the room, will you? My name's, McKinney. This is California Jones. Looks like we'll be here in Indian Springs for quite a while.
Well, it's your funeral.
Maybe.
Don't you think...
And, Jerry, could you tell us where Kit Kirby's wife lives? I'd kind of like to ride out and see her tonight.
I'm so glad to see you, Mr. Cassidy.
Kit is very close to me, Mrs. Kirby.
Oh, we do need help. We're afraid. The whole town's afraid. I've wished 1,000 times Kit hadn't found that gold.
You think that has something to do with it?
It has everything to do with it. The night Joe brought in the first sample, someone broke into the assay office and stole the reports. That's how news of the strike got out. Joe went to Sheriff Underwood, but I guess someone else got there first.
How's that?
Well, the sheriff seemed afraid to do anything. Then Mr. Sykes at Wells Fargo called a protest meeting. He was attacked on the street the next night. He left town after he got a note threatening his family.
Well, didn't anyone do anything about it?
The editor of the weekly paper tried to. He wrote up the story together with what he knew about the gold price, but the paper never came out.
Well, why not?
His office burned to the ground last week, presses and all.
That bartender fellow knew what he was talking about.
When was Kit's partner shot on the trail?
Just before the fire. That's when I knew it was more than I could handle, Mr. Cassidy. Sheriff Underwood promised me he'd do something, but...
Yeah, but he left town in a hurry, too. You got any idea who's behind this, Mrs. Kirby?
Oh, I thought it was Luke Barry until this afternoon.
You heard about the shooting?
Yes. I want to give you something, Mr. Cassidy. It's a map that'll tell you how to get to the mine after the trail leaves Whitewater Pass. I just drew it from memory. No one knows how to get there, you see. There's a maze of mountains and canyons beyond the pass.
Kit's up there now, huh?
He hasn't come out for a month. I haven't even seen him in that long.
Well, now, isn't it surprising that I got a letter from him dated less than 3 weeks ago?
I guess
I thought maybe he'd sent it out by you. But you say you hadn't seen him. You know, Mrs. Kirby, it's awfully hard to help when you just know half the story.
All right. I'll tell you. I did write that letter. But it was only because Kit needs help so desperately. And even if he could get a letter to you, you know how proud he is. He'd never ask anyone for help.
I know. He's got more spirit than Topper.
That's saying a lot, because Topper's a mighty fine bit of horseflesh.
It was wrong of me to sign Kit's name to that letter, I know. But you do understand why I did it.
Yes, I do, Mrs. Kirby, but just don't make a practice of it, or somebody else might not understand. Now about Kit. He's afraid he might get the same reception as his partner if he starts down the trail. So he's just sitting tight, huh?
Yes, but he has to come out, Mr. Cassidy. It's snowing up there already, and he's almost out of supplies.
What about the gold?
Well, that's up there, too. Over $40,000 worth of it. And it's got to come out sometime through Indian Spring, Wells Fargo.
Tell me, is there anyone in town you know you can trust?
Just Doc Sheldon. He's one of Kit's best friends. Oh, I see him coming up the walk now.
Mrs. Kirby, we'll be in the next room. Don't tell him we're here.
But he's...
Please.
Oh, all right.
Come on, California.
Right behind you.
Hello, Doc.
Sally. You, heard about Luke Barry?
I heard he was shot. Is he...
Died in my office an hour ago. He drew a gun on me first. Clear-cut case of self-defense. Half a dozen witnesses. I, thought you'd want to know, Sally. Luke told me everything.
Why, what do you mean, Doc?
He was back of the whole thing. That business at the assay office. The fire, all of it. Sally, honey, I think we're out of the woods now. The reign of terror is over.
I'm not so sure.
You still think Luke was working for someone else?
Oh, I don't know, Doc. It's been such a nightmare I can't think anymore.
You've got to think, Sally. About Kit. He's got to get out of the mountains before the snow bottles him up.
Any news on the sheriff?
Haven't heard. I think he's gone to Saguaro for the marshal. Take a look out the window there.
What?
That sky. snow could hit those mountains again tonight. It doesn't make sense, Sally. We've got to go up there and get Kit out.
I told you I arranged with the sheriff, Doc.
I tell you, this secrecy business is only hurting Kit. Winter doesn't wait for anyone.
All right, Doc. If the sheriff isn't back by tomorrow morning, I'll take you up.
That's better, Sally. Now you're being sensible. I'll be here tomorrow morning at sunup.
Yes, Doc, I'll be ready.
Good night, Sally.
Good night.
You say you can trust him?
Oh, I think so.
I hope so.
You mean I shouldn't have promised to guide him up there?
No, that part's all right. But stall him as long as you can tomorrow morning. Come on, California.
Where are we going, Hoppy?
Best place I know at the moment is to bed. California. California, wake up.
No.
California.
No, thank you, ma'am. No more meatballs. I get all the roast turkey I can eat.
Always thinking of food. California.
Hoppy, Hoppy, what time is it? Why,
Get your britches on.
It's dark. What, why...
Get your britches on. I got an idea.
Great time to get ideas, Hoppy. Run me ragged all day, ducking lead in the barroom. Then ain't got the decency...
Hurry up.
Can't find my boots. Maybe my eyes are still closed.
Never mind the boots, just the britches. You ready?
Yeah, but,
Come on.
What's got into you, Hoppy? What time in the morning is it anyway?
It's 4 o'clock. Now be very quiet and follow me. Right down the stairway into the barroom.
What is this?
I want to try a little experiment.
I give up. I'm going to get me a nice, quiet job in a chuck wagon somewhere. Getting up at 4 in the morning to do experiments. When a man works as hard as I do, Hoppy, he needs his 40 winch.
Here we are. This is the table.
What table?
Well, the boys were playing poker this afternoon. Now, you sit there. That's it. And I'll sit here facing you with the bar at my back. Now, you're Luke Barry, and you're holding the high hand. But for some reason or other, you tell me I'm double-decking and drawing me.
What kind
Wait a minute.
Oh, I'm a long-suffering critter. Why, Go ahead. Go on, Hoppy. I'm Luke Barry.
You shoot once and miss. Then we trade shots. You miss again. I don't. Then I fire 2 more, and it's over.
Now we can go back to bed?
I don't get it, California. You missed me twice. What happened to your bullets? Look, not a mark on the bar. If you shot high, you'd have busted that mirror behind it into a million pieces.
Wait a minute, Hoppy. You mean them shots were, Hoppy, where'd you launch it?
Under the table. Come on down and help me look.
What you looking for?
Now, let's see now.
If it weren't so mighty dark, I'd help you find it. But, that is, if I knew what it was, of course.
Ah, here we are. I thought Doc Sheldon was pretty hasty packing Luke Barry off to his office.
What you got?
There was no killing here this afternoon. That was a put-up jump to make Sally Cassidy think Luke is dead.
Before we continue with the exciting story, Dead Man's Hand, here is a word from your announcer. Hopalong Cassidy. Hoppy and California have been in a lot of strange places at some very odd hours. At the moment, they are under a poker table in the Indian Spring Bar Room. It's 4 o'clock in the morning, and they are just sitting and thinking, trying to make sense out of the discovery that the shooting of Luke Berry was staged, and undoubtedly for Sally Kirby's benefit.
This piece of wadding is what I found under the table, California. A piece of wadding from a blank cartridge.
Blank cartridges? What do you know about that, Hoppy? Doc Sheldon knew Mrs. Kirby'd take him up to the mine if she thought Luke was out of the way. Shh, quiet. It's the dead man on Doc.
Yeah, Luke Berry is just about as dead as I thought.
Just like a charm. You better saddle up now. Right over that bluff over Whitewater Pass.
Be a long way.
We can't afford to be spotted. What we plan, still murder, you know. Best protection you got is staying dead.
Gonna hate to miss my funeral in the morning. Now, what are the plans? What about Kirby?
We ought to hit the pass on the way down about 3 in the afternoon. Mrs. Kirby will be first. Then Kirby. Remember that. Number 2 is Kirby. I'll bring up the rear after the pack mule. You won't be able to tell who's who at that distance. So draw your bead on number 2. And don't miss.
I didn't miss before, did I?
He talked after you left him. I didn't like that.
Yeah, don't worry. Kirby won't talk.
And remember, I got to get out of this clean. Everything depends on that when the boss files for Kirby's claim.
I'll see you in 6 weeks in Santa Fe.
All right. And remember, I want you on your way to Whitewater Pass before sunup. Understand?
Suppose you leave that to me. Why, them dirty double-crossing skunks. Let's go after him, Hoppy.
Not so fast, California.
Hoppy, they'll get Kirby as he comes down that trail.
Well, if we grab these two right now, the boss they mentioned in Santa Fe will send somebody else after Kit. The only way to settle this right is to find out who's behind it all. So we'll just have to play along.
Well, it's again my instincts, but doggone, Hoppy, you always seem to know best. It gets downright monotonous.
You trying to flatter me? Come on. It's almost daybreak, and we got to hurry up and spruce up a bit.
Huh?
Well, don't folks always dress up to go to a funeral?
Funeral? Hoppy, you mean...
Yes, sir. Luke Berry's last rites. And I have a hunch we're going to find it mighty interesting.
Being there's no preacher in Indian Spring, I just thought that I'd get up and take charge here. Now, as you know, we're sending Luke Berry to his reward. And at a time like this, we're supposed to say something nice about the deceased. Now, being the deceased is Luke Berry, that regulation puts me at a whopping handicap.
Hoppy,
Nation.
take it easy. I'll tell you when.
Anyone present got anything nice to say about Luke? Well, that being the case, sermon's over. Let him down easy, boys.
Just a minute.
What's the matter, mister?
Let's not be too hasty putting old Luke away. I'm one of his best friends, and I'd like to see the body.
No. I'm sorry, mister. She's nailed down to stay.
Rip her up. I want to see him.
You get back down.
You heard what I said. Take the lid off of that coffin.
Well, you'll get tough with me, will you?
And it isn't customary for the parson to pull a gun on the chief mourner. California.
Yeah?
Take the lid off.
Right, Hoppy. Put it awful easy. One of the boards is cracked. Hey, listen, stop him, will you?
I'd shut up if I were you.
Here she comes. There.
Who's in it?
I don't know. Never seen him. Good Lord. Why, it's Sheriff Underwood.
Oh, my goodness.
Just a minute, folks. Just a minute. I know I'm a stranger to all of you, but I'd like to say something.
Well, speak up, mister. Yeah, what do you got to offer there?
Since I rode into this town yesterday, I've seen nothing but fear. All of you are shaking in your boots. Now, you're only as strong as you want to be. If you want to lie down and keep taking it, there's plenty of rats who'll keep walking on you. It's up to you. How much longer are you going to take it?
Well, what have you got to offer? Okay, Mr. We're listening.
All right, you got a jail in town. I saw it. Put the parson here inside it, and I'll have another one for you by nightfall. Come on, California. We got a job to do and do fast.
It's all right. Hoppy, if we don't get ourselves in the darndest places. Here we are, making our own trail up the mountainside with a wind whistling through our whiskers.
God, isn't that
Not
bad?
even enough food to keep my ribs warm.
I'll buy you a nice big steak just as soon as we get back to Indian Springs.
No, and look, Barry's up in them peaks above us. I ain't too certain of ever getting back.
You aren't concerned?
No, just scared.
I think we'd better split up here. You know what you're to do, don't you? I got to do some mighty hard riding to reach the party before they get to Whitewater Pass.
We were so afraid that you might get snowed in, Kit.
It's been a long ways up there, Sally. Seems good to be headed down this trail.
There's nothing to be afraid of now, Kit. Luke Barry is dead.
Oh, is that someone coming up? Why, it's Mr. Cassidy.
Hello there.
Hop along! Say, what are you doing here?
Topper needed a little exercise. How are you, kid?
Oh, golly, it's good to see you, Hoppy. Hey, wait till you hear about my gold strike.
We've had a fine trip, Mr. Cassidy. Doc Sheldon's been keeping a sharp lookout. Oh, have you two met? Mr. Cassidy's an old friend of Kit's, Doc.
No, we haven't met.
Howdy, Doc. Guess maybe I'll ride back to the end of the line and join you, if you don't mind. Maybe I can help you watch for any danger.
No, I don't know what...
Mrs. Kirby, when we round this next bend, we'll be in Whitewater Pass. Can you make your horse stumble and not hurt yourself?
I don't understand.
Please don't ask questions. Just do as I say.
All right.
Now I'll go back there behind the dock, and we'll be on our way.
All right, get on!
Well, I don't know what your idea is in coming up to meet us, Cassidy. I can tell you that I'm here to protect Kit.
Then we have a lot in common, Doc.
Well, just don't try.
Oh, Sally! Sally, are you all right?
Oh, yes, Kit, my horse just stumbled.
What's the matter up there?
Sally, if your horse is tired, why don't you come back here with me and let Kit lead the way?
All right, Mr. Cassidy.
Why, what's the
That's
matter?
a good idea.
There. Now we'll ride through Whitewater Pass this way. Kit first, Doc second.
No, wait.
Sally third, and I'll bring up the rear. All right, let's get going.
But Cassidy, I don't think we should ride this way. Kit's out front. He's exposed to everything. I'll change places with him.
I wouldn't if I were you, Doc. I have my gun handy in case of any emergency.
Cassidy, I can't ride here. I'm sick, I tell you.
Mountain sickness. And there's nothing like a good ride to cure mountain sickness, Doc. Especially in number 2 spot. Wouldn't be surprised if you never got sick again. After today.
Hoppy, that was a shot.
What do you know? Someone's out shooting coyotes.
Oh, what can we do?
Leave this to me, Sally. Keep your places in line.
Cassidy,
Who's your boss in Santa Fe, Doc?
There's no one.
He's running the whole play up here, isn't he? After Kit's mine. Bound to get it no matter who he has to kill first.
I tell you, I don't know, Cassidy. Listen, Luke Barry's up there. He's shooting at me because I'm riding second.
Sure, you put him there, and he's going to keep shooting till you talk.
Luke Barry, but I thought he was dead.
Too bad, Doc. That was a good hat. Look at her float down the gorge.
Stop him. I'll talk, Cassidy. I'll talk. Luke, stop. Stop shooting at me.
Now a word from your announcer. Back to Hopalong Cassidy.
I'll take charge of the prisoners for a while, Hoppy.
You won't have any trouble with the doc.
Yeah. And it's surprising how a tap in the head will tame a fellow like Luke Barry.
So you were in on this too, California.
It all came so suddenly, I don't even know what happened.
Well, you see, kids, California and I knew that Luke would be up on that peak above Whitewater Pass. So when I rode up the trail to meet you, California kind of sneaked up on Luke and took over the job.
Like taking candy from a baby.
Then it wasn't Luke shooting at us at all. It was...
That's right, it was California. But the doc thought it was Luke. And he has instructed Luke to kill whoever was in number 2 position.
Why, that's where I had been riding.
Oh, Kit.
And with a bullet whizzing past him, the doc just sang like a bird. And now we know about the whole crooked mining outfit in Palisade.
Good old Doc. He just needed a little persuasion.
That's right. Hey, by the way, there's something I forgot to compliment you on, California.
Yeah? I'm blushing already. What is it?
That shooting in Whitewater Pass. Brother, when you shoot to miss, you sure don't leave much room to spare.
Miss? Did you tell me to miss him? Lordy, Hoppy, I was trying all the time to hit him.
Goodbye from Hopalong Cassidy and California. Another job is done and they're heading back to the Bar 20. But they'd be mighty pleased if you join them again next week for another story of action and excitement. Hopalong Cassidy, starring William Boyd, is transcribed and produced in the West by Walter White, Jr. Dead Man's Hand was written by Harold Swanson. All stories are based upon the characters created by Clarence C. Mulford. This is a Commodore production.
Affiliated independent stations make free time available to present The Eternal Light, a program which comes to you under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. Today's program, the 11th in our 5th anniversary series, is Gandhi by Morton Wishengrad, adapted from the book Great Soul by Harriman Mora.
Lighted by truth, fed by it, kept alive by it, but yet ignorant of it, there came a man who sought truth, felt it, declared it. His name was Mohandas Gandhi.
Truth is of God, and it is God. It is that which all men see in part without any seeing fully, which all seek without any knowing fully why they seek it.
In a world where the strong hurt the weak, this man fought back with truth. He put himself last. Hence he found himself first. He wished to be humble, hence he became great. He had the strength of water, which, as it seeks a low place, wears away rock and soil and cannot be stopped. But they didn't know that, and so they tried to stop him.
Mohandas Gandhi, is there something you wish to say before I pronounce the sentence of this court?
What is my crime, Your Honor?
We hold you guilty of promoting disaffection.
I admit my guilt. But I hold it to be a virtue to be disaffected toward a government which in its totality has done more harm to India than any previous system.
Mohandas Gandhi, it is my duty to sentence you to 6 years' imprisonment.
They were foolish men. Can you put into darkness that which shines even where there is no light? He lay there in Yeravda prison, sick, shadowed by a wall, separated from his people, and yet all India felt his presence. And so his jailer, being unable to confine his spirit, released his frail, scrawny body. It was 20 years ago, and in India there were tens of millions of men and women who were neither of the high caste, nor the middle caste, nor even of the lower caste. These were the millions of outcasts, who were declared untouchable and doomed from the moment of birth to the moment of death by the inflexible stamp of untouchability, and no hope of release, and little hope of rebellion. Yet there was one hope. From all over India, the untouchables sought out Gandhi.
Madam, can you tell me, please, is this the road to the Mahatma?
Keep away. Keep your distance.
I keep my distance. Is this the road?
Keep your distance, untouchable one, Panchama.
I have walked across India to see him. I keep my distance. Where will I find it?
In the field there is a house of mud, equally the color of saffron. In the house you will find Mahatma Gandhi, but he will not see you. You are untouchable.
Then you do not know him. Because you call me untouchable, therefore he will see me.
Who is there? Is there someone here to see me?
Yes, Mr. Gandhi. But he will come tomorrow when you have had another day of rest.
Who is he?
My name is Rama.
Come closer.
I have come a great distance.
For what purpose?
I hardly know. I come from a city in the south, a place called Vikom. I am untouchable.
Rama, what is your occupation?
I am a cleaner of roads.
And when you have cleaned the road, are you permitted to walk upon it?
I am not permitted. I am untouchable.
Are you permitted to enter the house of worship?
It is forbidden. I am untouchable.
Rama, do you have a wife?
Yes. She is 6 months with child. Perhaps that is why I came. Better my child should be born dead than to be born untouchable, to be degraded as I am degraded. Mr. Gandhi, come with me to Vikom. We need you there.
I have just been released from prison.
In 3 months, my son will be born into his prison.
I have been ill. There is no strength left.
We need you, Mr. Gandhi.
I will come when I am well.
We need you now.
I have my own needs now. My need is 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 to rest, to find my strength.
You have turned us away.
You dare not say that. You must have been told that I am sick.
I was told something else. A man said to me, Mahatma Gandhi is not one to love 10,000 people 10,000 miles away. He loves his neighbor.
Wait here for 2 days. After 2 days, I will go with you to Vikom.
Mr. Gandhi.
Colonel, this is an unexpected pleasure. It had not occurred to me that I would be met in Vikom by one of His Majesty's officials.
Mr. Gandhi, is there some place where we could withdraw for a moment?
I am sure there must be, Colonel, but why withdraw?
I have a matter to discuss with you, a matter of some importance.
Yes?
I should prefer a more private place than a railway station.
I am very comfortable here. You have something to tell me?
Mr. Gandhi, you are not wanted in Vikom.
I am not, Colonel?
No. I regret to inform you that your presence here in Vikom is deeply resented.
By whom?
By the better classes.
The richer classes?
The same thing, Mr. Gandhi.
No, Colonel, but we shan't enter into debate. I am rather tired.
Forgive me. I should call on you another time.
Do so, Colonel.
Thank you. Or perhaps a Mr. Sadhu will call. He's a rather important figure in this community. Yes, I think you may expect a call from Mr. Sadhu.
Rama, that will be our friend, Mr. Sadhu.
Then I shall go.
On the contrary, Rama, you must stay. Kindly open the door for Mr. Sadhu.
Very well. I will not mind to go away.
But I will mind, Rama. Let Mr. Sadhu in. Will you please come in, sir? I have been expecting you.
I cannot enter this room.
Why not, sir?
That creature by your side.
You mean this man?
Is Kanchana, untouchable.
His name is Rama. You two should know one another. He cleans your finest highway.
Mr. Gandhi, if you came to my house, I would not insult you.
Mr. Sadhu, you have come to what is my house. Why do you insult my friend?
Must you be reminded that you are a Hindu? He is untouchable.
If untouchability is a necessary part of Hinduism, I am not a Hindu. What do you want with me, Mr. Sadhu?
Send that man away and I will tell you.
Rama stays with me.
Very well, Mr. Gandhi. You are a visitor here. I must remember to be hospitable. I come to you with a gift of hospitality from the better castes of Vikom.
What kind of a gift, Mr. Sadhu?
A gift of rubies and pearls.
See, Rama? A worry about you. They worry enough to wish to bribe me.
My dear Gandhi, this is insupportable.
Is it, Mr. Sadhu? Then give your rubies and your pearls to my friend Rama. There are men and women in India who need bread. And you and I have no right to anything until the millions of India are clothed and fed.
I will not be harangued by a vile demagogue.
Then go away, Mr. Sadhu. I do not keep you.
I've come here to warn you.
Then warn me and go away.
Mr. Gandhi, custom is custom, and no one like you will set custom aside. Have no fear. The custom of untouchability remains.
No, Mr. Sadhu.
I say it remains.
No, Mr. Sadhu. Tomorrow, my friend Rama will walk on the public highway.
I warn him not to do so.
Thank you. Tomorrow, my friend Rama, the untouchable, will walk on a public highway of India. You may tell that to your friends, Mr. Sadhu. Put down your sticks. There will be no fighting.
Mr. Gandhi, we must fight back.
No.
I am a woman like other women. I may not dress as other women do. I may not enter the house of worship with them. I have no privilege except pain and suffering. It was so for my mother and my grandmother. Not for me. I fight.
Not with sticks, not with clubs, not with your fists.
Mahatma Gandhi, what other way is there?
No force, no violence. We shall fight evil with the power of truth. No other way.
But if we go upon the highway, Mr. Gandhi, if we even show ourselves...
Yes, Rama?
They will come with their police.
Let them come, Rama.
And not resist?
And not resist.
They will strike with their clubs.
Accept their blows.
Mr. Gandhi, we are human beings. Who receives a blow must return a blow.
We are fighting for the truth that all men are brothers. All men. Relatives and strangers. Countrymen and foreigners. White and colored. Hindus, Mussulmans. Parsis, Christians, Jews. For this truth you dare not shed blood. I propose that you disobey the regulations which degrade you and pronounce you untouchable. I ask you to violate these laws deliberately, but not with hatred in your hearts.
What shall we do, Mr. Gandhi?
Tomorrow you shall go upon the public highway. Whatever the consequence of your going, you will not raise your hand. You will not protect yourself against the club. You will resist only with the great truth that you are human and capable of love. I will go with you tomorrow.
I warn you that every agitator will be summarily dealt with. Now, the government will countenance no disorder. In the name of the government, I ask you all to return to your homes.
He is talking good sense. Go home.
I go home by means of the public highway.
For the last time, go home.
Mr. Sadhu, if you will step to one side, I wish to place my foot upon the public highway.
Mr. Gandhi, if this man...
Yes, Mr. Sadhu. Rama is a man.
If this untouchable sets foot on the highway, I shall strike him down.
He will not strike you back, Mr. Sadhu. Come, Rama. Let us both walk upon the highway.
Untouchable, where are you going?
Upon a public highway of the city of Vikom.
Go no farther. This is as far as you go.
You are a courageous man, Mr. Sadhu, to strike someone who will not strike you back. Now strike me.
Go back where you came from, Mr. Gandhi. Take your scum with you.
Rama, are you ready to walk farther?
I am, Mr. Gandhi.
Then come, we walk.
Hit me again, Mr. Sadhu, because I take another step. Again, Mr. Sadhu, I take a fourth step.
Mr. Gandhi, he uses a club. Allow us to fight back.
We are fighting back. We fight without violence. Rama, my good friend, do you still have courage to fight with truth?
Yes, Mr. Gandhi. I will...
I will...
Rama!
Mr. Sadhu, you and the club in your hand have won a great victory. Someone help me with Rama. He is bleeding.
He has lost much blood, Mr. Gandhi.
Rama, can you hear me?
Yes, and I have a question, Mr. Gandhi. What is the good of submission?
I see no other way, Rama. Until now, the world has been governed by hatred. We shall try another way.
Oh, Mr. Gandhi, they come against us with clubs and sticks.
Therefore, love them. Real beauty consists in doing good against evil. You are untouchable, so they say. Now you must show them what you truly are.
Mr. Gandhi, my head throbs. I am afraid. Mr. Gandhi, what am I to do?
The public highway, Rama. You must go again tomorrow.
I am not a hero. The thought makes... Yes, I will go again.
We will all go, Rama.
But, Rukama, you are afraid too, are you not?
I am a coward.
Then why do you volunteer?
I would be ashamed not to.
Of all the human virtues, love and mercy and justice are the greatest. But I swear to you that without courage there can be neither love nor mercy nor justice. Rukama, if they beat you, will you run away?
I shall try not to.
And you will not raise your hand against them?
I shall try not to, Mr. Gandhi.
I insist, Rukama. You are not to raise your hand.
Very well. I promise you I shall not raise my hand.
And you, Rama?
It will be hard, but I promise.
The rest of you, do you promise?
I promise, Mr. Gandhi.
Then I ask you to pray with me.
Let us all go to the temple.
No. Pray here in this room. God is not encased in a safe to be approached through a little hole bored through the heavy door. God is here and everywhere. He is open. He can be approached through millions of openings. Pray.
Lead us, Mr. Gandhi.
God of the universe, truth is in all men, making them one, not in the few of them, making them separate. To do hurt to any man is to do hurt to oneself. For to injure him is to injure truth in him, and thus to hurt the whole world. God of the universe, bless us. We are frail and lustful and steeped in sin. But tomorrow we shall try to conquer evil, not by doing violence to others, but by taking violence upon ourselves. Oh God, give us courage.
I call upon this illegal assembly to disperse and return to your homes. Mr. Gandhi, I order you to instruct this mob to refrain from any violation of the law.
What is the law, Mr. Sadhu?
You know the law. Mr. Gandhi, you may enter upon the public highway, but the untouchables with you are forbidden.
And if they choose to ignore the law because it is immoral?
They will be imprisoned.
Rama, will you answer?
Mr. Sadhu, I am ready for imprisonment.
Do not be so ready. Your wife will be imprisoned.
She is ready for imprisonment.
Your brothers, your sisters, your children.
They are ready for imprisonment.
Mr. Gandhi, you are gambling with the lives of all these people.
No, Mr. Sadhu. I am gambling that truth is active and alive in the world of men. The untouchables of the city of Vikom are gambling with truth.
Constable, are you ready?
I am, Mr. Sadhu.
Constable, I am untouchable. Look, I enter now upon the public road.
I place you under arrest. I place you under arrest. I place you on earth, and you, and you.
People, do not push. Be patient. Await your turn and step forward on the highway. There is no need to push. You will all be arrested.
Now, Gad, isn't this whole thing getting to be a little ridiculous?
In what way, Colonel?
Well, for one thing, it's ridiculous. I mean, every untouchable in Beacom can't go and get himself arrested.
Why not, Colonel?
Because there aren't enough blooming prisons in all of India, that's why not.
May I suggest a simple solution?
Yes?
Don't arrest them, Colonel.
That's out of the question. Law is law.
As you please, continue arresting them.
Now, look here, Mr. Gaddy. They'll be arrested, and they'll be flogged. Now, some of them may die. Now, what's the use of letting anything like that happen? Well, what's the use, eh?
Colonel, what is the use of imprisoning men and women who are anxious to be imprisoned? What is the use of flogging a man who is ready to be flogged? What is the use of killing a man who is ready to die?
Gandhi, I don't know whether you're a hypocrite or a saint. My wager is that you're a hypocrite.
This happened in the city of Beacom 20 years ago. The untouchables of Beacom walked upon the highway and were imprisoned. Great numbers were imprisoned until there was no space left. Whereupon new measures were taken.
Captain, you will station your police constables along the road. Barricade each entrance to the road.
And Gandhi answered in his own way.
I ask the untouchables to stand day and night in front of the police. Plead with them. Pray for them. Day and night.
Here now, how long can you beggars stay here?
For as long as you block the way to the public road.
Now, you're all reasonable people. 6 whole months are a long time to stand. 6 whole months, 180 days. Now, please, go home.
Mr. Gandhi, I would like a little talk with you.
It was the triumph of Mohandas Gandhi, the triumph of nonviolence. For more than a year, the untouchables had stood and prayed. More than a year of days and nights, of hot sun and floods, of hunger and thirst. The condemned, the degraded, the untouchable.
All right, Mr. Gandhi. We cannot stand it any longer. Tell them that the highways are open to everyone.
Into a world lighted by truth, fed by it, kept alive by it, but yet ignorant of it, there came a man who sought truth, declared it. This man whom people called Mahatma, the great soul. In a world of oppression and killings, Gandhi lived truth. In a world where the strong hurt the weak, he fought back with truth. In a world where men boasted their goodness, he hid himself in truth. In a world where men are in bondage, he found freedom in truth. He so put his touch upon the people of India and the people of Britain that India became free. In the year 1948, an assassin brought out a pistol and fired 3 bullets into the frail body of a man named Gandhi. And Gandhi's hands came together in a gesture of greeting. And as he fell, he said softly, "Oh God, oh God."
If you would like a copy of today's script, please send your name and address with 10 cents to cover the cost of postage and handling to the Eternal Light, 3080 Broadway, New York 27, New York. And now we take great pleasure in presenting Mr. Samuel S. Schneierson, President of the Child Care Association of the Federation of Jewish Philanthropies and member of the Board of Directors of the Jewish Theological Seminary. Mr. Schneierson.
Mahatma Gandhi was one of the great spiritual personalities of our age. Possessed of a passion for peace and indestructible faith in human brotherhood, he devoted his life to the cause of freedom for his people. But Gandhi refused to achieve freedom at the price of peace. He believed that violence begets violence. He believed the human spirit is more powerful than any weapon devised by man. In an age of violence, Gandhi's rigid adherence to his principles set him apart as a person of matchless courage. This frail, abstemious, simply clad man does not perhaps conform to the hero image of our Western folklore. Yet how remarkable must be the physical courage of a man who would not raise a stick, a stone, no, not even his bare hand, against those who threatened him. But Gandhi made no virtue of his physical courage. To him, true courage was spiritual, the courage to seek out the truth and to live by the truth. It is that which gained for him the respect and the love of the whole world and the unquestioning obedience of his countrymen. Gandhi was a Brahmin, a high-caste Hindu, reared in the belief that he belonged to a group superior to all others in the social scale, and that at the other end of that scale were the untouchables of India, so low as to hardly merit consideration as human beings. Gandhi rejected the security with which Hindu tradition, by virtue of his high birth, had invested him. Gandhi made the fight of the untouchables his fight, reaping the reward of all those who dare fly in the face of tradition, physical hardship, derision, ostracism. Jews and Christians who believe that man has been created in God's image can understand why Gandhi became the champion of the downtrodden of his country. In today's dramatization, we have heard Gandhi assert, "Without courage there can be neither love nor mercy nor justice." And we recognize that at every step of the way, courage implemented Gandhi's love for mankind, gave it direction and constructive power. It enabled him to accept a great challenge and to meet it nobly and effectively. All of us are today facing a challenge of equal magnitude, but unlike Gandhi, we have no choice as to whether we will meet it. The issue has already been joined. If we are to survive, we too must have the courage to choose peace, to practice brotherhood, and thus maintain true freedom.
Thank you, Mr. Schneierson. Listen next week to The Thief and the Hangman with Mel Ferrer, currently starred in the motion picture Lost Boundaries. Our Eternal Light drama today, Gandhi, was written by Morton Wishengrad and adapted from the book Great Soul by Harriman Mora. The music was composed by Morris Momorsky and conducted by Milton Cadens. Cantor Robert Siegel sang the liturgical introduction. Featured as Gandhi with Leon Janney, and Alexander Scourby was the narrator. The production was under the direction of Frank Papp. Free time to present The Eternal Light is made available by the National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations. This weekly program is presented under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
From the NBC Theater in Hollywood to all of you across America, a Happy New Year and Great Expectations by Charles Dickens, that is. In short, you are about to hear a special New Year's Day version of Dickens' Great Expectations, adapted for radio by Ernest Kenoy of NBC and played to the hilt by the British platoon of our NBC Repertory Company. On August 3rd, 1861, in London, a fever of excitement greeted the publishing of the final episode of Charles Dickens' latest serial. The public, from marchionesses to servant girls, all waited eagerly for the last chapter that would tie the complicated plot together and reveal the secrets which had intrigued the readers of the magazine all the year round since the first episode printed Christmas Day. The entire exciting book was then published as a novel, and the NBC Theater brings it to you now. Great Expectations by Charles Dickens.
My father's family name being Pirrip, and my Christian name Philip, my infant tongue could make of both names nothing longer or more explicit than Pip. So, Pip I called myself, and Pip I was called by others. Ours was the marsh country, down by the river, and within 20 miles of the sea. I remember one afternoon when I was quite small. I stood in the bleak, damp churchyard. The fog had blown in from the ocean and billowed over the scattered graves. I stood shivering and just beginning to cry, for I realized that under the black, scowling stone lay my father, Philip, and my mother, Georgiana, and that the little stone lozenges that lay beside them were sacred to the memory of 5 little brothers of mine who had given up exceedingly early in the universal struggle for life. And then, suddenly, I stopped crying.
Here, you. Keep still, you little devil, or I'll cut your throat.
Oh, no, sir. Don't cut my throat, sir.
Your name, boy. Quick.
Pip, sir.
What? Give it mouth.
Pip, sir.
Pip, eh? Show us where you live. Point out the place.
Over there, sir. About a mile. You can't see it for the fog. Oh! Put me down, sir. Put me down.
A boy thinks better upside down. Now then, where's your father?
Right there.
What? Where? Speak up.
The stone, sir. The black one. That's my father.
Oh. Who do you live with? Supposing I made up my mind to let you live. Who do you live with, eh?
My sister, sir. Mrs. Joe Gargery, the wife of the blacksmith.
Blacksmith, eh? You see this iron on me leg, boy?
Yes, sir.
Well, it's a powerful heavy weight to drag off to me. Now, you know what a file is?
Yes, sir.
And food?
Oh, yes, sir. I know. Oh, don't turn me over again, sir. Please.
Well, you get me a file and you get me food, and you bring 'em here or I'll have your heart and liver out.
If you'd please to keep me upright, sir. Perhaps I shouldn't be sick and could attend more.
All right, then. You bring me that file and that food tomorrow morning. And if you dare to say a word about it, your heart and liver shall be torn out and roasted in it.
My liver, sir?
And your heart. Now, you get home.
Yes, sir. Good night, sir.
Oh, a good night, eh? Ugh. I wish I was a frog or an eel. Well, what are you waiting for, boy? Be off!
I ran across the marshes and home without stopping. Joe Gargery, the blacksmith, my brother-in-law, was waiting for me.
Here there, Pip. Mrs. Joe's been out a dozen times looking for you. And what's worse, she's got Tickler with her. She swore she'd wear that key out on your bottom this time.
Tickler?
Ah, she made a grab for it and ran pitched out. Here, there she is. Look out, Pip.
Oh, no, you don't. I've got you.
My arm.
Where have you been, you young monkey?
Ow! I've only been to the churchyard.
If it wasn't for me, you'd been there long ago and stayed. Who brought you up by hand, eh?
Oh, you did.
And have you got anything to say, Joe Gargery?
No, I don't think so.
I should hope not. Now, get ready for tea, both of you. Or there'll be no food this night. Go on, sit down.
Pip, old chap, you all right?
Joe, I thought I heard something out of the marsh just now.
And so you did. There it goes again. There's a convict escaped last night. And now they're firing warning for another.
Where does the firing come from, Joe?
From the prison hulks, Pip, across the marsh.
Joe, who gets put in the hulks?
Well,
That's the way with this boy. Answer him one question and he'll ask you a dozen directly. People get put in the hulks because they murder and rob and do all sorts of bad. And they usually begin by asking questions. Now eat your tea and get to bed.
There you are, boy. Well, what's your package, boy?
The support pie, sir.
Hold on. You brought no one with you?
Oh, no, sir.
I believe you. You'd be a fierce young hound if you joined hand to wretched varmint as near death and dunghill as this one is.
There's another one, you know. I mean, escaped.
What?
They were firing the cannon last night.
Now, where's that file, boy?
Yes, sir. I took it from the forge.
Good. I'll get this anchor off me leg and then... All right, boy. Go on home. Go on.
Nothing you dismay. Remember Christ our Savior was born on Christmas Day. You saved us all from Satan's power when we were gone astray. Oh, tidings of power.
Pip, where the deuce have you been? Here it's Christmas Day with Uncle Pumblechook come for Christmas dinner and you wandering about the marshes. Now get inside.
I'm sorry. Merry Christmas, Uncle Pumblechook.
Boy, you have missed grace. Sit down.
Go on, Uncle Pumblechook.
And may we be truly grateful. Amen.
You hear that, Pip? Be grateful.
Especially be grateful to them what brought you up by hand, meaning Mrs. Joe.
Light or dark meat, Uncle?
Both. Why is it that the young are never truly grateful? Gravy, please. And naturally vicious. A little more stuffing, Mrs. Joe, if you please. Now take pork. Many a moral for the young might be deduced from pork.
Pip, would you like some...
Uncle Pumblechook is talking.
Swine were put before the young as an example of gluttony. What is detestable in a pig is even more so in a boy.
Oh, pudding, Uncle.
Thank you, Mrs. Joe.
Gravy, Pip, old chap.
Ah, yes. Be grateful, boy. Consider the lesson of pork. If you had been born such, you would not be enjoying yourself with your elders and betters, rolling in the lap of luxury, brought up by hand by our gracious hostess here. Mrs. Joe, it is time for the pie.
Of course, Uncle Pumblechook. Pip, run and fetch Uncle's savoury pork pie.
Pork pie?
Go on, Pip. It's in the pantry. Pip, go and fetch Uncle Pumblechook's pie.
Open in the name of the king. Opal, produce them handcuffs.
Handcuffs? Oh, don't take me, sir. I didn't mean it.
Oh, here, boy. I want the blacksmith.
I be the blacksmith.
You see, we've had an accident with these handcuffs, and the lock goes wrong.
You are pursuing escaped convicts, Sergeant?
Yes, 2. They're known to be out on the marshes. Anybody seen them?
No.
You, boy?
Me?
You seen any vicious convicts on the marsh?
Oh, no, sir. No, sir.
Well, how about it, blacksmith?
Sergeant, I was, wondering, maybe we could, Pip, old chap here and me, maybe...
Oh, want to come along to watch the daring capture of 2 vicious and desperate varmints by His Majesty's own royal foot, eh?
Well, yeah.
Come along then and welcome.
You,
sir?
You said 2 convicts?
Yes.
And desperate?
Mad dogs, both of them.
Well, I think perhaps I might stay to protect Mrs. Joe. The Home Guard, you know.
Well, you, blacksmith, get busy on them handcuffs.
Come around to the fort, Sergeant.
You, out in the yard. Stand! Easy! Now then, let's be at it.
Joe, I hope we shan't find them.
Aye, Pip, I'd give a shilling if they'd cut and run.
Here, Joe Gargery. If you bring that boy back with his head blown to bits, don't look to me to put it together again.
You all right, Pip, old chap? Keeping up?
I'm all right, Joe.
Hold. Harky.
What's that?
Listen.
Run away! Go! It's them. Hey there. Forward. Quick.
You suppose it's them, Joe?
No, ain't telling.
Guard! Run away! Grab onto them, Corporal. Pull them apart. Come on, surrender, you two. Get them apart. Get the handcuffs on them.
Mind. I took him. I'll give him up to you.
Get those irons.
He tried to murder me. Take notice, guard. He tried to murder me.
Not likely. He's a gentleman, he is. I wouldn't want the Elks to lose their gentleman. I got clear of the ship single-handed. You don't find no iron on my leg, but I come back when I heard he got off. You think I'd let him make a tool of me again? After the way it went when we was tried together?
Enough of this talking. Light those torches. We got a long, wet march back to the Oaks. Here we are. Halt! See, Blacksmith? There's the boat from the Elks.
Sergeant.
What do you want, varmint?
I want to say something about this escape. So no people will be laid under suspicion. I took some food from the village over there, from the blacksmith.
Well, no fancy, Pip.
Leftovers it was, and a pork pie. Blacksmith, I'm sorry to say, I've ate your pie.
God knows you're welcome to it. We don't know what you've done, but we wouldn't have you starved to death for it. Poor, miserable fellow creature. What is Pip?
All right, Blacksmith. You're clear. Now, get moving, you two varmints.
The wonder of the convicts and the pilfered pork pie soon died away. The days stretched into weeks, and then to months. And then one day my sister, Mrs. Joe, burst in from marketing, followed closely by Uncle Pumblechook.
Well, where is he? Where is that boy? If he isn't grateful this day, he never will be.
Which is extremely likely. Vicious, naturally vicious.
Oh, what's all this now?
Miss Avisham wants him. He's to go and play there. And he'd better play, or I'll work him.
Miss Avisham of yon big house?
Aye, the rich old lady. She wants him to play.
I wonder how she got to know Pip.
Noodle, who said she knew him?
It was I recommended him.
It'll make the boy's fortune. She's that rich.
Boy, be forever grateful to all friends, but especially unto them what raised you by hand.
He's got to go right now with Uncle Pumblechook. Go on, Pip.
Goodbye, Joe.
God bless you, Pip, old chap.
Very well. Let us be off.
Uncle Pumblechook's conversation consisted of a running sum, which I was to answer while riding along in his high cart.
7 times 9?
63.
And 4 less 3 times 2.
Then we approached
times
the great
6.
house. It was old brick and dismal. Some of the windows had been walled up, and of those that remained, all the lower ones were heavily barred. We pulled up in front of the gate.
And 14?
348. Shall I ring, Uncle?
By all means. And 27?
The bell pull is quite stiff. There.
Boy, and 27.
I'm afraid I've lost count. There's somebody here.
What name?
A Pumblechook.
Quite right. Well?
This is Pip.
This is Pip, is it? Come in, Pip. Oh, did you wish to see Miss Havisham?
If Miss Havisham wishes to see me.
Ah, but you see she doesn't. Come along, boy.
Pip, let your behavior here be a credit unto them that brought you up by hand.
Come along, boy. Miss Havisham is waiting. Don't loiter, boy.
Why do you call me boy?
You're only as old as me.
Don't be impertinent. Mind the stick.
Oh, don't take the candle, miss. It's dark.
Oh, nonsense. Go on, boy. Go in here.
Who's there? Pip, ma'am.
Pip?
Mr. Pumblechook's boy, ma'am.
Come nearer, boy. Let me look at you. Come closer, boy. Closer.
Yes, ma'am.
Look at me. You're not afraid of a woman who has never seen the sun since you were born?
No, ma'am.
Do you know what I touch here beneath these withered, yellowed bridal veils?
Your heart, ma'am?
Broken. I'm tired. I want diversion, and I've done with men and women. Play, boy.
Play, ma'am?
I've a sick fancy to see someone play. Play, boy. Well, are you sullen and obstinate, Pip?
No, ma'am. I'm very sorry for you. And if you complain of me, I shall get into trouble. I just can't play.
Call Estella. Go on, boy. Call Estella at the door.
Yes, ma'am.
Estella, do you want me, Miss Havisham?
Let me see you play cards with this boy.
Why, he's a common labouring boy.
Estella, you can break his heart.
What do you play, boy?
At cards. Only beggar my neighbor, miss.
Play.
What coarse hands he has. And what thick boots.
You say nothing of her, Pip.
No, ma'am.
What do you think of Estella?
I don't like to say.
Tell me in my ear.
I think she's very proud.
Anything else?
I think she's very pretty.
And?
I think she's very insulting. I think I should like to go home.
And so you shall. When shall I have you here again?
Well, ma'am, today is Wednesday.
There, I know nothing of days of the week. Time stands still here. Come again after 6 days.
Yes, ma'am.
Estella, take him out. Let him have something to eat.
Come along, boy.
In 6 days, Pip.
There, boy. You're to eat here.
But you put the plate on the floor.
Of course. Go on. Go on, boy, eat. Why don't you cry, boy?
Because I don't want to.
You do. You cry until you're half blind. You're near crying now. Go home, boy. Go home and cry.
Joe.
There now, Pip, old chap.
She said my hands were coarse, and I was common.
Well, I don't know about that. You're uncommon in some things. You're uncommon small. Likewise, you're uncommon bright.
Joe, I'm dreadfully ignorant.
Ah, Pip, there's bound to be a beginning somewhere. Even the king on his throne can't write his acts in print without having begun when he was an unpromoted prince with the alphabet. That's all now, old chap. And let's not say no more about it,
At length the time came for me to return to Miss Havisham's, and once again I followed Estella's flickering candle down the long, shrouded halls of the manor house. Suddenly she stopped and turned to me.
Am I pretty?
Yes, miss. I think you're very pretty.
Am I insulting?
Not so much as you were the last time.
I'm not. There! Now, you coarse little monster. What do you think of me now?
I shan't tell you.
Why don't you cry again, you little wretch?
Because I'll never cry for you again.
Go in here, boy.
Ah, Pip, the days have worn away, haven't they?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you see this table, boy? This is where I shall be laid when I'm dead. They shall come and look at me here.
Oh, yes, ma'am.
What do you think that is on the table? There, where the cobwebs are.
I can't guess, ma'am.
It's a cake. A wedding cake. Long before you were born, this cake was brought here. It and I have worn away together. The mice have gnawed at it, and sharper teeth than teeth of mice have gnawed at me. Well, boy, call Estella and play.
I returned to Miss Havisham several times a week for 8 or 10 months. She would sit in the shrouded, dimly lit room and watch Estella and I play at cards. And then one day she bade me bring Joe Gargery to see her. I was to be apprenticed to Joe to learn to be a blacksmith, and Miss Havisham gave me £25 as premium. The next day, Uncle Pumblechook took me by the scruff of the neck to be bound apprentice at the town hall. There was a general celebration, and all I remember is that I was not allowed to fall asleep, but was poked awake and told to enjoy myself. The years of my apprenticeship went by in a shower of sparks from the anvil.
Hey there, Pip. Give over.
There's something wrong, Joe.
Enough blacksmithing for the day. Come, clean up, Pip. We're off to the Jolly Bargeman for a pint. What larks, eh, Pip? Pints at the end of the day is the labouring man's right, eh, Pip?
Yes, I suppose so, Joe. Joe, who's that?
Who's what?
That strange man. He's coming over here.
I never seen him before, Pip.
I am looking for a blacksmith by name Joseph or Joe Gargery.
I be Joe Gargery.
You have an apprentice commonly known as Pip?
I'm Pip.
What is it you was wanting with me and Pip,
My name is Jaggers, and I'm a lawyer in London. Joseph Gargery, I am the bearer of an offer to relieve you of this young fellow's apprentice.
What?
You would not object to releasing him for his own good? You would not want any payment?
Heaven forbid I should stand in Pip's way.
Heaven forbidding is pious, not to the point.
The answer is no.
Well, the communication that I have concerning this young fellow is that he has great expectations.
Eh?
I'm instructed to tell him that he will come into a handsome property.
Fancy that.
And further, it is the desire of the present owner of the property that he be immediately removed from here and be brought up as a gentleman.
A gentleman?
Now, Mr. Pip, if you have any objections, this is the time to state it.
Objection? Why, no, of course not.
Well, I should think not. You are to understand that the name of your benefactor remains a profound secret, and you may not inquire into the hidden identity.
I understand.
Good. When will you come to London?
London? Why, whenever you say so.
First, you will procure suitable clothing. I shall leave you 20 guineas, and I shall expect you in London, Mr. Pip, this day week. And be prompt. I cannot abide a laggard.
Ah, there, Pip.
I've just been ordering a new suit, Uncle Pumblechook.
And to think that I should have been the signpost to your good fortune. A proud moment, boy.
But my benefactor remains a secret.
Ah, but to a man of insight, my boy, the mist of secrecy merely floats away.
Well, I must be off now, Uncle.
When you come into your property, if you feel you must invest certain sums in an established corn and seed business...
I remember, Uncle Pumblechook.
And always be grateful, boy. Grateful to your friends and them what brung you up by hand.
Well, Pip?
I'm going to London tomorrow, Miss Havisham, and I've come to take my leave of you.
Yes, I've seen Mr. Jaggers, Pip. I know all about it. So you're adopted by a rich person?
Yes, Miss Havisham.
And Mr. Jaggers is made your guardian?
Yes, Miss Havisham.
Well, you have a promising career before you. Be good, Pip, and obey Mr. Jaggers' instructions. Goodbye now, Pip.
Goodbye, Miss Havisham. Goodbye. The light was just beginning to break over the marshes when the London stage rattled into our village. The horses were stamping and snorting with the cold, and the top riders were bundled to the ears like so many caterpillars waiting for spring.
All up for London stage! Well, goodbye, Pip, old chap. Us has ever been the best of friends.
Oh, goodbye, Joe.
God bless you, Pip, old chap. God bless you. Ever the best of friends, Pip.
high-swaying coach rattled off down the road. And for a while, I turned and looked at the winking lights of our village and the mist rising off the marsh. Then I turned and looked forward. The London road stretched out under the horses' feet. The mists had all solemnly risen now, and the world lay spread before me.
Hey, up there! Up there!
From Hollywood, the NBC Theater is bringing you a radio version of Great Expectations by Charles Dickens. If you are interested in supplementing your enjoyment of these NBC Theater productions with home study under college supervision, be sure to listen to the announcement at the close of this program. And be with us each week at this time for the most adult dramatic fare in radio. In the weeks ahead, we plan to present such exciting works as At Heaven's Gate by Robert Penn Warren, The Track of the Cat by Walter Van Tilburg Clark, Sons and Lovers by D.H. Lawrence, and Portrait of the Artist as a Young Man by James Joyce. Our production of Great Expectations will continue from Hollywood after a brief pause for station identification.
After hours of jolting, the coach finally clattered over the London cobblestones. I climbed down and set off for Mr. Jagger's office. I found it in a gloomy street, between an apothecary shop and a second-hand store with the distinct odor of stolen goods. I went in and asked after Mr. Jaggers.
He's not in. He's at court. Am I addressing Mr. Pip?
Why, yes.
You ought to wait. I'm Wemmick, Mr. Jagger's clerk.
Well, I don't mean to be curious, Mr. Wemmick, but who are those odd gentlemen lounging about outside?
No gentleman there. That chap with one eye, armed robbery. The small man with the spectacles, coining. And the two dark chaps, suspicion of forgery.
And they're all waiting for Mr. Jaggers?
Yes. If anyone can get them off, it'll be Jaggers. And they know it. Hold on, Mr. Pitt. There he is now, coming round from Newgate.
Here now, be off with you. Let go of my coat. Be off.
Oh, Mr. Jaggers.
There, Mr. Pip. The pleasant journey?
Well, yes, sir.
We've made all arrangements. Your anonymous benefactor wishes you to become a proper gentleman. You will draw an allowance, and you will deal with the tradesmen that I select. Thus, I shall be able to see if you are outrunning the constable. Wemmick, show Mr. Pip to his lodgings.
Well, I wondered if I might ask...
No question, sir, none at all. Wemmick, take him away.
Mr. Wemmick conducted me to Bernard's Inn, where I was to lodge, and introduced me to Mr. Herbert Pocket, who was to be my tutor and companion. Perhaps I should have been more surprised when I discovered Pocket was Miss Havisham's cousin.
Oh, yes, Pip. She's a Tartar.
Miss Havisham?
Oh, no, I meant Estella. You know she's been brought up by Miss Havisham to wreak vengeance on the entire race of man.
Forever, why?
Bless me, don't you know? Well, it's quite a long and gruesome story, but we shall have it with dinner. And if you like, I'll begin your instruction into the manners of gentlemen. Shall we go down to the tavern?
As we ate, young Mr. Pocket told me all he knew of the history of Miss Havisham's strange household, interspersing his narrative with good-humoured correction.
I say, Pip, I might mention in passing that it is not the custom in London to put the knife in the mouth, for fear of accidents, you know. So the spoon is not generally used overhand, but under.
He commenced his story with the soup and finished it with the tea. He told of how Miss Havisham, a wealthy heiress, had gone head over heels for a young gentleman many years ago. The wedding day was set, the huge cake baked, but Miss Havisham's bridegroom was never seen again. And she stopped time in her house at the moment when that dread news arrived. She lived, as I had seen her, in the yellowing ruin of her bridal dress, with a great cake rotting on the cobweb table.
And Stella was adopted to provide her revenge on mankind. And, in closing, Pip, might I add that it is not considered necessary to balance a wine glass on the bridge of the nose to drain it? Here you are, Mr. Pip. Your 3rd month's allowance. £20.
Mr. Wemmick, I don't know what to make of Mr. Jagger's manner. He seems so inquisitorial.
Oh, you don't mean to. He's deep.
Deep?
As Australia. Them two knew it. Them on the wall.
Oh, you mean the masks? Are they good likenesses?
Young man, them is the faces themselves, cast directly after the individuals in question was cut down off Newgate Gallows.
Oh.
They was clients of Mr. Jagger's what didn't pay a fee. Now, you take his housekeeper.
His housekeeper?
She's a lioness tamed, she is. A lioness tamed. She'll give you an idea of what kind of man is Mr. Jaggers.
And so the months wore away. I wore my clothes with nonchalance, had my boots blacked, and used proper manners when eating. I had become a gentleman. Then news came from Joe. My sister had died, and he was to come to London to visit me. I must confess that, could I have kept him away by paying money, I would have done so. For now I was ashamed of his blacksmith trade and his rough speech.
Here, Pip, old chap.
Joe, how are you? Here, give me your hat.
I'll hold it, Pip, old chap. My, how you've grown, huh? And, gentlefolks.
Joe, this is Herbert Pocket.
Pleased to meet you, Mr. Godfrey. Your servant, sir. I hope you two gentlemen has got your elf.
Sit down, Joe, sit down, and give me your hat.
That's all right, sir. I'll hold it.
Tea or coffee, Mr. Godfrey?
Thank you, sir.
Which, Joe? Which?
Whichever, sir.
Now, Joe, how can you call me sir?
Well, it was not my intention which I had, sir, to break bread with two gentlemen. I come with a message from Miss Aversham. She wanted me to say Mrs. Stella is home and would be glad to see you. Now, I'll be going.
Oh, no, Joe, not now.
Aye, Pip, old chap. I'm going back where I belong. I mean to me forge. If you should wish to see me, I'll be at the old anvil in the old leather apron. Joe Gargery. Blacksmith, that's me. Well, God bless you, Pip, old boy. God bless you, my dear Pip. I won't bother you no more.
The next day I went down from London to Miss Havisham's. Her door was open as I approached. The tall wax candles threw long shadows over the dusty floor, and the yellow, faded bridal gown floated around her withered face.
Come in, Pip, come in.
Miss Havisham.
You've not seen my guest?
Good morning, Mr. Pip.
Oh, it can't be Estella.
Do you find her much changed, Pip? She was proud and insulting, and you wanted her to go home. Do you remember?
That was quite long ago.
Is he changed, Estella?
Very much.
Then you shall walk in the corridor as you did before. Go now. I'm tired.
You made me cry there, in the corridor, the first day I met you.
Did I?
You don't remember?
You must know I have no heart, Pip.
Oh, Estella.
There, Pip. Is she not beautiful? Do you admire her?
Everyone must who sees her, Miss Havisham.
Love her, Pip. Love her. If she favors you, love her. If she wounds you, love her. If she tears your heart to pieces, love her. Love her, love her.
Herbert, wake up. Wake up.
Oh, Pip, when did you return to London?
Herbert, I'm in love. I adore Estella.
I see. Have you any idea of Estella's views?
She's thousands of miles off.
And well off, my dear Pip.
Remember, she's been bred as a sharp knife to wound the soul of all men. She's the extension of Miss Havisham's mad rage.
I know Herbert, I know. But nothing drowns the memory of her. Oh, she's beautiful, Herbert, and I love her.
Well, Mr. Pip.
It's my 21st birthday, Mr. Jaggers.
Congratulations. What do you suppose you're living at the rate of?
If you please, sir.
At the rate of?
Oh, well, I'm not sure, sir. But is my benefactor to be made known to me today?
No. Here, sir, is £500, a handsome sum of money. You consider it so?
Why, sir...
Answer the question.
Yes, sir.
You shall live at the rate of £500 per annum until the donor of the whole appears.
But will my benefactor appear soon?
That is a question I must not be asked. Or I may say more. As a lawyer, it would compromise me, sir, and I am never compromised.
Estella was the success of the season in London. She had admirers without end. I then knew that Estella was to wreak Miss Havisham's vengeance upon men, and I, with the rest, must suffer. Then we returned to Miss Havisham, who was particularly pleased to see Estella, but she struck the floor impatiently with her stick when the girl pulled away.
What girl? Are you tired of me?
Only tired of myself.
Speak the truth, you ingrate. You're tired of me.
I told you no, that should suffice.
You cold, cold heart.
What? Do you reproach me for being cold?
Look at her. So hard and thankless on the hearth where she was reared.
I am what you have made me. I owe everything to you. But what would you have of me?
Love.
Oh, you cannot ask me to return what you never gave me.
Did I never give her love? Burning, sharp, painful love. And she speaks thus of me. Let her call me mad.
Mad? No. Who knows better the steady memory, the set purpose that has driven you? Did I not sit at this very hearth and learn a lesson from your lips and from your eyes?
So proud, so proud.
Who taught me to be so? Who praised me when I learnt my lesson?
So hard.
Who taught me to be hard?
But to me, to be proud and hard to me, Estella to me.
I cannot think why you are not reasonable. I have remembered your wrongs and your teachings. I have never shown any weakness that I can charge myself with.
Would it be weakness to return my love?
I am the soul you made. You formed me cold and proud and incapable of love. Well, I will follow your lessons. I will torture and punish and madden, but love I cannot.
When I returned to my lodgings in London, I could hear the wind prying at the corners of the building, trying to get in. I climbed to the 3rd floor and unlocked my door. A single candle threw dancing shadows about the room, and standing in the center of the light stood a massive, grey-haired man, browned and hardened by exposure to the weather.
It is you. It is Pip. I've come.
I pray, sir, what is your business?
I've been waiting for you. There's no one I...
What do you mean, breaking into my room? Explain yourself.
Oh, you're down to remember. A certain night, a cold and wet night with a fog rising off the marsh.
Waiter.
And the churchyard stones. Do you remember a poor shivering varmint, a convict, escaped of the hulks?
You, the man in the churchyard, the convict.
Aye, and you brought me food, and never a word did you spill to any man. Do you remember now, dear boy? You acted noble, Pip. You ran, dear boy.
Stay. If you have come here to thank me, it was not necessary. I'll not turn you out, but surely you must understand...
Eh, Pip?
...that I cannot renew that chance meeting with you. But you're wet and you look weary. Will you drink something before you go?
No, boy. I'll not drink.
How are you living? Do you need money?
I've done wonderful well across the ocean.
Well, I'm glad to hear it.
Might I be bold to ask how you've done since you was out on them marshes?
I've been chosen to succeed to some property.
Might a mere varmint ask, whose property?
Well, I don't know.
And a guardian? Some lawyer, maybe? Might it be with a first initial J? Might his name then be Jaggers?
You...
How did I find you ask? I wrote to this Mr. Jaggers.
But it can't be.
Yes, Pip, dear boy. I've made a gentleman of you. It's me what's done it.
Oh, no.
Yes, I swore that time if ever I got rich, it should be for you. Aye, it was me dragged you away from the blacksmith forge to make a gentleman out of you. I was a convict, Pip, but I made you a gentleman. Me, chained and beaten and transported halfway around the world to Australia. Who else should it be, dear boy?
Well, I thought someone else. I don't know what to say.
Oh, that's all right, dear boy. You weren't prepared like I was. But now, where'll you put me?
Do you mean to sleep?
Yes, long and sound. But looky here. Caution.
Caution?
Aye, it's death, boy. Death if I'm caught in England, Pip. Jaggers can delve through his law books till his eyes rots. But if I'm taken, I'll dance at a rope's end at Newgate Prison.
Mr. Jaggers, I must speak
Now,
with you.
Now, Pip, be careful. Don't commit yourself. Don't commit anyone.
I only want to find out if a person named Abel Magwitch, an ex-convict, is the benefactor so long unknown to me.
Yes. That is the man. In Australia.
And only he?
Only he.
But I had always supposed it was Miss Havisham.
I'm not responsible for that, Pip. Not a particle of evidence.
Then it is true.
Take only the evidence, Pip. This Magwitch, in Australia, communicated with me and intimated that he would return to England. This would be an act of felony, and in this, sir, I cannot commit myself.
Of course not, Mr. Jaggers.
I shall want nothing more to do with the entire business. Do you understand that, Pip? Nothing.
And what wind blows you down here, Pip?
I must speak to Estella, Miss Havisham. And I promise it will not displease you. For I am as unhappy as ever you meant me to be.
Oh, Pip, really?
I've found out who my mysterious patron really is. But that is another secret.
It's another secret? Well?
But because Mr. Jaggers...
Mr. Jaggers is my lawyer. But he was also agent of your patron was coincidence. He has a great many clients.
But when I fell into the mistake and assumed that you were my patron, you led me on.
Yes. I led you on.
Was that kind?
Kind? Who am I that I should be kind? Well, then, what else, Pip?
The rest is to Estella.
Yes, Pip.
I love you. You know that I've loved you long and dearly.
And so?
I should have spoken sooner, but for my long mistake. It made me think that Miss Havisham had meant us at last for one another. But now...
I have not asked you to speak, Pip.
I know. I shall be poor again, Estella. I cannot take any further gifts from my benefactor. But still I love you.
Pip, when you say you love me, I know what you mean as a form of words, but nothing more. I've tried to warn you of this, have I not?
I so hoped you didn't mean it. You were so young, so beautiful.
Pip, I shall tell you the truth. I am to be married.
Married?
You know him. Bentley Drummle.
Drummle? But he's a brute, Estella, a stupid brute. Why, to fling yourself away on a man
Do not be afraid of my being a blessing to him. I bring him nothing, as he brings me nothing.
Estella.
Oh, come, will you cry as you did when we first met? Are you still that common village boy? Oh, Pip, you will get me out of your thoughts in a week.
Nay, Estella. You have been in my every flash of fancy since I was a boy. Miss Havisham, this is indeed your revenge. A cruel, blind, senseless revenge for a wrong I never did you.
Pip,
I can hear no more. God forgive you, Miss Havisham, for I cannot. When I returned to London, I found a note at my lodgings from Wemmick, Mr. Jagger's clerk. My benefactor's ancient enemy, the one he had fought with on the marsh, had discovered he was back in England. We spirited him out and moved him to a room on the waterfront. From there, we planned to slip him on a packet boat bound for France and safety. There we waited. Then one night I was summoned to Mr. Jagger's to dine. I looked up just as his housekeeper glided into the room, and I started. For staring back at me from that hard and weathered face were Estella's eyes. After I left, I cornered Wemmick and finally got the truth.
Oh, she was up for murder, she was, and Jaggers got her off. It was over a man, and there was talk that she'd done away with a child. Never proved, though.
This child, was it a girl?
Said to have been. Most mysterious, Mr. Pip, most mysterious. That woman, she's a wild beast tamed. And Jaggers, he's the man what done the taming.
So, Mr. Pip, you have heard the story of Miss Havisham's adopted daughter.
More than that, I know her father.
What?
Magwitch, the convict from Australia. He told how you defended your housekeeper, his wife. He told me of the child that disappeared. He thinks her dead.
I am a busy man, Mr. Pip.
The truth, Mr. Jaggers. I must have the truth.
Well, then, I'll put a case to you. Mind, I admit nothing. Put the case that a woman such as you describe, a murderer, had her child concealed, and at the same time her legal adviser held a trust to find a child for an eccentric, rich lady to adopt.
I follow you, sir.
This legal adviser has seen children solemnly tried at the criminal bar. He knew of them whipped, tortured, transported, going up for the chain and the hangman. Put the case that he saw one pretty little child that could be saved. Understand, Pip? I admit nothing.
I understand.
Now, Pip, for whose sake would you reveal the secret? For the child? Tell her of a murderess and felonous parents? For you, who loved the child? Nay, sir. Nay, oh, I be hanged for it. But remember, sir, that I admit nothing. Now, Wemmick, bring in those ledgers.
That night, the tide was running fast to the sea, and the packet boat for Rotterdam would sweep by. We planned to row to midstream, hailing the steamer as she drew abreast.
We're in midstream.
Aye, slack off, keep her steady.
You'll never know, dear boy, the feeling of freedom. Not like me, what is known the lock and the chain.
You'll be safe out of England in a few hours. Now remember, when the steamer comes, you're a merchant who must get to Rotterdam. And when... Yes, what is it?
There's a four-oared galley coming up from Temple Stairs.
Oh, no matter. Here's the steamer beyond the bend. Swing the boat round. Now, get ready to hail her. She's coming full steam.
The four-oared galley, it's closing in on us. What does he want?
Halt in the King's name!
Pull, Herbert!
You've got to return convict here. Halt!
They've come for me.
Abel Magwitch, I arrest you in the King's name. Get hold of their boat. They will not guide me.
Look out!
Look out! Look out! The steamer! The steamer!
and in the name of His Majesty the King, I direct that you, Abel Magwitch, convict, returning to England after being sentenced to eternal exile, be taken to Tyburn Hill, and there, in the presence of all just men and women, be hanged by the neck until dead. May God have mercy on your soul. Bring on the next one.
Is that you, dear boy, Pip?
I came as soon as it was time.
Well, I'll fool 'em. They'll not be hanging me. That steamer paddle finished me.
Are you in much pain today?
I'll not I'm up, Pip. But I've seen my boy a gentleman.
Oh, dear Magwitch. Can you hear me? You had a child once, whom you lost. She lives. She is a lady, and is very beautiful. She is very beautiful, and I love her.
Pip. Pip.
His gnarled face was softer, and the massive hands fell to his side. The long chains and irons that bound him to his cot moved no more, and Magwitch was at last at peace. I wandered about the city then for days. The night on the river and the days that followed had brought on a violent fever. A swirling vapor clouded my mind, and men came in and out of it as ghosts. And then all seemed to look like Joe Gargery.
Easy now, Pip, old chap.
Joe? Is it really Joe?
Aye, old Joe himself.
Oh, Joe.
Easy now. You're back at the forge, safe and sound.
You know who my patron was, Joe. It wasn't Miss Havisham at all.
Aye, Pip, I know. And I've sore news for you. Miss Havisham, she caught that bride gown of hers in the fire when the young girl went to be wed. She's gone now, Pip, old chap. Gone to peace, poor lady.
Oh, Joe, I've no money now, and I've a mountain of debts in the city.
Yeah, now I've got plenty for all.
Oh, no. No, I shall be off with Herbert Pocket. He has a place in a merchant's firm. I shall leave England, Joe. But I'll come back someday. Then, what larks, eh?
Aye, Pip, old chap. What logs?
It was 11 years before I returned to England, before I saw the flat marshlands again and the tiny buildings of Joe's forge. That night, as the lights slid away, I wandered over to the village where Miss Havisham's great house had stood. There was no house now. The ground was bare, and the ivy climbed over the few remaining bricks and remnants of the walls. A cool, silvery mist veiled the twilight. And as I turned to leave, I saw a dark figure wandering in the ruins. For a moment it seemed to be the veiled form of Miss Havisham. But then I came closer and saw it was Estella.
Pip. Oh, I wonder you knew me. I am greatly changed.
Your eyes are sadder, Estella. They used to flash pride and scorn.
I have often thought of you, Pip.
You did marry?
Yes. He is dead. I have been broken, Pip. Broken and bent into a better shape. Tell me, Pip. Tell me we are friends before we part.
And more, Estella.
You said God forgive you when you left me, Pip. Tell me so again, and I shall be glad to part.
Glad to part? Oh, it is a painful thing, Estella.
Be as good to me as you once were, Pip. Tell me we are friends.
We are friends, Estella. We shall be always. I took her hand in mine, and we went out of that ruined place. The ivy caught at us as we passed through the gate, but the tangled vines slipped away, and we went forward. The evening mists were rising now. The marshland lay open before us, and in all the broad expanse of tranquil light they showed to me, I saw no shadow of another parting from her.
You have been listening to Great Expectations, an NBC Theater production of the Charles Dickens novel. If you wish to increase your knowledge and appreciation of literature, we suggest that you might enjoy the college-supervised courses now being offered in connection with the NBC Theater. For full information, write to NBC Theater in care of one of the following universities or colleges: the University of Louisville, Louisville, Kentucky; the University of Tulsa, Tulsa, Oklahoma; Kansas State Teachers College, Pittsburgh, Kansas; Washington State College, Pullman, Washington; the University of Arizona, Tucson, Arizona; Texas College of Arts and Industries, Kingsville, Texas; or Brooklyn College, Brooklyn, New York. You also have a chance to win a set of the famous Encyclopedia Britannica. Several of the universities and colleges offering these courses are giving the encyclopedia as prizes to the students doing the best work. Enroll in a supervised course, and you may be one of the fortunate ones to win the Encyclopedia Britannica. Be with us at the NBC Theater next week for a first radio production of John Dos Passos' Manhattan Transfer, and the following week for The Ides of March by Thornton Wilder. Great Expectations was adapted for the NBC Theater by Ernest Kenoy. Our cast included Terry Kilburn as Pip, Donald Morrison as Magwitch, John Ramsey Hill was young Pip, George Pembroke was Joe, Phyllis Morris was Mrs. Joe, Alec Harford was Pumblechook, Raymond Lawrence was Compeyson, Constance Cavendish as Stella, Norma Varden was Miss Havisham, Ramsey Hill was Jaggers, Ben Wright was Wemmick, and Hugh Thomas was Pocket. Your announcer, Don Stanley. The director of the NBC Theater is Andrew C. Love. This program came to you from Hollywood. What's on NBC today? Well, for an enjoyable afternoon of relaxing entertainment, stay tuned to NBC for the Phil Harris, Alice Faye Show and Theater Guild on the Air, today starring Peter Lawford. You'll find the best comedy for all the family on the Harris Faye Show and an intriguing story on Theater Guild, today on NBC. Your tune for the stars on NBC.
The National Broadcasting Company presents Radio City Playhouse, Attraction 67, Reflection, as written and directed by Harry W. Junkin. Ladies and gentlemen, here is Harry W. Junkin.
Thank you, Fred. and a very happy New Year to everyone. Since the past is composed entirely of memories, and since the future has not yet happened, the present perhaps is nothing more than a nostalgic mingling of the two elements. Our story today concerns the past and the present of three very nice people. Their present, of course, like yours, is today, this day, New Year's Day, 1950. Here is Jan Miner as Anne Stratton, with Bryna Rayburn and Bob Haig in Reflection, Attraction 67 on Radio City Playhouse.
It's been a perfect New Year's Day, but I'm going home.
Oh, Maud, don't rush.
Yes, stay for a while. Now, you're not that tired. I find your grandchildren rather exhausting. Was rather hectic, wasn't it? I think everybody had a good time. It's so wonderfully quiet now. Just the three of us together.
1950.
1950. Hard to believe, isn't it? How long has it been, Maud? 32 years.
It's a long time for three people to be friends.
Yes, it's a very long time. But here we are again. Maud and Peter and I. This is the 32nd time we've wished each other Happy New Year. I remember the first New Year's. It was 1918. You sailed for France that day, Peter. I remember how bleak it was and how miserable I felt. We'd been married 8 days, and then you sailed for France. That was the day I met you, Maud. After his boat left, I wandered around in the rain, then went into some horrible, steamy little restaurant to have some coffee and get warm. And there you were, sitting at the table. Excuse me, would you pass the salt, please? Thank you. Oh, anything wrong? No. Oh, no. I suspect that what you need, dearie, is a drink. Women who eat all alone in third-rate restaurants on New Year's Day should get extremely drunk. No, it's just the rain and... Oh, look here, I'm sorry. Oh, it's none of my business. I'm just the gabby type. I didn't mean to pry.
Doesn't matter.
Is it somebody in the war?
My husband.
Oh, I am sorry.
I get used to it, I suppose.
Oh, had you been married long?
8 days.
Oh, then he isn't dead.
Oh, no. He isn't dead.
Oh.
Why do you say oh like that?
Well, I thought it was really something serious.
Serious? If you'd been married for 8 days and your husband went away to war, how would you feel about it?
Pretty badly, I suppose. Hand me the sugar.
Well, if you haven't been married, you can't imagine how you're not married, are you?
No.
Well, then.
I'm a widow.
Oh.
He was in the first contingent. He was killed.
Killed? Oh, no.
Oh, for goodness sake, stop blubbering all over everything. There are lots of other wives in the same fit.
How dare you talk to me like that? Who do you think you are?
But I'm not trying to be nasty. I'm simply saying that there's no use bawling about it, especially in public. What do you do, anyway?
Do?
You work?
No, I don't.
Where are you from?
Boston.
You lived with your parents?
An aunt.
Going back to Boston?
I guess so. I don't want to, but what else can I do? Work. But I've never worked in my life. I've no experience.
You've got style. You're good looking. Know anything about clothes? Oh, no, don't answer me. You only know how to buy them, not sell them. Oh, incidentally, my name's Maud Arnett.
I'm Anne Stratton.
Well, how do you do, Anne? And Happy New Year.
That you, Maud?
Who else has a key to this apartment?
I got something terribly important to tell you.
You've been fired?
No.
You've ruined our dinner?
No.
All right, I'll bite. What is it?
Well,
When you let me share your apartment, Maud, we agreed that everything had to be 50-50.
So?
Well, I won't be able to do that for much longer because I'm having a baby.
You're what?
Yes, a baby.
Suffering cats as if life weren't complicated enough.
Well, so I won't be able to stay on here. I'll have to quit my job.
No, wait a minute, little Annie Stratton. You'll move out of here over my dead body.
Maud, we can't have washing strung all over the place. It's too small. And anyway, I'm going to have to live on what Peter sends me. I just can't afford it.
Now, look, Anne. Gerald and I never had children, but I've always wanted to have a baby. If you'd sort of let me be around for this one, I'd get I'd like it.
Maud, I just can't let you...
A baby! Suffering cats! You and I are going to have a baby! All right, I'm coming. Why, it's Peter.
That's right.
But we didn't expect you until tomorrow night.
You're Maud, I take it.
Yeah, I know it's a bit of a shock, but... Well, don't stand there gawking. Come in.
You don't sound very glad to see me.
Oh, of course I'm glad to see you. It's just that Anne and I thought it was tomorrow night.
Where is she?
She's in the hospital. Father.
You mean I'm too late? Oh, no. Can I go and see her? Is she all right?
Mother and daughter are doing very well, and they'll be home tomorrow. You can't go and see her because they don't let even fathers into the hospital at this hour. But you can sleep here tonight.
But you're alone, aren't you?
I'm perfectly harmless, and I'm a respectable widow. Now, don't be silly. This is 1918, not the Dark Ages. You can sleep in Anne's room. She'll be home tomorrow with Mary.
Mary? Is she pretty?
Well, as babies go, I suppose she's all right. I only saw her for a second.
And Anne's fine?
Anne is very fine.
Oh, gosh. Imagine me a father.
Peter...
Yes?
Yeah, I'm trying to phrase it as delicately as I can, but you will have a bath, won't you?
It's the 10 days on the boat. Oh, you know, Maud, I think you and I are going to be good friends.
Good friends. Oh, yes, Maud, you've been a good friend. I remember that the next New Year's, Peter and I had a little apartment of our own, and you came for dinner. We talked about what we do and how we'd make a great deal of money and be famous. We didn't do any of those things, did we? Wasn't it 1920 that you started your dress shop? And then the next year, Peter opened his brokerage business. You and I made the curtains, remember? We were so excited and pleased. 1925 was the first Christmas dinner we had in this house. Then, in 1929, what happened to everybody else happened to us.
Hello, Maud. I'm sorry to keep you waiting, but this place is going crazy.
Peter, what is it? What's going on?
The whole market's burst, like a bubble. It's like a big overinflated bubble. What do you want, Maud? I haven't much time.
Well, I wanted to borrow some money.
Oh, you too?
They'll sell my American Bellino unless I put up $8,000 margin.
$8,000 won't be enough, Maud. Some of our best securities have tumbled like bogus gold stocks. AT&T has dropped 100 points.
Oh, my...
Besides, I haven't anything like $8,000. In fact, we're not opening tomorrow.
Peter.
We're broke. Cleaned right out. Flat, busted broke.
You can't mean it.
Outside of a couple of hundred Ann has in the household account, I have no money at all. None. There have been 16 million shares thrown on the market since it opened this morning. The man in this building shot himself.
Peter.
We're finished, Maud. It's over.
Oh, Peter, darling, you look so terrible. Why don't you go home? Have you told Anne?
I haven't seen her for 36 hours.
Peter, it isn't... I mean, you'll be able to, well, eat, won't you?
We'll be able to eat for as long as the 200 lasts.
I just can't believe it.
Nobody can believe it.
Well, I guess I'd better be going.
Sorry, I can't help.
Go home, Peter. Please go home.
So that's it, darling. We've nothing left. We're poor.
No, we're not.
Look, I'm trying to make you understand. We have no money. I can't write a check for $5. Your household money is all we have.
No, Peter. We have much more than that. We've our health. We've 3 fine children.
Who like to eat regularly.
Now we've our health and our children and each other. I don't think we're poor. I think we're the richest people in the world. Then, for some years, there were New Years without turkey. They were lean years, working years. Slowly, we began to creep back to where we'd been. We began to make money again. By 1932, you'd acquired 4 stores, Maud, and Peter was back in the brokerage business. And then New Year's became a celebration again. Our children were growing up. It was in 1938, when she was 20, that Mary... Oh, Maud, you were good to Mary.
I love staying all night with you, Aunt Maud. You understand me.
I suppose your parents don't.
Oh, it isn't that, but they're stuffy. Sometimes I wonder if Mother and Dad were ever really in love. I mean, really.
You do you?
Dad's being deliberately selfish about Rex Stedman. His father left him almost $20,000 a year. Why should he work?
Mary, it's hard to explain, but, well, it isn't natural for a boy of 22 to have no place to go.
Can't you understand that we love each other? As soon as I graduate, we're going to be married. If you'll wait that long.
If he wants you badly enough, he'll wait.
You don't know what it's like.
To be in love?
No. To be afraid. That he'd change. That he'd meet somebody else. If I ever thought that... Aunt Maud, if he should ever stop loving me, I'd just die. Honestly, I'd just die.
Mary, please stop crying. Please.
Oh, Dad, please, if you'll just help me out of this, I'll never give you a moment's worry again. As long as I live.
Of course we'll help you, darling. Now don't cry. There.
I don't even love him now.
You run along to bed. Your mother and I want to talk about this. Go on now, there's a good girl. And don't worry. Please, whatever you do, don't worry. And don't be afraid.
All right. Good night, Dad. Good night, Mother.
You should have said good night to her.
I can't stand to talk about it.
And Mary she thought she had a hold on something. Something fine and wonderful. It turned out badly. Well, she's only human. I suppose Rex Stedman is pretty dashing to a 20-year-old.
How could she? After all we've done. After all we've given. We've been friends to our children, Peter.
Yes, we have.
We've done everything that any parents could possibly do. We've told her everything she's ever needed to know. I can't help it, Peter. You do everything you can for your children, and then they put a knife in your heart and just laugh about it. We're stuffy and conservative. Dull.
You can't bring your children up to be grateful. They didn't ask to be born. You can't scold her or criticize her. You've got to love her. Love her more than you ever have before.
Did you talk to this boy?
Yes, I don't think we want him in the family.
Well, will he marry her?
No. I'm afraid that now he doesn't really like Mary very much.
you took over. You whisked Mary off to Europe on a buying trip. Even though it seemed that a part of our hearts were broken for always, we soon got over it. The important thing was that Mary got over it, and you helped her. Maud, you've been good to my children. The next New Year's that I remember well was 1941. We were at war, but we hadn't been touched by it yet. That was to come later in the year. Susan, dear.
But, David, your mother and I and Susan and Mary and Maud are very proud of you. We've bought you a present. Something you can always wear no matter where the Army sends you. You can wear it and think of us. And with it goes something we need no occasion to give you. All our love.
Well, David, open.
All right.
I know what it is.
Oh, little Miss Snoopy over here on my right. What? Gosh, a watch. You know, Dad, when I saw this on your dresser yesterday, I was afraid it was a pen and pencil set. Do I have to make a speech?
Yes, you do.
Well, Mother, Dad, Maud, Mary, and Snoopy. Well, it certainly is wonderful. I can't say how much I... Oh, gosh, Mother, I can't make a speech. Give Susan her ice cream.
Let's all go into the living room for our coffee. Peter, I think this occasion demands some of your very best brandy. Come on, everybody. Into the living room.
I've been saving it for something just like...
David, wait a minute.
What is it, Maud?
I've something for you, David. Just from me. Here.
Maud, it's $100 bill.
When you get to London, you can have one on me. I'm not going to see you off. I don't like goodbyes in public. Be careful, David, won't you?
Next to Dorothy, you're my very best girl.
We'll go on into the living room then before I smear up my face. And if you let anything happen to you over there, I'll tan the hide off you. Come in, David.
We've only got about 10 minutes, Mother. Nearly ready?
Yes, dear. My, but you look wonderful in that uniform. I'm so glad they made you an officer.
Are you?
And you will be careful, won't you? Airplanes are so... Well, I wish you'd join something on the ground.
We'd better hurry.
David, you will be careful. No smart aleck stuff, no horseplay. No silly chances. Promise?
I promise. I'll be fine.
I know. Do you know how I know?
How?
Well, last night before I went to bed, I was thinking about you. Mothers are just, well, like that. I opened the Bible, and you know what it said? I memorized it. It said, I will deliver thee in that day, and thou shalt not be given unto the hand of the men of whom thou art afraid. For I will surely deliver thee, and thou shalt not fall by the sword, because thou hast put thy trust in me, saith the Lord.
Hi, anybody home?
Oh, hi, Dad. Dad, Mother's kind of upset. A telegram came about David from Washington. He's getting the Medal of Honor.
He's what?
Yes, the telegram just came this afternoon, but... Dad, take it easy. Mother's a bit emotional. You know, she just has never gotten over it, and that's all, and it sort of made it all come back.
That's you, dear?
Okay, Mary.
Mr. Hillsman phoned Peter. He wants you to call him as soon as you come in. Hello, dear.
What's this about a telegram?
It's on the mantel. If you don't mind, I think I'll go upstairs.
Wait, Anne, please. You might just as well face it that he's dead. There's no use going on torturing yourself. He isn't missing anymore. He's dead. They told us that. They've found him and they've buried him. Mary, will you read the telegram I have in my glasses?
Yes, Dad. In the name of the 78th Congress, the President of the United States and the Chief of Staff of the United States Army Air Corps, on behalf of all ranks of the United States Army, takes pleasure in informing you that your son, the late Captain David Crandall Stratton, has been posthumously awarded the Congressional Medal of Honor for conspicuous gallantry above and beyond the call of duty while partaking in a bombing raid over Berlin on the 18th day...
Stop it. I don't want it. I don't want the medal. And I don't wish to discuss it anymore. Are you blind, Peter? Can't you see anything? What do I want with a medal? He's dead, isn't he? Then why can't they leave me alone and let me try to forget it? Now I'm going to see about dinner, and I don't want to talk about David ever again. Do you understand? Never, ever again. Thank you, Peter, for being so understanding about David. You suffered as much as I did, but you didn't let me know it. The first New Year's after the war, as soon as it was possible, you let me go to see his grave. You knew that I'd never gotten it straightened out, and you knew that I had to.
As far as we can drive, Mrs. Stratton, you'll have to walk the rest of the way.
You've been very kind, Captain. This is fine.
Shall I help you find it?
We have the location. Would you mind if we went by ourselves?
Of course not. I'll wait here. Take as long as you wish.
Come, please.
Yes, Mother. Mother, there are so many of them.
Yes.
I suppose we can be absolutely positive that it is David, can't we?
Yes, we can.
It's such a beautiful place. I didn't think it would be this beautiful, did you?
Here it is.
It's just like all the others.
Yes. I don't quite know what I expected. But I thought it would be different. Somehow different as he was.
Shall I put the flowers on it?
No. I think I will.
Do you want me to go away?
No. I just want to stand here a moment and look at it.
All right.
Hello, David. Thank you for that trip, Peter. Seeing where he was buried made it easier to... Well, it gave it a sort of finality. Beautiful old French countryside and trees and everything so well cared for. It made it easier to remember David as he was. Then the next year, Mary got married. The strange, sad love affair of a young girl was forgotten. It meant a lot to you, Maud, because Mary was always your favorite. When she got back from her honeymoon, she had you to lunch in her brand new house. Do you remember that lunch, Maud? It settled something for you that you'd never quite like to ask about.
Oh, it's a darling house, Mary. And a very good lunch.
Oh, I'm glad you liked it. Mary.
Yes?
Mind if I ask you a personal question?
Have I ever minded?
Well, have you ever told George about, you know?
Yes. Yes, I have.
What did he say?
George is a very gentle man, Maud.
I know that, but what did he say?
He said that if I was her mother, she must have been a beautiful baby, and that he was sorry she hadn't lived because he'd have been proud to have her as a daughter.
What a kind thing to say.
I thought it was.
Thank you for telling me, Mary. It's only because... Well, you're like my own flesh and blood, and I always wondered... That's all right, Maud. I know how you feel. Of course, the color on that chair is perfectly horrible. Besides, nobody ever uses velour anymore. So many, many New Year's days, now with grandchildren. They were a little tiring, weren't they? We're back where we started now. Mary with her own family, Susan away at school, and the three of us getting slightly old. New Year's Day, 1950. 32 years of saying Happy New Year, and we really mean so much more. I wish we could find the words, or I wish I could. Peter, the fire's out.
Oh, so 'tis.
Anne, you're practically asleep. No, not asleep. I've just been thinking with my eyes shut. I was thinking how long we've known each other. Oh, what a depressing thought. Maud. Peter? Yes.
What, dear?
Happy New Year.
You have just heard Reflection, Attraction 67 on Radio City Playhouse. Jan Miner starred as Anne Stratton, Maud was Bryna Rayburn, Peter was Bob Haig. Other members of the cast included Rosemary Rice, Bill Lipton, and Joan Laser. The music was composed by Dr. Roy Shield and conducted by Norman Cloutier. The script was written, directed, and produced by Harry W. Junkin.
This is Harry Junkin again. On behalf of our cast, our engineer, Monroe J. Lawrence, our sound technician, John Powers, Norman Cloutier, and the men in the orchestra, all of us connected with Radio City Playhouse, sincere good wishes for the best of everything in the coming year. Good afternoon, everybody.
What's on NBC tonight? Radio's outstanding dramatic program, Theater Guild on the Air, presents While the Sun Shines, starring Peter Lawford and Arthur Margetson. Following Theater Guild, keep tuned for the American album of familiar music. Both are part of your great NBC Sunday. This is Fred Collins speaking. And now stay tuned for James Melton and Harvest of Stars on NBC.
Good health to all from Rexall. It's the Bill Harris Alice Faye Show, presented by the makers of Rexall drug products and 10,000 independent Rexall family druggists.
This is your Rexall family druggist, wishing you, for 10,000 independent Rexall druggists, a new year full of happiness and prosperity. This year we hope to serve you better than ever. And though 1950 may see some changes on the American scene, two things will be the same. The orange and blue Rexall sign on our windows and the 2,000 or more drug products made by the Rexall Drug Company that we carry. Plenamons, Rexall's multivitamin capsules, is a good example. 2 Plenamon capsules a day give you more than your minimum daily requirement of every vitamin for which such requirements have been established, plus valuable liver concentrate and iron. And that's the kind of quality we family druggists are talking about when we tell you can depend on any drug product that bears the name Rexall.
Happy New Year to all from Rexall. And now Studio Rexall Family Druggist brings you the Phil Harris Alice Faye Show. Written by Ray Singer and Dick Chevrolet, with Elliot Lewis, Walter Tetley, Robert North, Janine Roos, Ann Whitfield, Walter Sharp in his music, yours truly, Bill Foreman, and starring Alice Faye and Phil Harris. Today is the dawn of a new year, a dawn that brings the promise of happiness to some, of worldly gain to others, and despair to a few. At least that's the way it affects the members of the Harris household. Alice looks forward to it with happiness.
I have a lot to look forward to this year. I'm a lucky girl to have 2 beautiful children and a husband to match.
Brother William's thoughts run along another line on this New Year's morning.
1950. 1 year closer to the time my war bonds mature.
And then there's Phil.
Oh, my poor head. Oh, this is a 14-karat Clyde I got this. Oh, I've never had such a headache.
Oh, no wonder you have a headache after what you did last night.
You're right, honey, absolutely right, and that's the last time I read Shakespeare under a dim light.
Philip, you look awful. What happened last night? Where did you two go?
We went to a soiree at the Musicians' Union.
Oh, heavens. Alice, is it safe to go to one of those affairs? Whatever made you do it?
I don't know. Guess I like to live dangerously.
What are you talking about? It was a very orderly party. The cops only had to use tear gas 3 times.
I don't see how you can enjoy those things. Tell me honestly, Philip, did you have a good time?
Did I have a good time? Did I have a good... Alice, did I?
Philip, don't you remember what happened last night?
Willie, I told you I was too busy reading Shakespeare. You know something, Bill? That cat's a pretty good writer. You know something? I just couldn't put down his story about how they cured the alcoholic.
Shakespeare wrote a story about curing an alcoholic?
Yeah, the taming of the stew.
Oh, no. Alice, there's a bus leaving for Reno in 15 minutes. Get on it, please.
What does she want to go to Reno for? This kid don't gamble.
Philip, it's about time you changed. And
Willie, stop picking on Phil. I like him the way he is.
Only because you're too young to know your own mind.
I am not too young. You're so right. Go ahead, pick on him. Go on.
Philip, what I'm trying to say is this. Today is the beginning of a new year, the dawn of a new decade. And it's an ideal time for you to take stock of all your human frailties and attempt to correct your many failings. In short, get with it, Wanga.
Oh, this kid's got too much time on his hands. Let me tell you something, Willie. Stop trying to come between me and Alice. I happen to be a very good husband.
A good husband wouldn't take his wife to a brawl like the one you took Alice to last night.
I told you it wasn't a brawl. It was just a bunch of musicians at play. You know how those guys are. They're just mischievous little imps.
And you should have seen the lead imp, Frankie. The last time I saw him, he was crawling around on the floor, biting people in the leg.
He was not. He was just giving somebody a hot foot. Of course, I'll admit that Frankie enters into the spirit of those things a little more than anybody else. In fact, the way he carried on last night, I doubt if he'll ever be...
Hiya, Curly.
Brimley, are you still alive?
I don't know. The coroner's report hasn't come in yet. Swell party last night, wasn't it? After you left, we had a great time up to 3 o'clock, but then it quieted down.
What happened?
The veterinarian came in and gave us all distemper shots.
Stop exaggerating.
I'm not exaggerating, Alice. It was woof, woof. Guess my shot's starting to wear off.
Why, that must have been the wildest affair you musicians ever had.
Oh, I wouldn't say that. Last year's was a beaut. That's when we held our survival of the fittest party. You remember that affair, Curly?
Yeah. I lost the whole brass section at that one.
You know, Francis, you could stand a little straightening out for the new year, too.
Curly? Yeah. What reform movement is little Carrie Nation on now?
Eyes on my neck. He wants me to change my ways. Faultless little me. He thinks I need improvement. Isn't that ridiculous?
No. You're not perfect, you know.
Well, my fans think I am. I have universal appeal, and I'm loved by all three sexes, men, women, and children. Well, I get thousands of letters every week.
Oh, by the way, Curly, I just came from NBC, and I brought your fan mail for this week. Here it is. One postcard.
One lousy postcard?
Go ahead and read it to us, Philip. Anxious to find out how your multitude of fans feels about you.
All right, smart guy. I'll read it, and I'll guarantee it's full of raves. Listen to this. Dear Mr. Harris, I have followed your career in radio for many years, and I think that you're the most scintillating personality to hit the airwaves since Lucy Monroe. Yours is the most entertaining show in radio, and I can't find a single thing wrong with it except...
Well, go on.
Well, I'd like to, but from here on out, this writing becomes a little unintelligible.
Never mind, Phil, I'll read it. I can't find a single thing wrong with your show except for two glaring faults, which I'm sure you're aware of. And it's signed, your ardent fan, Sweeney.
Two faults?
Mm-hmm.
Could I possibly have... No. The guy's a crackpot.
If you weren't afraid to face the facts, you'd look this man up and find out what these faults are.
Who's afraid? I'll go over and see this Sweeney guy right now. His address is on the postcard. Come on, Alice. You and Frankie come with me. I'll show you. What this guy Sweeney looks like.
Well, if he's home, we'll soon find out.
Well, his talk sounded like he's a very intelligent person.
Oh, how do you do, sir?
Gee, it's people.
What was he expecting, a herd of llamas?
You keep quiet, Remley, please, a minute. Mr. Sweeney, I received a fan letter from you, and I came to talk to you about it. You see, my name is, Phil Harris.
Phil Harris? You mean the Phil Harris? My favorite radio star? The greatest personality in the history of show business? The one and only...
Oh, Mr. Sweeney, don't
Let this boy talk. Mr. Sweeney, I know exactly how you feel about me, because I feel the same way.
Gee, to think that Phil Harris would come to my little house. No, it can't be. You're not Phil Harris.
Look, I tell you, I'm me. Now, what do I have to do to prove that I'm Phil Harris?
Why don't you stagger for him a little?
That won't help. He'll think I'm you. Look, Mr. Sweeney, I'm Phil Harris, and I can prove it to you. You see, I brought my wife with me. You recognize Alice Faye, don't you?
Gee, it is Alice Faye. Golly, I haven't been so thrilled since the time I got caught in a revolving door with Sonny Tufts. Gee, Miss Faye, I used to love you in pictures. I went to see every picture you ever made.
Oh, well, thank you very much.
Say, you have a very nice voice. Why didn't you ever make a talkie?
One more crack like that and I'll have Frankie bite you in the leg. I made talking pictures.
Oh, I'm sorry. You got me so flustered, I don't know what I'm saying. Just being near you makes me tremble. I'm so nervous my knees are shaking.
What's that?
My bicycle clips.
Bicycle clips? Hey, do you wear them clips around our house?
Yes, I do it to prevent catching cold.
I like that. That science is wonderful, ain't it, Remley? Yeah. Gee whiz, first antihistamine and now bicycle clips. What will they think of next?
I must be dense. Hey, Sweeney. How do bicycle clips prevent you from catching cold?
Well, the house is very drafty, and they stop the cold air from blowing up my trouser legs.
Yeah.
But let's not stand in the doorway. Won't you please come in?
Oh, thank you.
Sit down. Can I get you something to drink? I have some delicious dandelion wine. Made it myself.
Curly, I'm getting out.
Wait a minute, wait.
Or if you'd rather have some grape wine, I think I have a little left. I used to make that myself, too, but I had to give it up.
Why?
Do you see these purple slippers on my feet?
What about them?
They're not slippers.
Remy, I'm ready to go with you. So long, Sweeney.
Now, wait, Phil, wait. Mr. Sweeney, in your card to Mr. Harris, you said there were 2 things you didn't like about his program. Do you mind telling us what they are?
Well, I hesitate to mention it, but as long as you ask me, there are 2 things I don't like about this show.
What are they?
Your singing and Frank Remley.
Just a minute, please.
Mr. Harris, it's very incongruous that a man of your intelligence and breeding would associate with such a low character as Remley.
True. He is beneath me. But what is your objection to my voice, Sweeney?
Oh, I have no objection to your voice. I love it. I just object to the way it's being wasted.
Wasted?
Yes. Your voice is far too good to be thrown away on the type of song you sing. You're great when you sing things like Old Master Painter. You have all the natural attributes of a concert singer.
Ah, Sweeney, don't be ridiculous. I ain't never going to... Concert singer, huh? Yeah, why not? Why can't I be a great singer?
Because of your voice. Does that answer your question?
I don't know. I've been told before that my voice has great qualities. Mr. Sweeney, may I tell you that I am deeply indebted to you.
That's all right. It's been a pleasure having you people in my little house. Miss Faye, it's been so wonderful meeting you. I want to give you one of these as a little memento to sort of remember me by.
Just what I needed, a bicycle clip. Oh, thanks, Mr. Sweeney, but I couldn't accept it.
Why? Is it too personal?
No, but I wouldn't want you walking around with a cold in one leg.
Hey, Sweeney, I want to thank you again for your very constructive criticism. And look, I want you to drop over to our house and see us sometime. Drop in any time at all, huh? Thanks. Come on, Alice, Frankie, let's go. Come on. Let's not waste any time. Let's get in the car. Alice, which way is the Philharmonic Auditorium?
Surely you're not going to take this seriously.
Why not? Sweeney's my public, and if my public wants me to be a concert singer, I owe it to them.
Just because Sweeney tells you.
Well, why not? Anybody can see he's a very intelligent man.
Oh, yeah, the bicycle clips prove that. Guy's a genius with purple feet.
Honey, before you go ahead with this and make a fool of yourself, do me one favor. get the opinion of a professional voice coach. If he thinks you have a good voice, I won't stop
All
you.
right, all right. If it'll make you happy, I'll call a voice coach, and I'll have him come over to the house and listen to me. I can see the expression on his face as I raise my voice thusly.
Stand back, Alice. Your bull is about to bellow.
Painter from the faraway hills painted the violets and the daffodils. He put the purple in the twilight haze, mended a rainbow for the rainy day. Dreamed up the murals on the blue summer skies, painted the devil in my darling's eyes, captured a dreamer with 1,000 thrills. The old master painter from the faraway hills. Then came his masterpiece, and when he was through, he smiled down from heaven and he gave me you. What a beautiful job on that wonderful day. The old master painter from the hills far away. He takes the love light in my darkened eyes. He puts a purple in the twilight haze, mended a rainbow for a rainy day. Dreamed of the murals on the blue summer sky, painted that devil in my darling's eyes, captured a dreamer with 1,000 thrills. The old master painter from the faraway hills. Then came his masterpiece, and when he was through, he smiled down from heaven and he gave me you. What a beautiful job on that wonderful day. The old master painter from the hills far away, far away, far away. The old master painter from the hills far away. Well, my B-flat scale is in perfect shape. Say, Alice, what time is that voice coach coming over?
He'll be here any minute. Now, look, Phil. I called John Crown. He's one of the finest voice coaches in the country. And he's coming over here to tell you have a bad voice, so please listen to him.
Okay, I'm going to be... What do you mean he's coming over here to tell me I have a bad voice? You have the bad voice. He hasn't heard me yet. Nobody can tell I got a bad voice until they hear me. What's bad voice?
Oh, honey. Phil, I don't mean you have a bad voice, but it isn't of concert quality, believe me. The very thought of you trying it worries me.
Well, there's no need for you to worry. Just because it's the end of the Phil Harris Alice Faye show. Now, when I start my new program,
What new program?
The Rexall Concert Hour. Starring Philip Harris and Margaret Truman.
Oh, Miss Truman is going to take my place, huh?
But don't you fret, Alicia. Don't you fret, because I'll manage to find a place for you as third soprano in the choir. Or if you prefer to take up the bassoon, I think I have a bassoon that'll fit you. And now, if you'll excuse me, my dear, I must get my voice in shape, please. Hey, Remley, will you hurry up with that throat spray, huh?
I'll be ready in a few minutes.
Okay. Oh, I can hear me and Miss Truman doing a duet now. When I'm calling you, will you answer too?
That means I offer my love to you, to be yours.
If you refuse me, I shall be below and waiting. Hold that, wait a minute. I work alone, Julius.
The name is Nelson. Shall we continue, Jeanette? At this time, let's make it a walk so we can dance the last chorus.
All right, be quiet, kid.
Don't interrupt, Julius. Mr. Harris is rehearsing for the concert stage.
Oh, no!
Oh, yes. I'm thinking of making my debut next week. Or maybe I'll make my debut in a fortnight. 9 days. At the Philharmonic Auditorium, if you please, and I'll be a sensation.
No doubt. I guarantee you set a new record for the auditorium.
I wouldn't be a bit surprised. Hey, what's the record at the auditorium now?
The last time I was there, the sign said the place could be emptied in 5 minutes, but I bet you cut it in half.
Never mind your little can stacker. I happen to have a very fine voice. All my voice needs is somebody to train it.
I know just the guy.
Who?
Frank Buck. I better yet give me a chair and a whip and I'll train it myself.
Let me tell you something, wise guy. Now, if you insist on hanging around here, you better make yourself useful. Now, go in the kitchen and see what's taking Remley so long with my throat spray. I got to get my voice warmed up.
Come in the kitchen. We'll hold it over the gas. Oh, I got to prevent this. I can't let him do this to music lovers. Hiya, Mr. Remley.
Oh, hi, kid.
Hey, Mr. Remley, I just heard the bad news about Mr. Harris going in for concert singing.
Yeah, ain't it awful? But don't worry, Julius. I'm going to save my pal from making a fool of himself. When that voice coach gets here, Curly won't be able to open his mouth.
How do you know?
I'm mixing the throat spray.
Oh, allow me to help. Where's the air poison?
I don't want to kill him. I just want to slow him down a little. I got the spray almost prepared. All I got to add are these 3 soothing ingredients.
What are they?
Alum, plaster of Paris, and rubber cement.
A splendid concoction. When this stuff hardens, he won't be able to open his yacht.
Precisely, Doctor. Well, it's all ready. Now all we have to do is spray Curly's throat every time he opens his mouth, and then
Hey, Remley, what's taking you so long to get the throat spray ready?
It's all prepared, it's all prepared. Open your mouth.
Oh, you got it, huh? Okay. Hey, that stuff tastes good.
Glad you like it. Here, have one for the road.
All right, I've had enough.
Now, if you're still able to open your mouth, give him a booster shot, Mr. Remley.
Yeah, honey.
Oh, Mr. Crown has just arrived. Here he is.
Ah, at last, my voice coach is here. Cut it out, Remley. I've had enough, I told you.
Mr. Crown, this is my husband, Mr. Harris.
How do you do, Mr. Harris? Your wife has told me all about you, and I am very anxious to hear your voice.
And I don't blame you, Mr. Crown. You have a great treat in store for you. When I sing on the road to Mandalay, you'll hear what is probably the most gorgeous baritone in this country, which has never been too much when I sing on the road to Mandalay.
I beg your pardon?
I said when I sing on the road to
Frankie, what's wrong
age, Alan.
Yeah, he's got high hogging into the arteries.
Please, I can't waste my time, Mr. Harris. I came to hear your voice, so please let me hear it.
Curly, stop it now. Sing On the Road to Mandalay for the man.
Yeah, he forgot the voice. Let's help him out.
Okay. On the road to Mandalay.
Where to fly
Alice and Phil will be back in just a moment. But first, here's your Rexall family druggist.
Quite often, a customer will ask me why Rexall milk of magnesia is so pleasant tasting.
Albite, why is it?
Well, my friend, to begin with, Rexall's men of science use the purest and finest USP chemicals available for the basic ingredients in Rexall milk of magnesia. And then, it's carefully compounded in specially designed equipment which completely mixes and blends these ingredients. Then it goes through an extra process.
What do you mean, extra process?
Well, it passes through a special piece of equipment that very slowly smooths and churns until the liquid is creamy and fluffy. And to cap it all, before Rexall milk of magnesia is finally bottled, it's filtered twice through 120 mesh silk.
No wonder it's pleasant tasting.
No wonder it's one of America's most popular antacid laxatives. Yes, the consistent quality of Rexall milk of magnesia is one more reason why 10,000 family druggists tell you you can depend on any drug product that bears the name Rexall.
Good health to all from Rexall.
And a Happy New Year to everyone and to the biggest little town in the South, Galveston, Texas, where they're having their Oleander Bowl tomorrow, New Year's Day, with two great teams, McMurray College and Missouri Valley College. Good luck down there and Happy New Year, everybody.
Happy New Year,
Thanks
everybody.
for listening to us. Thank you.
If you're tormented by a cough these winter days, try Cherisote, Rexall's famous cough remedy. Ruby red, pleasant-tasting Cherisote goes after coughs in two ways. First, it soothes the raw and irritated membranes of your throat and bronchial tubes. Second, it helps loosen your cough. Remember, it's a good idea to see your doctor about a cough that hangs on. Add Rexall Cherisote to your family medicine chest. Ask for it at the store with the orange and blue Rexall sign on the window. And remember, you can depend on any drug product that bears the name Rexall.
Stay tuned for Sam Spade, then two great stars on Theater Guild on NBC.
Buy wisely. Buy for flavor. Buy Del Monte. Del Monte, the brand you trust for flavor in so many good foods. Time now for Rocky Jordan, transcribed and brought to you by Del Monte Foods, the brand preferred by more women than any other line of canned fruits and vegetables in the world. Not far from the Mosque Sultan Hassan in Cairo stands the Cafe Tambourine, run by Rocky Jordan. The Cafe Tambourine, crowded with forgotten men, alive with the babble of many languages. For this is Cairo, where modern adventure and intrigue unfold against the backdrop of antiquity. Del Monte presents Rocky Jordan and this week's story, The Man from Cairo.
I noticed nothing unusual about him when he first came into the Tambourine. The typical American tourist, Midwestern, loaded down with movie camera and all the trappings. He was slightly on the hefty side, red-faced from walking more than usual. He mopped his thinning hairline with a silk handkerchief, piled his gear on the bar, and sat down.
As I stepped up, he pulled an English-Arabic dictionary out and started thumbing through it. You won't be needing that book here, mister.
Huh? Oh, no, I suppose not. Hey, by golly, I might have known. I'll bet you're from the good old USA.
That's right, St. Louis.
St. Louis. Well, I'll be a son of a gun. It's a small world. Put her there, Mr.
Jordan.
Yeah, well, mighty glad to know you, Jordan.
Yeah.
Say, you got a cold?
Yeah, slightly, Mr.
Simpson. Simpson's my name. Millard T. Simpson from Cairo.
Cairo?
That always gets them. Cairo's right. Cairo, Illinois.
Oh, sure. Well, how do you like Cairo, Egypt?
Cairo, Egypt. Highly overrated.
Yeah, how so?
Oh, no offense, you understand. Wonderful people, but here I wanted to come to Cairo all my life. I've read about it, dreamed about it. Now that I'm here, what do I find? Nothing, Jordan.
Disappointing, eh?
Where's the excitement, the danger, the dark adventure you read about? Frankly, Jordan, I feel a little let down.
Well, I've got a good New Year's resolution for you, Mr. Simpson. Leave well enough alone.
And look at all this movie camera equipment. Light meter, filter, special lenses, film case. Set me back $498.
It ought to get some good pictures.
What I can find, sure. Pyramids, camels, the Sphinx. But not one bit of Oriental intrigue, Jordan. Why? Because I can't find any.
Well, that's your problem.
Exactly. Wish I could run off some of these films for you. Here, take this one. I got it a couple of evenings ago. 5:30, but you wouldn't know it. It's clear as noon. Government buildings there are, crowds, colors, absolutely clear. Even the hands on a big jeweler's clock on the corner.
Oh, sounds great.
Say, that reminds me, I'm about out of film.
Well, there's a tourist shop a couple blocks down.
Yeah, I'll try there. You mind if I leave this stuff here till I get back? It's awful heavy carrying it around.
Not at all. I'll keep an eye on it.
Thanks a lot, old man. I'll have something to eat when I get back. I won't be gone long.
Simpson dumped his equipment on the end of the bar and breezed out. I had it quiet for maybe half a minute. Then there was more company, the kind I didn't want. He wore a faded fez and a perpetual hunted look. They called him Shiva, but I could think of better names. He sidled along past the tables, and when his eye caught the camera and stuff, I moved over his way quick. All right, hold it, Shiva. There's nothing here for you.
Effendi Jordan Bey. I only came to pay my humble respects, good sir.
No, thanks. Now, suppose you move along.
Jordan Bey, what is this? Such a beautiful camera. Such a lovely case. Could it be that it is for the rolls of film?
They're not for you, Shiva. Break it off. Come on.
But you do not understand, sir. The camera I could not afford. But if the case does not cost too much, for £5 perhaps?
No soap. It's not mine to sell.
But only for this lovely case. Your price, Effendi.
Look, I told you, Shiva. Now, for the last time, in, Shiva. Back out to the street.
Not yet, Jordan Bey.
Drop that gun, Shiva. Drop it.
But I have been a most generous man. Have I not offered to buy? Now I will take the film as I wish.
Why? What's in it for you?
Do not stop me, and do not follow. What is that?
You want to know? Look out the front window.
Police? No. Keep them out, Jordan Bey. Keep them out.
Not that way, Shiva. Come back here.
Where is he, Mr. Jones? We saw him here.
If it's Shiva you want, he went out through the kitchen.
After him, man. Through the kitchen.
All at once, they were making a Roman carnival out of my tambourine. I followed through the kitchen, the alley door, and watched them race off. Shiva was nowhere in sight. Then I thought about Simpson's camera stuff and got back into the cafe. It was all still there. About then, Chris, my bartender, came on the job, and after a while, we had things about in order. I was writing the last table when who should come breezing in again but Millard T. Simpson, Cairo, Illinois.
Well, back again, Jordan. Got just the film I wanted.
Did you find any excitement, Mr. Simpson?
Excitement? Not a thing.
Should have stayed here.
Why?
A character came in making a grab for some of your camera films. Wanted them real bad the way he waved a gun.
Oh, but everything's here, isn't it?
Well, that's because half the Cairo police caught up with him about then. They ran him through here and out the back door. Oh, you'd have loved it.
Good try, Jordan.
What does that mean?
Oh, you old son of a gun trying to dream up a wild story just to intrigue me, huh?
You think it didn't happen?
So I'm looking for excitement. You needn't have bothered.
Look, he only went for your film case. What's in there he'd want?
Some mighty good shots, Jordan. Hey, how about dropping over at the hotel for a couple of hours? I'll run off a few of them for you. It's only 10 minutes from here, the Royale.
No. I'm a little busy right now. Well, not that I wouldn't like to see him.
Oh, some other time then, huh? You know you're my kind of man, Jordan. Shake. Hope to see a lot of you. Goodbye.
Simpson and all his paraphernalia were gone then. I guess he decided then not to eat. But I couldn't help wondering about him and about the way Shiva had gone after that case full of film. So I decided to call police headquarters and have a word with Captain Sabaya.
Sabaya speaking.
Hello, Sam. It's Rocky.
Well, Jordan?
Some of your boys paid my tambourine a visit a while ago.
So I understand.
They were after a bum named Shiva. What about?
Do not be concerned, Jordan. Shiva always chooses to make things difficult.
But did they get him?
No, however, we will... A moment, Jordan. Hold the phone, please. Jordan.
Yeah?
You will come to headquarters immediately.
How's that, Sam? What are you driving at?
You surely heard me. Do as I say, Jordan, and as quickly as possible.
Okay, Sam, I'm here. They find Shiva?
He has been found, lying dead in an alley of the Sharia Rabaya. Word came during your phone call.
Well, what do you want with me?
Jordan, I asked you now why you inquired about Shiva, and what was he doing in your cafe?
Well, he was there to see what he could get his hands on, Sam. You know what Shiva was like.
And you presume to tell me that you called for no other reason?
Well, maybe I don't like your boy slamming around my cafe. You better explain that.
Jordan, let me tell you something. 2 evenings ago, at the height of the rush hour, there was an incredible robbery of considerable money from the government-financed building. Without detection, the bandits left the building with the money, lost themselves in the crowd. They disappeared long before the alarm sounded.
Government stuff. Pressure from the higher-ups, huh?
As you say. It was hoped that Shiva could reveal important information. You understand now the gravity of this affair.
Oh, sure, but what would a roll of film have to do with it?
Film? I mentioned no film.
Oh, my mistake, Skipper. You got a good idea who pulled the job?
The pattern is a familiar one. However, I would hardly reveal that to you, Jordan, or our plans for apprehending the criminals.
Don't bother to, Sam. Maybe I got some plans of my own. Sam looked puzzled, but he finally let me go. After dropping by my cafe, I wanted a good long talk with one Millard T. Simpson. Just as I got to the tambourine, the phone opened up in my office. Hello, tambourine.
You, Jordan.
That's the name.
You were smart. Real smart.
Oh, I never deny it.
By not letting Shiva get that film, you were smart.
Yeah, so I was smart. Tell me some more.
Just keep the film till I get there. That's all you need to know.
Might be I haven't got it.
That means Simpson has.
So you know him, too?
I know all the right people. You're Simpson. I don't care. I want the film.
So did Shiva. Did you kill him?
You wouldn't want to be next, Jordan. Your job is cut out for you. Get that film.
Sure. Just leave your name, address, and phone number.
I'll be around.
And what's in it for me?
It depends. You do it my way or you don't. Take your choice. Either way, I always pay off.
Del Monte Foods is presenting tonight's adventure with Rocky Jordan. This is the time of year when practically everybody is making New Year's resolutions. And so we have a good one to add to the list. One you ladies won't have the least trouble keeping. It's this. Serve a real He-Man catsup in 1950. Del Monte catsup.
The zestiest, liveliest catsup that ever pleased a man.
Yes, indeed. That marvelous spiced tomato flavor of Del Monte catsup really peps up a meal. On hash or beans, on chops or steak, on any food that calls for catsup. You'll find Del Monte catsup is a real flavor treat.
It does wonders for the flavor of plain foods, and it has a zesty, lively flavor to please the heartiest appetite.
One of the big secrets of the marvelous flavor of Del Monte catsup is pineapple vinegar. Catsup experts say the finer the vinegar, the better the catsup flavor. And pineapple vinegar is superlative vinegar.
It has a special way of coaxing out all the best flavor of the other ingredients, especially the tempting tomato flavor.
Del Monte catsup is the only catsup made with pineapple vinegar. Ask for Del Monte catsup at your grocer's. You'll be glad you did. And now we take you back to Cairo and tonight's Rocky Jordan story, The Man from Cairo.
The voice without a name finished his threats and hung up. And I was off to see Millard T. Simpson, Cairo, Illinois. I wondered if he knew he was carrying around some film hot enough to kill him just as it had killed Shiva. In fact, I wondered a lot of things about Simpson. He told me he was at the Hotel Royale, and I found his room.
Jordan, you old son of a gun. Come in.
Hi, Mr. Simpson.
Oh, Jordan, shake hands with Miss...
Fendal. Tara Fendal.
How are you, Tara?
I must go now. I thank you again, Mr. Simpson.
Oh, not at all.
You will pardon me, Mr. Jordan?
Oh, sure.
Goodbye.
Hey, you're doing all right, Mr. Simpson.
Huh? Oh, nothing like that, Jordan. Nothing like that. No, sir. Yeah, but I will say Miss Fendal's far and away the most intriguing sight I've seen in Cairo, huh, Jordan? Say, I'll bet you dropped over to see some of my picture. I'll set the projector up right away. Only take a minute.
Something else, Simpson. Ever hear of a little guy named Shiva?
Shiva? No, why should I?
He's a character that tried to grab your film in my cafe this afternoon.
Oh, now, Jordan.
You want to know where Shiva is now?
Where?
Lying in the morgue.
Morgue? At it again, aren't you?
He's dead. Murdered. Some film of yours had plenty to do with it. And there are others after it.
Oh, Jordan, I like you better all the time. Still trying, aren't you?
Go see for yourself. Get down to the morgue.
Still trying to dream up some excitement for me. Yeah, forget it, old man. Forget it. Now, which picture do you want to see first? The pyramid? Tomb? The Nile boat?
Just one. You took it in the government center 2 evenings ago, remember? The crowds, the jeweler's clock.
Oh, that one. That's funny. Should have mentioned that a couple of minutes ago.
Oh, where is it?
Well, that's why Miss Fendal was here. She works at the Delta photo shop where I had it developed. They were so impressed with it there, they wanted to make a copy of it, she said.
Simpson, you gave the film to her?
Well, sure, why not? She'll bring it back in the morning, she promised. Hey, Jordan, where are you going?
Take some advice, Simpson. Stay right here till you hear from me. And keep this door locked. I stopped in the lobby just long enough to ring the Delta photo shop. No, they'd never heard of anybody named Tara Fendal. So I went moving around the Cairo night, around the places where you can buy anything or sell anything, get information or give it for a price. I found who I wanted in a little dive off in the Muskie sector. He was sitting at a table with his back to the wall. He didn't even look at me. Hello, E-Jack.
Why are you sitting down, Jordan? I don't know you.
I got something on Millard T. Simpson.
I don't know him either.
That's because he's smart. He kept the real film.
Find another table.
He kept the real film and gave a phony roll away. He still got it back at the Hotel Royale.
They got bouncers at this joint.
$50,000 in American money might fix it. Are you going someplace, E-Jack?
I picked my...
Now my job was to get Simpson out of the line of fire. As quick as I could make it, I had Simpson on the phone. I told him to get out of his room and over to the Tambourine right away. That he'd find all the dark adventure there he wanted. Next, I buzzed Chris and told him to keep an eye on Simpson after he got there. Then I got to the Hotel Royale and upstairs. I did little things to the door lock to Simpson's room, got inside and waited. I kept waiting, but nobody came. So I waited some more till I knew something had gone wrong. I picked up the phone and asked the desk if there'd been any calls for Simpson. Then I got it. Like the typical American businessman, Simpson had left word where he was going, right to the Tambourine. So I hit the street, flagged a taxi, and made it to the Tambourine in 10 minutes flat, and not any too soon. A couple of muscles had Chris pressed against the bar, and another, a flat-faced guy with something like a crew haircut, was working him over with the butt end of a gun. All right, bring it off.
Rocky, get these guys off.
Let him go, I said. Cut it.
Yeah, like he says. Let the barkeep go. Concentrate on Jordan now.
I will concentrate on him, Grobeck.
Grobeck's the name, huh? You wouldn't give it on the phone.
Rocky, they came in after Simpson.
Catch your breath, Chris. Grobeck will tell it.
You heard him right, Jordan. I want Simpson. I know he's here.
Is he? You think he'd be hanging around here knowing you'd...
Show up! Where's Simpson, Jordan?
I thought it's the film you wanted. Or maybe you didn't get my message.
I got it.
Then suppose we talk some sense. A little matter of money, remember? Something like $50,000.
The deal says 10 with the cops left out.
All right, start counting, Grobeck.
I see the film, not before.
I can get it. We're not standing here.
Get it, Jordan. Have it here in 1 hour, alone. You know what? She was going to have company. Get what I mean? 1 hour, Jordan.
Chris, did Simpson come here?
Sure he did. He waited here a long time and then started getting restless.
Where is he now?
Well, he said it was after his bedtime, so I let him go in your office and take a nap on your cot. He must still be there.
Okay. Simpson, come on, get up from there. Simpson, wake up.
Oh, Jordan. Yeah, well, I must have dropped off.
You bet you did. Slept through plenty.
Oh, I always could do that. It's a matter of relaxation. Hey, Jordan, what about the adventure you promised?
Well, you're in luck. You missed it all again.
Missed what?
A guy named Grobeck came scratching for that film. He killed Shiva for it. Now he's after you.
You never stop trying, do you? Of course, I just happened to sleep through it.
It's the truth. Chris here took a beating covering for you.
Yeah, this is rich. Jordan, you're a man after my own heart. You'll dig up some excitement for me yet, won't you? But the next time, make sure I'm awake.
But it's real, I tell you, every bit of it.
Stop it, Jordan. You're killing me.
Why, you... Come on.
No, wait, Jordan. No. Jordan, you're going too far. Now stop it.
Get in that kitchen and stay there. I told Chris to lock up the tambourine and keep Simpson there. Then I was out looking for an Egyptian girl who called herself Tara Fendal. I got over to the Hotel Royale and started tagging taxi drivers who picked up fares there that afternoon. It took some time and a lot of piastres, but it finally paid off. One of them said he'd picked up a girl of Tara's description, and for 3 times the fare, he took me across Cairo down to a shabby 2-story hotel near the Nile docks. I went in, bribed the sleepy clerk for a room number, took the creaking steps to the upper floor, and knocked at 207. There was a sound inside, but no answer. I knocked again. Still quiet, so I laid my shoulder against the door and shut. He was there, standing rigid against the far wall.
But you are not. Why have you come here?
Simpson introduced us, Tara, remember?
Oh, Mr. Jordan. But I could mean nothing to you. Will you please go?
Sure, that can be arranged. As soon as you hand me the film you took from Mr. Simpson.
I do not know what you are talking about. Oh, you are mistaken, Mr. Jordan. Please, what are you doing?
It may take time, but I'll find it.
There is nothing there that you want. Oh, you must believe me, Mr. Jordan.
Simpson gave you the film. Where is it?
But why? Why would you want it?
I know. Well, we're getting somewhere. Supposing you tell me a few things, huh?
Why, very well. I will explain. I met Mr. Simpson in a cocktail lounge. He liked me. He talked to me about his motion pictures. I was interested, so he gave the film to me.
And why are you living down here?
I learned later of its worth and danger. I threw it away and came to hide.
It's a pretty lame try, Tara.
Oh, please, Mr. Jordan.
I got one answer. The initials on your purse. T.G. What is your real name? Grobeck?
Very well. I am Mrs. Grobeck.
Sure. Now sit down. I can do better. 2 evenings ago, a mob led by your husband pulled a big robbery job at the finance building. Nobody knew what was really going on. Not even Millard T. Simpson, who was busy with his little movie camera taking pictures. But he got everything, including your husband and his boys walking out of the building loaded with cash. He even caught the time of day, 5:30, on a big jeweler's clock.
There is no need for you to go on, Mr. Jordan.
Maybe Shiva was looking out for the mob. Anyhow, he saw what Simpson was getting with his camera. A big chance to blackmail his boss. Only he got in a hurry and started putting on the pressure, waiting for his chance to grab the film from Simpson.
Mr. Jordan.
Grobeck caught up with Shiva. He had ways of making Shiva tell everything. Then he killed him. Of course, you were in a position to know all about it. What happened then?
Mr. Jordan, please. You must hear me now.
Huh? I'm listening.
It is all as you said. I married my husband a year ago. I had not yet learned of his evil. We of our people sometimes are more trusting than yours.
Go on.
I soon knew what he was like, of his cruelty. I tried still to accept him, to be a good wife, but after a time I could stand it no longer. Yet what could I do? I did not dare to try to leave him. Oh, such a man as he would not permit it. So I remained, somehow free and yet his prisoner.
So this is your way of squaring things. You pick up the blackmail where Sheba left off.
No, that is not true. My husband ordered me to get the film from Simpson. I did. But then, as I was in the taxi going home, I began to realize, in the hands of the police, the film could prove Grobeck's guilt. He would be sent to prison. It was finally my way of escape.
That doesn't explain what you're doing here.
When I knew what I must do, I became frightened. You cannot realize the terror. I had the driver bring me here to hide. Oh, you must believe me.
I'm trying, but how can I?
There is a way to make you believe. This film, which I have kept on my person. Here, take it.
You're giving it to me?
I beg you now to take it to the police. For me, and gain me my freedom.
I took the film, slipped it in my coat pocket, and went out, down the steps and into the dark street. I had to make quick delivery if I was going to make it at all, so I hurried down the hill toward the Nile Drive. Just as I passed under a streetlight, I saw I had not one shadow, but three. Two of them swung me around. It was Grobeck jabbing a gun in my stomach.
You got the film, huh? Come on, Jordan.
We had a deal, Grobeck. No tailing.
Did we? I got a bad memory.
You forget to bring the 10,000, too?
All I remember is the film. Just hand it over.
If I do, you'll kill me anyhow, just like you did Sheba. So what's the percentage?
Suit yourself. Jabo, search him.
Just say it, Rick. Grobeck, wait. A man stands in the doorway.
Where?
There. He takes pictures.
Grab him quickly.
Gripping my arms loosened just enough. Grobeck's eye was on Simpson there in the doorway with the camera. The gun wavered, and I swung around with all I had. The shot was wild. The gun flew out of his hand and clattered in the gutter. My die was ahead of him, and I came up with it.
No, Jordan.
Now, bunch up, all three. Simpson, get over here.
Hold it, Jordan. I'll get another eye.
Forget the camera, Simpson. Forget it.
Yeah, but Jordan...
Get to a phone. Find one. Call the Cairo police and get him down here. Tell Sabaya I got just what he's looking for.
In just a moment, Rocky Jordan returns to conclude tonight's story.
First thing in the morning,
Any time during the day,
as a mealtime appetizer,
Del Monte tomato juice really hits the spot. Yes, as an awakener first thing in the morning, as a pick-me-up at any time during the day, or as the perfect appetizer at mealtimes, a chilled glass of Del Monte tomato juice gives you pleasant, refreshing tomato flavor that really hits the spot.
Del Monte tomato juice is fresh tasting.
Just one sip tells you here is real tomato flavor at its best.
Del Monte tomato juice is natural tasting.
All the tempting goodness of fully ripened tomatoes picked right off the vine.
Del Monte tomato juice is refreshing.
Yes, indeed. That fresh, natural, field-ripe tomato flavor adds up to real refreshment. Starts you off right in the morning, is a wonderful pick-me-up any time during the day, and it makes the perfect appetizer at mealtime. Keep several cans of Del Monte tomato juice in your cupboard. You'll find they come in mighty handy. Back now to Rocky Jordan for the conclusion of tonight's story.
Well, Millard T. Simpson scooted off then, looking for a phone. I held Grobeck and his two willing helpers there in the street for what seemed like a long time. But finally, the police came pouring in from all directions, and it was over. Not long after that, we were in Sam's office. Simpson was still grinning from ear to ear. I briefed Sam, and he showed nothing but relief.
It is good to have this affair off my mind, Jordan.
Sure, Sam. Clearing up a government robbery ought to get you a good bonus.
No, I will take no credit for this. Rather, it should go to you and your good friend, Mr. Simpson.
Oh, think nothing of it, Captain. It was a pleasure. Great experience. Oh, say about that film of the finance building robbery, Captain. The folks at the lodge back home will be dying to see it.
We must necessarily hold it as evidence for Grobeck's trial. However, it will be returned to you in good time.
Good, good. Remarkable shot, if I do say so. Color, detail, But that's what an expensive camera does for you. Set me back $498.
Yes. Now, Jordan, the unhappy Mrs. Grobeck still hiding in the hotel on the waterfront. She must be told of this. Perhaps you would like to...
No, not me, Sam. I'm all finished.
Well, I will see her. If you will both excuse me now...
All right, Sam. Good night.
Shake, Captain, shake. It's been a pleasure.
A real pleasure. Yes, of course. Good night.
By golly, this is rich, you know. One for the book, Jordan. You sure showed me a time. Gotta hand it to you, boy.
Now tell me something. How'd you manage to show up down there just as Grobeck caught up with me?
Well, after you kicked me into your kitchen, I got to thinking. Maybe you weren't kidding about those things happening to you, only I was never there, see? So this time I decided to stay with you. I slipped out of your alley window and followed you.
It was a good tailing job. Lucky you did.
Yeah. Can't promise much about the picture I got of you and Grobeck, though. It was awful dark. But I got no complaints.
Well, we'll do it again sometime.
I sure wish we could, but I'm afraid it won't be possible.
No?
Nope, gotta catch a plane for home in the morning. Sure hate to go, Jordan. After tonight, Cairo's gonna seem like a mighty dull town. Cairo, Illinois, that is.
For the finest in tomato flavor, enjoy the whole family of Del Monte tomato products.
Del Monte catsup and chili sauce.
Del Monte tomato sauce and tomato juice.
And Del Monte whole peeled tomatoes.
Remember, buy wisely. Buy for flavor. Buy Del Monte. Del Monte, the brand you trust for flavor in so many good foods. Rocky Jordan, transcribed, is written by Larry Roman and Gomer Cool from a story by Kathleen Height, and stars Jack Moyles in the title role with Jay Novello as Sam Sabaya. This program is produced and directed by Cliff Howell, with original music composed and conducted by Richard Arant. Larry Thor speaking. Remember, you have a date next week at the Cafe Tambourine, run by Rocky Jordan. Same time, same station. And the story is Smoke Screen. When it's real corn patch flavor you want, just ask for Del Monte corn, either golden cream style or golden whole kernel. Yes, if you want rich, sweet, melt-in-your-mouth butter-tender corn, look for Del Monte, the brand that always puts flavor first.
And now stay tuned for the program that has rated tops in popularity for a longer period of time than any other West Coast program in radio history. The Signal Oil program, The Whistler, transcribed by the Signal Oil Company for New Year's, to enable the entire production staff of The Whistler to spend New Year's Day at home with their families. Signal, the famous Go Farther gasoline, invites you to sit back and enjoy another strange story by The Whistler. For extra driving pleasure, the signal to look for is the yellow and black circle sign that identifies Signal service stations from Canada to Mexico. And for Sunday evening listening pleasure, the signal to listen for is this whistle that identifies the Signal Oil program, The Whistler.
I am a whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
And now for the Signal Oil Company, the Whistler's Strange Story. Evening Stroll.
Rumor, gossip, no matter how idly begun, may often come to a violent conclusion. Its pernicious content can twist and distort the mildest of deeds, until with a deadly force fed and made strong by repetition, its weight can smash lives. The venom of rumor, gossip, is always around. Defense against it is pitifully inadequate, and no one is immune. Not even Professor Malcolm Dunn on New Year's Eve, strolling across the darkened campus, puffing quietly on his pipe. At the moment, he seemed pleased with the way things had turned out. The rather embarrassing session a few days ago with Dean Wilson was forgotten, and his thoughts were only of the future, his future at the university. At the library, he paused, debated for a moment if he should turn here and take the shortcut home. Perhaps it was because he wanted more time to be alone, more time to savor the prospect of a bright future, that he decided against the shortcut, even though it was getting late, and continued along the tree-lined street, entered the residential district of the university town.
Oh, Professor.
Oh, Miss Crandall. Miss.
Hi. Mind if I walk along with you?
Of course not.
Isn't it a wonderful night?
Yeah.
Cool, crisp.
Mm-hmm.
Just think, in another few hours, a new year will be with it.
On your way to a little celebration?
I just left one. Horribly dull, really.
Oh?
I may not even go back. Jerry's in one of those moods again.
Jerry?
Jerry Hayes. He's just a friend. He took me to the party. We had words.
So you decided to take a walk?
That's right. Professor.
Yes?
I heard Dean Wilson had you in for a long talk the other day.
That's right, Midge.
About me?
About you.
I'm sorry I caused you so much trouble. But I'm not sorry I ever fell in love with you.
Midge, I'm old enough to be your...
Please don't say that.
But you don't understand.
Some things I do, Professor. For instance, this one-sided romance isn't any good. I've cost you nothing but trouble. I realize you can't afford to get mixed up with any of your students.
It isn't as though I've given you any encouragement. True, we've seen quite a bit of each other.
You've been very proper about the whole thing all along. It's my fault, all of it. I admit that. But I can't help it. I'm in love with you.
It's very flattering, Midge, but...
Still, you wish I weren't so obvious about the whole thing.
Well...
I've never once told anyone that you were in love with me.
I believe you, Midge. But don't you see, there are some people who take a thing like this, gossip it around. The rumors begin to spread. First thing, there's a nice scandal.
It's already started, hasn't it? I mean, that's why the dean wanted to talk to you.
I don't mind telling you that session with the dean was more than a little embarrassing.
I'm terribly sorry.
Well, it's all over now. I've explained everything to his satisfaction, I'm sure.
All this hasn't ruined everything for you, has it? I mean, you're taking over the history department when Professor Ferris leaves next month.
No, thank heaven. This new position is very important to me, Midge. To my wife, too. It means a great deal to both of us.
It means a lot to me, too. I hope I'm around when it happens.
What do you mean?
I'm leaving the university.
Oh, you are?
Yes, going to New York. The call of the theater, you know. Father has a friend who's a producer. And, well, it'll be a small part to begin with.
I'm sorry you're going to leave us.
Are you? Really?
Of course. But I'm certain you'll become a very great actress someday.
Thank you. People say I'm acting all the time anyway. Well, here's my apartment house.
I'll see you to the door.
Oh, well, how do you like that? No key. I've locked myself out again.
Sure it isn't in your purse there?
No. How am I going to get in? The house manager's at a party. Probably won't be home for hours.
Well, you just can't sit out here all night. Isn't there some way we...
There is. My apartment's around back, on the ground floor. The screen on the bedroom window's used. Trouble is, I'm not very good at climbing through windows. If somehow you... Oh, no, I couldn't ask you.
Well, when a lady's in distress.
Oh, thanks, Professor. We'll go in the front way here. The lobby doors are always unlocked.
You follow Midge into the apartment house, down the long corridor, and out to the back of the building. With little effort, you manage to remove the screen from a bedroom window, climb over the sill, and drop into the darkened apartment.
Right. The light switch is in the alcove, straight ahead.
I'll find it.
You all right, Professor?
Yes so. You forgot to warn me about the coffee table.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'll be right in.
You make your way slowly across the room and finally find the light switch. You open the hall door, return to the window and replace the screen as Midge steps into the apartment and closes the door behind him.
You're a lifesaver, Professor. Hurt yourself on the coffee table?
Fractured a few bones, that's all.
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, and look, you've got dust all over your coat.
No harm done.
Oh, I wouldn't be too sure. Looks like a stain of some sort. Oh, why don't you take your coat off, Professor? I'll get some cleaning fluid.
Oh, don't bother.
Oh, no bother, really. It'll only take a minute.
Well, all right. There we are.
Just drop it on the chair there.
Okay.
No, what? Excuse me a moment, Professor.
Hello, Midge.
Oh, Jerry.
I'm sorry I acted the way I did, Midge. I guess you had every right to walk out on me. I see you have company.
Yes. Now, can't we discuss what happened at the party some other time, Jerry?
Sure we can. Guess maybe I wasn't so wrong after all, huh? Maybe those rumors...
Jerry, please.
Okay.
Good night.
Good night, Midge. Good night, Professor Dunn.
Oh, I'm sorry, Professor, but... Jerry, he's such a child.
Midge, that quarrel you had with Jerry at the party tonight, have anything to do with me?
Well, yes, in a way.
Look, he seems like a nice sort of chap. Why don't you call him back?
No, I'll see him tomorrow. Now, do sit down, Professor.
Midge.
Yes?
Mind telling me something?
Uh-uh.
Did you really lock yourself out tonight?
What do you think, Professor?
I think I'd better be running home. Good morning, Mrs. Dunn.
Oh, morning, Malcolm. Breakfast will be ready in a moment.
Fine. Say, I must have been asleep when you came in last night, Claire. How was the party?
Oh, very nice. The Donaldsons were so disappointed you didn't come, but I explained you just couldn't.
Good.
You go to bed early?
No. I worked for a few hours. Then I went out for a walk. A long walk. By the way, Mrs. Dunn, how about a kiss for a Happy New Year for your husband,
Happy New Year to you, Professor. Now you sit down. Read your paper. Oh, Malcolm.
Yes?
Isn't Midge Crandall one of your students?
Why, yes. She is.
Her picture's there on the front page.
What? Why, so it is.
Someone shot her last night at her apartment.
Shot her?
Yes, they take her to the hospital. They don't know if she'll live or not.
Because this is New Year's Day, Signal Oil Company has asked me to skip the regular message about Signal gasoline in order to bring you a few extra chuckles with these limericks. Mrs. Don Bonaquista of Phoenix, Arizona, will start her new year with a $20 Signal gasoline book for this limerick. Like the man on a flying trapeze, you can drive with the greatest of ease. If you'll only be smart and right from the start, say, fill it with Signal gas, please. Signal gasoline. Your car will go far with your from the gasoline. Tonight's second $20 Signal gasoline book goes to Mrs. Rod Doobie of Coeur d'Alene, Idaho, for this limerick. A man with a love for smooth driving found his car needed reviving. He tried Signal gas, and now he can pass all road tests without even striving.
Signal gasoline. Your car will go far with Go Father gasoline.
We regret that we couldn't start the new year for all of you with a $20 Signal gasoline book, but we do hope that happy, safe driving will fill your new year with miles of smiles.
It's a shock, isn't it, Professor? Your hands tremble as you hold the morning newspaper. Stare down at the photograph of Midge Crandall on the front page. The story is all there. The shooting at her apartment. And as you read through the first few paragraphs, you realize it must have happened only a short time after you left the girl's apartment. Your first impulse is to pick up the phone and call the police. Tell them you were with Midge Crandall last night at her apartment. But suddenly you realize it won't help the police find the guilty person. It would only involve you as well as other innocent people needlessly. And after your conversation with Dean Wilson a few days ago concerning Midge, the gossip about the two of you, you know you can't afford to become involved in the shooting. Somehow you manage to get through breakfast, and then afterward you leave the house and go for a long walk. You need time to think, don't you? Perhaps in some way you can assist the police and help them find out who shot Midge. Then as you're strolling along the walk in front of the science building, one of the students joins you.
Say, Professor, you heard about the shooting last night?
Yes, I heard about it, Bill.
Sure knocked me for a loop. I know Midge pretty well. He's a nice kid. Tough. A real tough break.
Yes, it is.
Too bad that Simpson guy didn't get a better look at the man who was with Midge.
The Simpson?
Who with him? He was sitting in a parked car right across the street from Midge's apartment, waiting for somebody. He told police he remembered seeing a man going into the building with Midge.
I see.
I didn't give much of a description of the guy. Medium build, slender, well-dressed. Said he might recognize him if he saw him again, though. Well, here's where I turn off, Professor. See you.
Yes. Yes, of course, Bill.
Happy New Year, Professor. Hey, Jerry, wait up, fella.
Jerry. The sound of that name spins you around, doesn't it, Professor? You watch Bill join another youngster, see them hurry across the campus toward the village. But he isn't the Jerry you're thinking of, is he? Suddenly you remember the young man who was at the door of Midge's apartment last night. Jerry Hayes, the young man who saw you there with Midge. And you wonder why he hasn't been to the police to tell them about it.
Hello?
May I speak with Jerry Hayes, please?
Yeah, just a sec. Hey, you guys. Wait down, will you? I can't hear a thing. What was that again?
Is Jerry Hayes there?
Oh, yeah, sure. Hold on. Hey, yeah, for you. Who is it? It's me. Hello?
Jerry, this is Professor Dunn.
Oh. Hello?
I'd like to talk to you, Jerry.
I figured you would.
Where could we meet?
What place do you say?
The path at the far end of the athletic field in 10 minutes. Is that all right?
Okay.
It's a good question, Professor. Why didn't I go to the cops, huh? Suppose I ask you the same.
Listen, Jerry.
Sort of an embarrassing question, isn't it?
Why haven't you told them that I was there in the apartment?
Why haven't you? Something holding you back? Sure. And I know just what it is.
Do you?
Look, Professor, I don't want to get mixed up in this any more than you do. Why not forget about it?
Suppose Midge died.
It wouldn't be good. It wouldn't be good at all. But we'd keep our mouths shut. I didn't see you. You didn't see me.
I don't know, Jerry. I don't think that'd be right.
I don't think there's anything for you to worry about, Professor. According to the newspapers, the police haven't found any clear prints on the gun.
Malcolm?
Yes, Claire.
Quite a walk you took. I'm glad you're back home, Malcolm. There was a call for you.
Oh?
Dean Wilson's housekeeper called. Said to tell you he wanted you to come over.
Now?
Well, she sounded like it was rather important.
I see.
Come in, Professor Dutton, come in.
Thank you, Mrs. Stroll.
The Dean is in his study. I'm sure he'll see you in a few minutes. The lieutenant shouldn't be with him much longer.
The lieutenant?
Yes, Lieutenant Franklin, Police Department. They're in there with Mr. Simpson.
Simpson? He's the man
The witness. Police think the man Mr. Simpson saw last night might be the one who tried to kill Miss Crandall. Oh, isn't it terrible, Professor? That poor girl. I understand she's still in a coma.
Thank you very much, Dean Wilson. Sorry we had to pick up the rest of your time.
Quite all right, Lieutenant.
Can't overlook anything, you know. Thank you very much to go on. Simpson here and I'll sort of roam around, if you don't mind.
Of course not.
With luck, we might spot our man.
Quickly, you turn your back to them, Professor. Stare out the window. You want to run, don't you? But your legs refuse to act. And you pray that Simpson doesn't notice you.
Well, thanks again, sir.
Goodbye, Lieutenant.
Now, let's go, Simpson.
Oh, there you are, Malcolm.
Afternoon, sir.
Sorry to keep you waiting.
I just got here a moment ago.
Come in. Terrible business, that. Terrible. You heard, Malcolm? He thinks the man who shot Miss Crandall is here on our campus.
Yes, I heard. Any definite leads?
No. Unfortunately, the witness Simpson hasn't been able to give a good description of the man we saw go into the apartment building with the girl.
Does Mr. Simpson think he can identify the man if he sees him again?
He seems to think so. Yes. I, for one, certainly hope he's right. This thing must be solved, Malcolm. They've got to find that man.
Yes, of course.
Well, let's get on with it. I want to discuss several matters with you, Malcolm, about your new position. Hope you don't mind my calling you over today.
Oh, of course not.
Professor Ferris will be leaving earlier than we expected. So it's important we get to these things as soon as possible.
Yes, sir.
For the remainder of the afternoon, you sit with Dean Wilson in his study. He's talking about your new position with the university. But your mind isn't on it, Professor. You keep thinking about the police lieutenant and the witness, Simpson. They're on the campus now, looking for the man who was with Miss Crandall last night. And you wonder how long you'll be able to stay out of their way. Finally, when you leave the dean, your mind is made up. You've reached a decision, haven't you? Yes. And there's only one thing you can do.
Yeah, what? Oh, hello, Professor. Come on in.
No, thanks. I just stopped by to see if Jerry Hayes was in.
Oh, no, he's down in the village. Ought to be back soon.
I see. Will you tell him I must see him immediately? It's very important.
Oh, sure, Professor.
Have him come to my house, 423 Oak Road.
Okay, I'll tell him.
You've made up your mind, haven't you, Professor? Hiding from the police isn't going to solve anything. Instead of helping them, you're wasting valuable time, throwing them off the track, while the guilty person remains at large. At your home, as you wait for Jerry to arrive, the nervousness has gradually left you, hasn't it? You're strangely calm, ready to face whatever happens. Then, as a battered convertible stops in front of your house and Jerry steps out, you dial police headquarters and ask for Lieutenant Franklin.
Yes, Professor Dunn? Lieutenant, I have some information. It's about the Midge Crandall shooting.
Oh?
Would you come to my house right away? 423 Oak Road.
All right. I'll be there, Professor.
Malcolm,
Oh, yes, Claire. What is it?
did I hear you just call the police?
That's right.
You said something about Midge Crandall.
Excuse me. That's Jerry Hayes. I'll let him in.
Malcolm, what's this all about?
I'll explain in a moment, Claire.
How are you, Professor? Come in, Jerry. Well, Mrs. Dunn?
How are you, Jerry? Janet, I haven't seen her in ages.
Oh, she's fine. Janet?
Jerry's an old school chum of mine, Malcolm.
Never would have gotten into the university here if it hadn't been for the two of them, Professor. Guess I owe Janet and Mrs. Dunn a lot. I see.
Now, Malcolm, what's this all about?
Yeah, what's up, Professor?
Jerry, I've called the police. They may not believe I had nothing to do with the shooting, but...
The police? Wait a minute, I thought we...
It's no use, Jerry. I want you to tell them all you know about this Midge Crandall affair.
Even that I saw your wife there?
What?
That's right, dear.
You mean you want me to tell the police I saw Mrs. Dunn come running out of Midge's apartment house last night?
Claire.
I admit it, Malcolm. I was there. I was the one.
New Year's Day is an appropriate day to take stock of one's blessings. So we of the Signal Oil Organization would like to take this opportunity to express our appreciation to all of you who have given us so much for which to be thankful. To you loyal Whistler fans whose continued preference for Signal products has helped us grow from a small start in one state into an organization serving 6 western states, we are genuinely grateful. To independent Signal dealers whose conscientious service has helped so much to keep customers and their cars happy, we are mighty appreciative. So that all of us in the Signal Oil family may continue to merit your friendship and your business, you can count on us to pursue our policy of making every Signal product and Signal service always finer and more complete. Throughout the new year, as for the past 19 years, we shall do everything in our power to make your stops at Signal stations, as well as your miles behind the wheel, happy ones.
It came as a staggering blow, didn't it, Professor? Your wife's admission that she had shot Midge Crandall. Yes, you'd been afraid to get in touch with the police because it meant admitting that you had been there in the apartment yourself. And you knew it would start the gossip again and involve other innocent people. Yet finally you decided to face the consequences. Tell the police that you were the man the witness Simpson had seen. So you'd call Lieutenant Franklin, ask him to come to your house. Then too late you learned that your wife, Claire, had shot Midge.
You've got to believe me, Malcolm. I swear I didn't mean to.
Claire, why did you go over there?
I'd heard talk about you and Midge. I just had to see her. But she admitted it was all wrong, her fault, but she'd been very foolish.
Yes, but...
She kept telling me how much she loved you, and yet she couldn't have you. And then she picked up the gun. Malcolm, I didn't know what to do. The way she acted, I suddenly got the crazy idea she was going to kill herself.
Oh, Claire, you don't know Midge. She was putting on an act.
I had to stop her. And when I tried to take the gun away, it went off. Oh, Malcolm, I didn't mean for her to get shot. I wouldn't have harmed that girl for the world.
But you ran. You left her.
I got outside the door of the apartment before I realized she might die if I didn't do something. And then I heard someone running down the hall. I knew the shot had attracted attention. But she'd be found immediately. Malcolm, and the police.
Look, Mrs. Dunn, they don't know you were there. You didn't mean to shoot Midge. We don't have to tell them a thing.
Wait a minute.
Jerry's supposed.
Good evening, Professor. Come in, Lieutenant. Lieutenant, my wife, Jerry Hayes.
How do you do? Now, Professor, you said over the phone something about the...
Yes. Jerry here saw a woman hurry out of Miss Crandall's apartment house last night.
A woman? Mm-hmm.
Yes.
So he saw a woman. The Simpsons saw a man.
But, Lieutenant...
A lot of people went in and out of that building last night. But it doesn't mean a thing.
What?
Miss Crandall came out of a coma a few minutes ago. She's going to be all right.
Oh, that's great. She's a wonderful girl.
Yeah. She was worried for fear we think one of her boyfriends had done it. Actually, it was just another one of those I didn't know the gun was loaded cases. Miss Crandall told us she shot herself by accident.
Let Let that whistle be your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler, each Sunday night at the same time. Brought to you by the Signal Oil Company, marketers of Signal gasoline and motor oils and fine automotive accessories. Remember, if you would like the fun of having your friends hear a limerick of yours on The Whistler, the address to which to send it is the Signal Oil Company, Los Angeles 55, California. All limericks become the property of the Signal Oil Company. Those selected for use on The Whistler will be chosen by our advertising representatives on the basis of humor, suitability, and originality. So, of course, they must be your own composition. Featured in tonight's transcribed story were Donald Woods, Barbara Eiler, Mary Lansing, and Gil Stratton, Jr. The Whistler was produced and directed by George W. Allen, with story by Steve Hampton, music by Wilbur Hatch, and was transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. The Whistler is entirely fictional, and all characters portrayed on The Whistler are also fictional. Any similarity of names or resemblance to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. Remember, at the same time next Sunday, another strange tale by The Whistler.
S-I-G-N-A-L Signal gasoline.
And now again, on behalf of Signal Oil Company and the independent dealers who serve you, I want to express the hope that you have enjoyed your holidays and that your new year will be filled with peace, prosperity, and the good health with which to enjoy the many blessings in the good old USA. Marvin Miller speaking for the Signal Oil Company.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.